Yo, 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 what's going on? What's going on? We in here again for another episode of the Ad Tech. You know, it's almost upon us. We got less than 24 hours to day one of the draft, man. Like, God almighty, man. This offseason flew by. That shit crazy. But yeah, man. Brian, see, what's going on? What's happening? What's happening? It's almost draft time, man. It's almost draft time. But yeah, got a little bit of news, a little bit of, little football things that's been going on. Tomorrow morning, um, James Pierce Jr. has his sounding here, and it's gonna be some news because what's going on Mill, 30 Bird Mill, what's happening? But so tomorrow morning when James Pierce go to court, it's officially the last time that he can sign a plea agreement. So we could find out whether or not James Pierce is gonna have jail time um sometime tomorrow. Probably around like noon, 1 o'clock, give or take. Somewhere in that neighborhood, we'll find out either A, he took a plea agreement, what are the stipulations. I mean, like, even if they don't give all the stipulation, come tomorrow we'll find out whether, as of right now, you know what I'm saying, whether he gonna have jail time. But if he took the plea agreement, we'll know whether he'll have jail time or not. And I was having this conversation when was it? Yesterday, day before, with some people. Now I'm gonna be honest with you. 'Cause they asked, well, uh, do you think James Pierce can come back to the Falcons? And to be honest, the Falcons had ample opportunity to cut him. They could have been cut him. If they didn't waited this long, I think they're more inclined to sit there and wait and see whether he's going to jail or not. And if his plea agreement doesn't include jail time, then James Pierce Jr. he'll be playing for the Falcons. He'll stay with the Falcons. So now we go into, well, what were similar cases and what their suspensions look like. So from what I've gathered, I think he's me personally. I think that he probably get around like 10 games because I've seen cases. I put it to you like this: like most quote unquote domestic violent cases in the NFL, you probably get like a six. It starts off at a 6 game suspension, and I think because in the bylaws it says added time can be or added game suspensions can be added uh, if there's like aggressors in the case, well, basically escalators in the case. And if you look at it, you got James Pierce allegedly ramming her car, then cutting her off from the police station. Then he ran from the police. Um, he allegedly cut the officer. Um, then he low key resisted arrest. So with those escalators in it, I'm thinking he probably get around like 10, 12 game suspension, which will put him roughly around Thanksgiving coming back to play for the Falcons. Now, let's say that let's say that he comes back around Thanksgiving. It usually takes like roughly about a month to get back into football shape. And you can be in great physical shape, but physical shape and football shape are two entirely different things. So um, I think we would see like peak James Pierce roughly around like a little bit before the playoffs start. And if we're in the playoff, then like think about it. You got James Pierce, you got Dolis, you got Walker, you got Ojolari, you have the healthy Diallo back, you have Christian Harris. You have pieces on this defense, just on the front seven alone, that can make the Falcons a tough out. We're not even gonna play that with this comment. That gotta go. But yeah, people, wow, man. I don't know if y'all saw that comment on that, but yeah, yeah, me and we'll put that on the screen. Um, but and this is before we even draft players. And mind you, we still have the second wave of free agency that's about to come up because you have the draft about to come. Teams going to go get players that fit the mold that they believe they're going to help their team. And with players coming into an organization, sometimes players come out of leave out of an organization. But as we are currently sitting, um, we got 5 draft picks, so it probably costs us about I don't know about 6 million to sign them. So we roughly have about like 18 million left over after the draft. Now you've seen what Ian been able to do with limited funds this offseason. Hell, he done brought in what 15 players and haven't actually. Hell, I think we done got everybody in here for under 25 million. And then you go sit there and say that, well, hey, this man got another 18 million that he can play with. Like he could sit on it. He could sit on the money, but don't be surprised if you see more players come in and come into the organization. You see players getting cut after the draft. Plus, on top of that, he said he has said that the draft is at the forefront of their thought process, but extensions, the conversation for extensions and stuff, will pick up in earnest after the draft. So that's where you could see your Drake London extension. You could see your B. John Robertson extension. Like these next couple of weeks is gonna be exciting. You got day one of the draft tomorrow. You got rounds 2 and 3 on Friday. Saturday you got 4 through 7. Then you have the rookies come in probably Sunday or Monday. You know, to sign all that OTAs about to crank up. You got a second round of free agency. We could be getting an extension if James Pierce doesn't sign a plea agreement tomorrow. Then he has court. His trial start May 4th. So in the span of 2 weeks, it's going to be a lot of information coming down the turnpike for the Atlanta Falcons. Um, Now there was something else that I had seen earlier today. I was on Twitter. And I was just sitting there looking, and there was this I don't know this page or whatever, and I can't confirm whether he is a true page or not. and it could be a lot about nothing. I don't know, but supposedly this page is a New England Patriots fan, and he's saying that the word is up there that the Patriots are trying to trade for Kyle Pitts, and we could get a first one, or they could package what's dude name? What's his name? Keon Booty, and some draft picks to get Kyle Pitts. Now I don't know whether that's true or not. Scott Karasis says that it's false, um, but don't nobody really know for sure. Now I do know that the New England Patriots are in the hunt for a tight end. That much I do know. I know that they are looking for a tight end because Hunter Henry is getting older, and we just got Austin Hooper from him. So trade for Kyle Pitts, young all pro player, it makes sense. Plus, you wasn't that far away from you know getting over the hump in the Super Bowl. If you had more weapons, you probably could have been able to do something. Um, so that's something to keep an eye on. Because in all actuality, like if they give up that first, we got to pick them off. So it's something to watch. I don't know for sure if it's gonna happen or it won't, but it's out there. Now, so Fondo, Terry Fondo, that's why I named it Fontenot Speaks. Fondo had an interview earlier today. Well, an interview that was released earlier today, and he basically was sitting there talking about how GMs look at the game, well, not the game, but how they look at the drafting process and all that. You know, what type of players, philosophy, all those things. Pretty good interview though, to be honest. Now, what I want to do, I want to play it. Um, Let me go get my tablet, and then I'll play the interview, and we'll just break it down. Give me a second. Y'all give me a second. I'm trying to find the tablet real quick. I put it down somewhere. Hold on, give me 1 second. All right, y'all. I'm back. My bad. Let's look this up. I want to play this so y'all can hear it, and then we'll break it down. Let me find this video. What? Way back here. And episode one. All right, here we go. Now I don't want to get no copyright thing, so we're gonna pause this throughout. So what's going on?
Well, what's up? What's up?
What's happening? What's happening? Trying to get.
Get into the new life, but it's
Huh?
funny that I'm trying to get used to the new life. I mean, I
Okay.
really, to me, it is it's a mental thing to me. Cause you know what, like you ever be on a diet or something like that, every commercial would be something you want to eat, and you know you can't eat it. You're like, oh shit. And then
Right.
I know something. I was talking to my support group. I asked them, do you eat more when you're on this diet? A lot of them said yes, and a lot said no. They start eating less. I did, and they start losing weight. I like, well, the losing weight part I could do, but I don't want to eat less. I want to eat in moderation, but I don't want to eat less.
So, like, does it make you feel different, or
Uh, I had lost some weight. I went from 240 to 223. Um, I had my days when I had headaches, and I had my days when I don't feel like getting out of bed. It just the main thing is you used to be an active person, but I can't do it anymore. Like a lady told me today, she usually go, she sleep. I mean, she take a nap before she leaves somewhere, and take a nap when she get back. Because like I went to the doctor 2 days ago, and it wore me out. And then another thing at the doctor, um, my oxygen went out again. I don't know what it be rigging with the regular oxygen machine, but I was like out of oxygen for like 20 minutes. And when I got home, I was wore out. And That's the main thing. It is if you're an active person and you can't do nothing no more. That's the hard part.
Yeah, I mean, it's gonna take time to adjust to it, man. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But at the same time, Rome wasn't built in a day.
Oh yeah. I'm keeping my head up and everything. It is like you say, I get used to it. And I hope you probably give me some excitement this weekend. Don't grab no quarterback. Oh hell no.
That what they keep talking about. Drafting a quarterback in the late round, which still that doesn't make sense. To me, that's a wasted pick. Like if you draft a quarterback in like the
Oh,
fifth or sixth round, for one, he's not gonna see the field. You gotta develop him. And if neither one, if Penix or Tua don't work out, you're gonna be drafting another quarterback next year. So what's the purpose of wasting the pick now on a quarterback? To me, that doesn't make sense.
that's a dumb one. You, you might well kept Raheem. And Fontenot.
What's going on, Ron?
Ronald.
Hey,
How you doing?
uh, low key, low key, Fondo took it to Raheem on the butt.
Cause Raheem room on the bus. I would have been to Raheem on the bus. I mean, look, you lost your job because you had a backbone, but you also lost your job because your boy, who supposed to say he your homie, do you on the bus. Now
Yeah,
y'all both but look. Raheem was smiling when they both got fired, but Raheem got a job. Oh boy, don't got one.
yeah, that's why Fondo doing interviews and stuff now.
Now he
Yeah,
know
he did an interview on the podcast that Matt Ryan was on with Aaron Donald. They released that earlier today.
you didn't air no you
Yeah.
didn't air
Cause
no
you know Matt Ryan and Aaron Donald had a podcast together
yeah, but
before Matt Ryan came.
you
Huh?
think Aaron Donald gonna want him to come on the podcast with him as no, I can't see that.
Uh,
Hell,
Fono did the interview. I'm about to play it as soon as I try to use my laptop, but I don't. I ain't funny, so I'm trying to find my tablet. You
What's
got
up?
better sound
What's
to it
up?
anyway. What's going
what's
on, Ron?
up,
What's up?
What's happening?
my homeboy?
What's up? What's up,
Yeah,
Slim? How
Slim,
you?
who is
Nope, my bad.
Silk.
Silk, my bad.
Play, play a fuck up too.
All the time.
Okay.
All the
Yeah,
time.
ask Radio Raheem about it.
that?
um, I want to ask y'all about the Joe Burrows situation. Now, it's been rumored that if Cincinnati Bengals don't have a good season this year, I asking y'all and the people in the chat, will y'all trade for him, Joe Burrows, next year?
Oh, here are these trick questions. Uh,
How many more seasons Burrow got on the contract? Burrow got paid what 2 years ago or last year? I
Maybe
think.
2 years
I,
ago, I think. I'm not
no, I
sure.
think I think him and Jamar Chase got paid last year. Him, Jamar Chase, and Higgins. Or Burrow might have got paid the year before that.
yeah, I
Him,
think
No,
you got paid for a year for that.
so then he probably got what 2 more years, 3 more years left on his
yeah.
contract.
Yeah.
I mean, it depends. It depends
You know what? I
because
want to get Burrow and then get a, a draft pick.
they get a draft pick, but also if I'm Atlanta, I would ask them to pay half of that contract.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, we trade for him, but y'all got to pay half.
And then don't come here with all that. Oh, he got hurt.
See,
We got a
see,
better offensive line,
right.
and we ain't got time for all that hating before they get here.
I I think he would do a lot better here because our offensive line better than Cincinnati.
Yeah,
And they maybe got the better weapons than we do, but we know how to build a team. And that's what we doing now. We building a team.
like this. Our offensive line is good. Penny got hurt because he had a dumb person on the line, and Kirk got hurt. Kirk got hurt on his own. I
Right.
believe so because he didn't have to move to that left. He could have moved to the right, and he would not got hit.
But
But
I just said it been a lot of rumor, and me and Winston talk about this all the time. Hey, you said you need a franchise quarterback. Joe Burrows, he might be getting tired in Cincinnati. Hey,
But at the same time, too,
Fellas,
well, first, what's going on, Zay?
Winston, my dog. What's good, fellas? How y'all
what's
feeling?
up?
What's that? What's that?
Shit, what's up, Silk? What's up, my guy? Man, I'm a little late. I was just on another show. I've been streaming y'all hot, been talking Falcons,
Yeah.
but oh,
we
Winston, you watched it?
no.
I did.
I heard you was on the Falcon City compact. I heard about this.
Wait, say it again.
I heard that you just left the Falcon cheerleader uh, 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 content. You right? Did they talking about?
Nah, nah, hell no. I was nah, I was on my guy
Oh, it was
Chandler
exactly me.
show.
I thought that was you. Oh, my bad.
Nah, you good. Hey, hey, Winston, you wound it up because I see the title. I think you Winston might have wound it up watching it. You might have watched that interview with Fontenot.
I did. And I want to play it, but I can't find my damn tablet. I can't find my tablet, Jack.
Nah, you good, bro. That I ain't gonna lie. When he broke down, it was two things from that shit I watched. Like
Who was
I don't know if
crying?
y'all digged into it yet because I don't want to speak on it until you probably. I don't know if you want to play it first before I speak on it.
Who was crying?
But basically, like what he said about that whole quarterback process was a little like I don't know, man. It got me thinking like should he have picked Penix? As crazy as it sound, bro. Like,
He
cause go ahead.
to me, he trying to find another job in the NFL. And at this point, he like shit. Fuck Raheem. I'm trying to get back in the NFL.
I'm
And
gonna be honest though. Like when you listen to him actually
Mhm.
break shit down,
Yeah,
the fucker's smart.
he very
Like he's
smart.
smart.
yeah,
He
yeah.
you
He
know
know
what he's
his
talking
shit.
about.
I said that same thing because when they were talking about breaking down the
3 third of his head.
player 330, because they was basically breaking down like the like how they do deep dives on players.
Right.
Like even if they go back to their high school, they was basically saying we check their circle, their family. Um, we go back to their high school, go back like talking to their principals and seeing if they got in trouble in school, if they got suspended or anything like that. Like they was bringing up stuff like that. I'm like, damn. Even they pay attention. They do be paying attention what niggas be posting on Instagram and all that.
Right.
You feel me? So they take that deep dive on these players when they evaluate them as a scout or whatever. You get what I'm saying? So I like that interview. That was because like I said, Terry know his shit, bro. Even though like he got fired, bro, but he know his shit, bro. That man
But
that man know his shit, bro.
Yeah,
But remind me of something. When you said they know where they go back to, is a girl I used to date,
Lord, how much?
and
Yo.
I was just fell asleep, and I
Yeah.
heard somebody
Sucker
had
ass
a sex.
reckless, boy.
I heard somebody had sex downstairs. So I thought it was her and my
What?
homegirl brother. So when she came upstairs, we started arguing, and she pushed me. So I threw her in the box in the closet because she only 4'11", and she's sitting in that box with her legs in the air. And I went back to sleep. And do you know she sat in that box for like 3 hours? Then came back to bed. But now,
Hold on,
Lord, have-
hold on. You say
Winston.
that
what?
she was downstairs. She was downstairs having sex with her homegirl boyfriend,
Now I thought
or you?
that,
Oh, you thought that she was down there getting
yeah.
cracked. Okay.
So you had some girlfriend downstairs. I thought she was because she was downstairs and she would make something to eat. But I didn't think about it. See, now I think about it. When she came out there with the plate, I said, daughter, why don't she have take and have a plate? I didn't think about it then. I was so mad.
Hold on,
So
hold
she
on, hold on,
pushed
hold on.
me.
So
Mm,
you,
mm.
she down there making smothered pork chop, and you think she's down there getting cracked, and you to put
Mhm.
her ass in timeout in the back, in the closet.
Yeah, but see, I didn't think about that. No, what funny Winston? I didn't think about that plate till right now, and that was 30 years ago. But
Lord, have
Yo.
mercy.
God almighty. Like,
I told you,
no,
man.
so what you
Every time.
what you sitting there saying is that she can't cook, cause you
What?
ain't thought about that plate in 30 years. She, yeah, she can't cook.
Yo.
but no.
Oh, net.
That was funny as hell.
Let me get to Zach. Damn, I think Zay's point.
Yeah.
So when I put her in the box, right?
Uh-huh.
She didn't get up for 3 hours. All the time, the year, that time, why she got that box? And nobody could tell me, but she came laid in bed next to me. Then the next morning, she went home and she broke up with me, right?
Right.
I don't
But
blame her. I don't. You
That
better
was
glad she ain't
crazy.
put some boiling
That,
water on your head while you was
Right.
asleep.
Pull that eye green and shit.
but
bro.
over the years, we kept in touch, right? And then we tell each other happy birthday every day. Then 3 years ago, we spend our birthday together, everything. Because she said, I'm stop being mean to you. Like, really, she might be mean to me. I'll do you in the box, right? But anyway,
I hear you. I hear you.
Lord,
but,
have
but no, I'm not making a long story short.
Yeah, for
All the
sure.
time I did in the box, she came back to me, like you just said, about, oh boy, we go back to the high school every day. So, no
Yeah.
matter what you do in life, you always get that person to come back to you. And we're cool now. So, to me, Fontenot cry all he wants to. Because if he would have listened to Winston, Zay, me, and all the rest of the
now, I don't know about you
I'm
now. You talk about something.
talking about Fontenot listen to us and fire Raheem.
You talk about something happened 20 years ago about
See, now if Sucker just went on put fun no ass in the box, we would
what?
have been straight.
That's basically what I
No.
got from it.
What too?
Well, we could have been in the playoff by now.
Yeah, I mean,
Shit,
if he would have got right here, Raheem, we would have been in the playoff.
Shit
And
crazy.
I'm gonna
and
be
we would
honest.
have been back
I
where we was.
I don't. Well, all right. I put it to you like that.
Mhm.
I think in time, uh, Raheem would have got us to the playoff. The thing was that because of what we had already went through with Arthur Smith, Raheem was on the short leash. Because in all actuality, like, yeah, you was the head coach beforehand, but you ain't really do shit in Tampa Bay. Like y'all didn't really do anything.
Them
So
niggas went. Them
when
niggas went 10-6 and missed the playoffs. That shit crazy.
yeah,
That man, nothing but a
then that,
cheerleader.
then after that, the shit was over with.
Yep.
They were getting cracked. They were getting smacked every year.
Yeah,
But you know what I hate? I hate if Raheem ever be a coach again, head coach again, and he won Super Bowl. Oh, he gonna put it in everybody's face. Oh, he gonna never sit
Oh,
up.
he'll get back to being a head coach. It may take him about, I say probably about like 3 4 years, but
yeah.
he'll be a head coach again
Cause he got
because
interviewed
he
from what the Cardinals interviewed him and the Giants. They even though they was getting hardball, but I thought
And the
Arizona
Browns.
was gonna get him.
And the Browns.
I did too. I ain't gonna lie to you.
Mhm.
I thought for sure he was going to Arizona.
You know
Yeah,
what? That would be funny if you came the head coach of the Browns. I would die laughing. I
I don't
like
know.
you.
They had some shit going because I think that Jim Sports shit and that shit was happening. I think they just settled and got Todd Martin for real.
Yeah, but I mean, in all actuality, Jim Schwartz should have been the head coach. They
Yeah,
should
he
have
should
just
have been.
promoted within. Like
Yeah,
he
stayed in
kept your
house.
defense rocking. He know everybody that's on the team already. They already know him. They love him. Your best player plays for him.
Right.
Like why rock the boat? And then you bring in Todd Monken, who like all right. Well, hold on, because Lamar did get an MVP on Monken.
Yeah, he
Yeah.
did.
And then I think
He
Baker when he was because he was the OC in Cleveland when they before Stefanski got there. And I think Odell and Jarvis, they both had 1,000 yards apiece that season for real, but they just weren't winning shit though. I
hmm
think it was just Freddie Kitchens for real. They ain't like Freddie Kitchens leadership for real. But it's like Monk, I don't think Monk in a bad. I think he can draw up an offense. Like you get what I'm saying. Even with Lamar, like, cause Harbaugh always made sure he tried to keep like
A scrap on
yeah, he
on
always kept good OCs around Lamar. Like
him.
he built around Lamar right though.
the
But I'm
only
saying
the only thing that I would sit there say that Harbaugh did wrong for Lamar was he couldn't find him a top flight number 1 wide receiver. Like Zay Flowers, he's nice.
He not a number
I
one.
give him that. But like in all actuality, like if Zay went to like a lot of teams in the league, he's not gonna be the number 1.
Yeah.
But he'll be a great number 2 though.
Hmm.
He'd be an outstanding number 2. He like he'd be like the next T Higgins.
yeah,
Yeah. Cause
that's
he
what
That's
they
put up
that's
the
do.
more of his
numbers and
role.
all that. He,
Yeah, he can put up numbers, but like for one thing, like Zay have health issues. He's a
Yeah,
smaller receiver. Like
Mhm.
people think like people think JSN small. He's not. Like he like 6'2", 6'3". He's not small at all. He just shifty as hell. That would make that would make the perception that he's small. That's why people believe it. But he's bigger than what a lot of people think he is. But Zay Flowers like what, like 5'11", 6 foot.
He
Mhm.
short.
Yeah, I met him in
That's
person. We not even that far in height. Cause I'm 5'what? I'm 5'9". They Flowers ain't that tall.
what
he's
I'm
just
saying.
me.
Like he ain't like he would be a great number 2 receiver.
Hmm.
Like if Baltimore could make a trade for like T Higgins, that wide receiver core would be great. I ain't gonna lie to you.
Yeah.
Cause
See,
now you have a big body at your number 1, and then you got Zay facing going up against the number 2 corner. He's just gonna eat.
Yeah.
Like he's gonna eat against him.
Bateman. Bateman
I
was just inconsistent, yo. Like I don't know. I wasn't really a big fan of Bateman. Bateman had it, but I think Bateman had like a off year last year for real. But they always tried to get these old wide receivers. Like they always go for these old like D Hop, but they ain't even give D Hop enough chances. Like you get what I'm saying? They had D Hop, then the year before, well, they had Odell. Like they might go different. They might draft a wide receiver this year. Like if it
They
come down
should.
to it, yeah,
Like it's high time for it. Like it's
yeah.
time for you to go get that guy in that room. Like Zay is nice, but you need that guy in that room. If you can get that to pair along with Lamar,
Yeah.
you got an issue. You got like a legit issue.
See,
But it's only but so much you can do if when your passing game is literally just focus on the tight end.
I I
Yep.
don't really think they think about wide receivers like that. Like I think they think about defense like that. Like
What it,
who's the next stud really get on defense? And Baltimore always been known for their defense. Like they never been known for their offense.
with Baltimore definitely need defense because
Right,
the defense they had last year that shit was old.
right.
Yeah.
It was
They were
old.
old as hell.
So now you got to go in, clean house, trade players from that defense to make the offense look better than what they is.
Yeah.
Because just then by having Lamar been injured the last 2 years almost?
Yeah. And they had that
Well,
offensive lineman for Lale,
Right.
and
So
they
yeah,
might draft
Kalani,
him.
right. So it like you got to fix the offensive line, you gotta fix the defensive line. What pass rusher they got over there besides Raekwon Smith?
they got
Trey Henderson.
uh yeah they just got Trey
Yeah, they just
and they
got
got
Trey, but
what's the dude? It's like
Green.
Mbuka or some shit.
I forgot. I know. I think he like. Yeah, I know
It,
you talking about. I forgot his name. I
it's
can't
like
pronounce his
Mbuka
shit.
or something. It's like he got an African name, but he alright
Right,
though. Like
Mm.
bro, alright, and he younger. But see,
right,
like with Baltimore got to go. They got to go get an offensive lineman in the first round
right.
because you lost
So
your center and you lost your right guard.
right, you lost your center to the Raiders.
Exactly.
So
But I
now,
mean, they did pick up a center. But
right,
like you at least even if you're not going to go get a center, you have to go get a right guard.
right, you
Like there's
got
no getting
to.
around it.
So
Mhm.
while you doing that, your defense still getting older. It's still getting older because you got all these older players on defense. How that helping you out? You need offensive players.
Yeah, they still thug
I'm
it
gonna
out
tell
with
you, the Falcons gonna have a winning, hardcore, boring team.
Say that again.
Ain't nothing gonna be flashy about the team. I mean, hardcore, in your mouth team.
But that's what we've been needing. No,
Yeah,
we've been needed this.
ain't no
yeah,
prima
yeah.
donna gonna be in here. None of that.
We've been needed this. You got one job to do, and I expect you to do your job.
Right?
If you don't want to be here, the way our new GM is, he like, shit, I'll betray you. I don't give a fuck.
And these coaches don't play the radio.
Right,
Saturday at the press conference when they talk about JBJ, like nigga, what? Having that
right.
question and see what happened.
They're like, shit, don't play with me. If you don't want to be here, hey, I give a 7-round pick for you. I don't care.
Yeah, because even Brick said uh, uh, everybody gonna get no jersey. So if you ain't working hard, you ain't get no jersey.
So, I mean, we've been needed this for a long time though.
Yeah, I mean you got Brick a asshole, you got Ski Coach Ski a asshole, you got Ian an asshole, and no Matt Ryan an asshole. They don't give play the radio.
So
Taking on to find out.
I'm glad we don't got that buddy head coach no more.
Oh, yeah.
Raheem, to me, in my opinion, was that buddy head coach. What I mean by that is, okay, Coach Cousins, when he got hurt, did Raheem take him out? You
Look,
know?
Coach Skeet said, if you late for practice, you're gonna be dealt with. Late to a meeting, you're gonna be dealt with. No matter if you late for anything, you're gonna get dealt with.
And that's how it's supposed to be.
Right.
Yeah,
Because at the end of the day, like, yeah, we can be cool, but this ain't just a job. This your career.
right.
And if you can't hold yourself accountable, how much can I count on you?
Right.
Ain't
Yeah.
nobody playing that shit.
It
Nobody
just,
play it. I'm sorry.
I'm just ready to see what they gonna do. You get what I'm saying? And yeah, I like what they doing. I ain't gonna lie. I'm actually. I kind of like Stefanski a little bit. I'm trying. I mean, don't get me wrong. He had his downs. I want. Well, not even. I just want to see how it's gonna play out for real. I want to see how these players fit into what they doing, and even Callahan. Well, I was saying earlier, I'm really a player on our coaching staff. I've been looking at is Van Pelt. Like I've been looking real. Like I've been trying to really do like a deep. I was doing a deep dive on him, like just trying to figure out how he can help the mechanics of our quarterbacks, just helping the footwork, like how he did with Baker when he first got to Cleveland, and what he did for Aaron Rodgers, Andy Dalton. You get what I'm saying? Drake May when he was OC a couple years ago in New England when he was with Mayo. So I just want to see how he can really develop these guys and see how he can really work on the footwork and the mechanics of the quarterbacks. You get what I'm saying? So that's one guy I've really been trying to pay attention to, Van Pelt for real.
But
I will say it's encouraging because every work. If you go look at Van Pet resume, go look at the
Mhm.
quarterback.
Yep,
Each quarterback that he helped while he was there, their numbers went up.
yep.
Their efficiency and stuff went up. Like that's quantifiable. You can see for a fact that everywhere he go, he makes an impact.
Mhm.
Shit,
And
we
that's like one of the fancy like best friend. That's why he
shit,
here in Atlanta.
we need to keep that man here forever.
That's why he ran it back with him, cause he ran it back with Van Pelt and he ran it back with Callahan. You
Tommy
get what
Reed,
I'm saying? Yeah,
Tommy
Tommy
Reed
Reeves
and
as well.
Callahan.
You get what I'm saying? So, cause the way how I look at it, he probably feel like, man, I don't like. He probably really don't look like it was 100% his fault in Cleveland. Cause he probably look
What?
cause he like, man, I'm a running back winner. That shit either gonna be his downfall, or that shit really gonna show if it was really Cleveland or if it was them. You feel me? So
If
I go ahead.
so, let's just say you the head coach, right? You made a
Mhm,
good point there, right?
mhm.
And we working for Cleveland, right?
Yeah.
And I'm the GM, and I come to you, I say, well, we could get Deshaun Watson, and you
Hey,
tell me, no,
he was against it.
right? And I still do it. So it's gonna make everybody look bad because I already told you, you already told me no, but I still did it. I
Yeah, like
did
that's on the owner. The owner wanted
right.
Deshaun there.
Yeah,
So
has them. Nigga has them.
now we don't got no draft picks. How can we get better? And you gave up the penny draws to get Deshaun Watson.
Yeah.
Yeah, that shit crazy.
Cause
So and
Oh, good.
and you gave him all the guaranteed money.
That was fucking.
Guaranteed.
Cause like Deshaun was the free agent.
Right.
Like it wasn't a draft pick. It was a guaranteed money. That was fucking. That was fuck Cleveland. And when
So,
you guarantee that much damn money, like
right.
like
So,
fully guaranteed, like that's crazy work.
so, so it was like when we had Deshaun Watson in the front office and Cleveland said, hey, Deshaun, we're going to give you guaranteed money. Terry Fontenot was like, okay, bye. We're not going to pay you all that.
Yeah, because I mean,
We,
like I think we had got up to like 180.
yeah,
I think we
and
had got up to like 180, and they came with 230 fully
right.
guaranteed. Like
And
I'm not matching that shit. That's a
right, I'm
hell of a
not
gamble.
matching it. If
I
you
wouldn't
want
match
to
that.
be here or not.
Winston, that because like I was saying, I think that one show I was on, like, because Deshaun Watson in 2020, I can't lie, that
Oh
boy
yeah, he
was
was cooking.
going crazy. He almost had
Yeah, he was cooking.
5,000 yards. That
Right,
nigga, but they was loot, but that defense was fucking terrible, bro. Like, I think
Yeah,
that
the
was
defense and the offensive line.
right,
They
yeah.
was trash.
So like I can't. Well, I'm not gonna say I'm not. No, that money was ridiculous because I don't even think he played the year after that. You get what I'm saying?
Right, he was
Because
suspended.
yeah, you get what I'm saying. So it's just he was good, and then a lot of them games you watch because I paid attention to it. I'm like, why the fuck did they pay him? But then I'm like, them games he was coming from behind, so that
right,
nigga had to throw them damn yards. You
right.
get what I'm
He
saying?
had
Like,
to throw the
yeah, he had,
ball.
yeah.
They just had Miles Garrett over there.
Cause that nigga had like a 70 completion percentage, led the lead in yards. You get what I'm saying?
Right.
Forty-eight
So
Yeah, like
hundred.
and who the
it was
hell
like
was D Hop still there that
I
Who?
year? Was that D Hop last year though?
I think D. Hold up. Let me look it up. 2020 Texans wide receiver core. They had David. No, they had Brandon Cooks over there.
Oh
Brandon.
yeah,
Oh
Brandon Cook was getting loose on there. He
yeah,
was getting
right. So
crazy.
it was like I did
Real
not have no
shit.
choice but
Damn.
then Washington went to Arizona, played with JJ Watt for a minute.
Mm.
So and Deshaun Watson was like, shit, I finna go to Atlanta. Terry Fontenot said, oh hell no, motherfucker. You're not coming here.
Shit. Nah, he was about to be here.
I'm about to say
He
Right.
he was about
he
to do it.
he was about to be here.
Right.
Like
He was
like
about to be here today to Cleveland call said, hey, we gonna give you guaranteed money. And
Atlanta
Terry
pandemic. What's happening?
and Terry Fontenot said, deuces.
Yeah, like when you come with 230 fully guaranteed, I'm going with the bag. And
Right,
and
Actually,
and I got these civil cases coming down the turnpike too. Yeah, I'm
right,
going with the bag.
yeah,
right.
because that
All
I
of
because
got to
that
that.
be
shit
able
was
to pay that.
because that shit was coming out his money anyway. I think he's still paying that shit to this day.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
well what
Like
I'm trying to
real
say,
shit, bro.
you gave him all the money, you cannot fix up your offensive line in Cleveland.
You can't really fix much of shit, to be
Right.
honest.
No.
Because you
So
can't you don't have the money to go get a big name. In all
so
actuality, you don't have the money to go get a big
right.
name.
So it like was it our new head coach or was it the GM that really put the team in a bad situation?
With Cleveland was notoriously bad anyway.
Right,
But um, I would say it's more to ownership than the coach. And the only reason why I said this say that because Stefanski said and told him like, "Hey, I don't want Deshaun Watson."
right,
Ryan, what's going on, man? Everybody in the chat, if y'all not subscribed to the Birdcage, man, go subscribe to them. Run up the likes, run up the comment. Great
right.
content every time, man. I watch them. Y'all should too.
What's good, Rob? My nigga, what's happening?
So
But
it's like in
with
Cleveland, you had to do so much.
Yeah,
no, like what when you make that type of investment, and then the very first year that player's not even playing for you, that puts you so far behind the eight ball because you can't really evaluate your team. You can't
Right,
because the team that you thought that you were gonna have and the player that you thought you were gonna have and it was gonna affect other players, you don't have them.
yeah,
So I can't really get a real look at how this receiver is and how that tight end and how this offense will work or how we be able to run the ball with a decent quarterback and opposed to who we had.
right.
Like it's so many different dynamics in the situation that it's just gonna fuck you. Like
yeah,
that is gonna fuck you. It's gonna set you back so much because basically the season is a wash.
And
So
Bama
I
for
don't know. So I don't know. Do I need to go get another wide receiver? Do I need to go get another offensive lineman? Do I need to go get another running back? Like, do I need another tight end? Like, I don't know what to go get. So now at this point, now you at well, all right. What can I do with the defense? And then you just go draft a defensive player
Right,
because like that's the only unit that you have an actual had an actual litmus test to. But at the same time, the things that you needed to tweak, you can't tweak that for 2 years instead of being able to fix it on the following year.
right.
And
Exactly.
then when he came back that second year, he looked like shit out of it.
Right.
yeah.
But
Hey,
that will
bro.
happen because you haven't played football in that entire year. Like
Yeah,
all that shit, like same, the same thing I was sitting there saying earlier at the beginning of the show with James Pierce. If James Pierce get a 10, 12 game suspension, he come back around like Thanksgiving, give or take, and then he won't get in football shape before like almost the end of the season. So now, like you don't, I've seen what you did as a rookie, but all this time elapsed. Like, can you still be
Right.
impactful? Do I need to
Right.
go draft another pass rusher next draft, or do I just draft one for insurance reason? Because I don't know your temperament. Like
yeah,
all those things go into play.
yeah. Because
Like,
they did
but
as could still, they still could draft the edge rusher this year. Because I think what? Because we ain't gonna really. I think tomorrow we might find out something with him. Maybe before the draft. I think niggas was saying like that shit might,
yeah,
depending on if it go to trial or something for real.
his Sandler hearing is tomorrow morning,
Mm.
and tomorrow, hey Sip,
yeah.
hey mute your mic real quick because um
Yeah,
Oh,
Echo.
it's crazy as yeah it's a crazy as reverberation. But
what music they
so
got over there?
he has his Sandler hearing tomorrow morning. All right, tomorrow morning is the last time he has the opportunity to take a plea deal. So one way or another, we're gonna have some type of information, probably around like I say
12,
about 12, 1 o'clock,
1
2
o'clock.
o'clock at the latest. Like somewhere in that neighborhood, we're gonna know something about something.
Yeah,
Now, either he took the plea deal, we'll know if he take the plea deal whether he had jail time or not. If he don't take the plea deal, then he go to trial on May 4th. But if he don't take the plea deal, that could be very telling because if his plea deal has well, if he's looking at jail time in it, then I mean, hey, I don't know what much more you expecting to get out of May 4th. Because if they offer you a plea deal, and I'm telling you this, somebody I've been in prison twice. If they offer you a plea deal with
Mhm.
jail time in it, when you go to trial, if you go to trial, they either and they find you guilty, they either gonna hit you with that same time, or they're gonna go above it because you made them go to trial.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's just how that works. Like you ain't gonna get the last time. That's a dub. You either gonna get what they offered in that plea deal, which is based on your guidelines, but at the same time, the judge don't have to adhere to your guidelines. Like if your guidelines to this say, well, uh, it's somewhere between 8 and 14 months. Yeah, and you go to trial, the judge doesn't have to adhere to that. Well, hell, even with the plea deal, the judge don't have to adhere to it. That's just a recommendation from the prosecutor. That's all it is.
Yeah, for sure.
So if the judge feel the type of way, yeah, he can go above your guideline. Believe me, I know, because it happened to me. My recommendation, and hell, it was on the damn driving charge. My my recommendation was for 15 to 18 months, and goddamn, I went to that junk, signed a goddamn plea deal, and that motherfucker hit my ass for goddamn 28 months. No bullshit.
Dang.
You don't know how that
Yeah,
system gonna go, bro. You don't know how they gonna look at that shit for real.
So I
Georgia Texas
really
boy, what's happening, man? Another content creator in the chat. If y'all not
Yes,
subscribed to him,
sir.
go hit the like button, run up the comment, hit the subscribe, turn on the notification bell, man. Great content as well. Um, y'all get to have these brother get into the algorithm, man.
Yeah, we were just chopping it up early. We were just on the other Fountain show early. We talking about the draft and all that, and see how they gonna operate with the picks and all that, and who they might trade. And because I just been looking at all these other teams where they positioned that in the second round and in the late first round. Because I'm just looking like, because a lot of folks, I hear the Kyle Pitts trade and all that, but the offer really gotta make sense, bro, in order for them to really do that shit, bro. If
Hell yeah.
they trying to throw a third, fourth round at you for Kyle Pitts, man, and not taking
No,
that
you can
shit.
keep that.
what?
Yeah, you can keep that. I'm
See,
not getting off a young all pro player for a third and fourth round. No, you can keep
what?
that.
Come on.
See, tomorrow the shit gonna hit the fan.
Auntie
If
Pam,
if
how
you
you
not
doing?
if
Hold,
you
hold,
not
hold
trying
on,
to
Ron.
give me a second
Hold,
or a
hold,
first,
hold on, Ron. Um, Auntie Pam the chat. Um, she's part of the Ladybird AFN.
no,
Uh,
never.
they come on what Tuesday at 8 p.m. Y'all tune into them too. Subscribe, run
Word.
up the lights, get them further, push them into the algorithm. Man, they got like they probably got like the chillest show.
Mhm.
They ain't gonna do a whole bunch of arguing. They just straight talk sport. They just
Right.
talk football, baseball, Atlanta sport. Great time every time. But get them further into the algorithm.
Yeah, shout out to them. I seen they had shout out to Auntie Pine, shout out Miss Maggie T. I seen that episode y'all had Michael Turner on there. I was like, okay, I see y'all doing y'all thing. Shout out to the Ladybirds AFN. Yes, sir.
Man, they definitely
They
they
doing their
connected.
thing over there.
Yeah. They
They
tapped
connected
in.
like so shit.
Connect that white Wi-Fi. But yeah, man, Winston, what you like? How you feeling? We getting close to the draft, man. Like, where your mind at, Winston? Where your mind at, man?
I'm gonna be honest with you. Like, well, it depends.
Hmm.
If we trade Kyle Pitts and we get a first, go get Lee Hunter. Like that should be a no brainer at this point.
Oh, you like
Go get
him
Lee
too?
Hunter. Who don't like him?
Right.
Because
That's the better question.
Winston, I'm like, bro, I I I don't know if you how you feel about what I'm about to say. I like him better. If I had to pick out of him and Christian Miller, I would take Lee.
I'm taking Lee Hunter.
I'm take all
Yeah, I'm
right.
taking Lee Hunter.
Okay. Okay. The
Yeah.
Most
tape.
definitely.
Like, look,
Mhm.
I don't have a bias because I'm an Oregon fan.
Right.
Like college sports, I'm Oregon Ducks all the way through.
Hmm.
But so I don't have like don't get me wrong, I love Christian Miller game too. Like
Yeah,
Christian Miller is probably like one of the strongest players in the draft, hands down.
for sure.
And for him to be able to move the way that he moved at his side, because like Christian Miller, like what, like 320, 330. For
Yeah,
him to be able to move the way that he moved, like you can teach him how to develop more of a pass rushing game, but you can't teach functional size. You can't do it. Like
mm,
either a player has learned how to play with size, or they can't. Now there are some players that have a frame where you can put size on them, but they
yeah,
already know how to play with bulk. So it's different. Like Zach Harrison. Zach Harrison in college, his weight used to fluctuate. So it
Mm-hmm.
wasn't nothing for us to go throw another 15 pounds on him. And then you had the season that he was having last year. He already know
sure.
how to function with weight. But like for you to go, let's say you got a defensive tackle that's like 290 and you want him to go play at 315. It's gonna take him a while to be, and I'm talking about like a couple of years, for him to be able to actually function at 315 the way that you want him to function. Now, yeah, he makes splash plays here and there, but when you put on bulk, you have to like your body got to readjust to it, and you have to learn how to be functional with it.
Cause you don't know if you might
Like,
slow down. Like you really gotta like what's the word I'm looking for? Like your awareness gotta be on point. Like it's like mental with that shit. Cause you putting on more body weight, you might can't
hmm
like you gonna be moving a little bit more different for real. Cause you might think you can do this move, but then you like, oh shit, like nah, I'm a little bigger now. I'm like shit, I might can't. You get what I'm saying? So it's just Lee Hunter. Like when I put on his shit, I just like his tackling. How he can really just he can shift, get through the
they
gap.
go
Like
stonewall
he's
you.
yeah, like he really be stuffing shit for real. Like
hmm
and he gonna hawk you
Right there.
down, wrap the nigga up for real. I'm like, bro, I like Lee.
So, fellas, I'm gonna get out of here. I'm getting tired and everything. Thank you once for inviting me and to
Yes, sir. Yes,
the
sir.
For sure,
uh
Lee.
Easy.
uh Ron. I see you at the picture dealer. Um, and Jay,
You
and
crazy,
yeah, I
man.
see you at the
For sure, brother.
I see you at the Pocket Tilly podcast again. All right, Jay.
All right, my nigga. All
All
right,
right.
my nigga.
Cool.
All right, sir.
this
That one,
nigga cool.
that one was crazy, man.
Crazy, dog.
Hey, sir, we doing the draft tomorrow too. Well, we doing
Okay, okay,
draft show for all of the draft. So we about to be on the eye test run.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
Can y'all hear me? I
Yeah.
think my
Yeah.
audio. Well, y'all keep talking.
Um, I don't care what D tackle we get, as long as he really get D tackle. Like it's a monsters in this draft. Like they really legit at D tackle. So I mean, I like Kristen Miller. I'm a Georgia fan, of course, but I also like Orange for
Yeah, I like orange too. Yep. Yep.
and I like Lee Hunter. They all bring something different. I'm finna tell you, if they all be there at 48 or whenever we pick, or it might be a problem.
Yeah, cause I'm looking like, cause me personally, you wind up trading you wind up trading Kyle Pitts. Shit, if you trade him, you get a first rounder or you get that late first rounder from New England or Kansas City, or you trade in that second round with Tennessee and get
Mm-hmm.
that. I think Tennessee got what the 35th overall, so that's like a top top 5 pick in the second round. You
Right.
get what I'm
Hey, can y'all
saying?
hear me?
And me, I wouldn't be mad at
Yeah.
having 2 second round
All right.
picks in that second round on Friday. You get what I'm saying? You can get you because me, I was just talking about it earlier. Like I really just want to keep building on this defense, building on the identity. You get what I'm saying? Just keep building
Right.
that defensive identity. Get you try to find you a. I know you could probably get a cornerback in the later rounds. You could probably get a corner in the third, like me and Georgia Texas boys talking about. You can get a starting cornerback in the third. You get what I'm
It
saying?
it depends what you like,
Because
cornerback wise.
if you can
Like
get that boy Will Lee, that boy
what?
or that boy from Georgia, that cornerback what's
Right.
his name, Everett, I think that's his name.
Average,
Everett.
average.
Yeah, you can pull one of them guys, get one of them in the later rounds for real. But
Right. It just depends on what you like, what you looking for. Like me, I tired of we getting short corners. I
yeah,
tired.
I need long arms,
Right.
long arms that can
Six
guard the
two,
bigger
six
receivers.
three corners. I
Yeah,
tired. I got so tired we getting beat by Mike Evans.
yeah,
Every time we played it, man, we got beat by Mike Evans.
yeah. AJ had like three or four holding penalties that game, that
Right.
second game.
And like
And
AJ
I'm fine.
doing
I'm
his
perfectly fine with it. I ain't gonna lie to you. Like I'm perfectly
Yeah,
fine with a corner. I'd rather you hold a motherfucker and get a penalty than to give up a touchdown.
I
You
mean,
can
I
recover
know
from a
that,
penalty,
but
but
I
six
just talk
points, is six
about
points.
when Mike
yeah, for
Evans
sure.
did the running mouth on us all the time.
Yeah, he tried to random off last time, and you see
But
what Kobe Bryant did to his ass.
well Kobe Bryant.
Pat
Put
them
his
legs,
put
flip that nigga.
put his ass on the back of his neck.
Right.
Oh
But
bullshit.
I just want a taller corner. AJ Terrell doing his thing on one side. We should be able to find another corner, taller corner to do the same thing on the other side.
Yeah, but I mean, like I put it to you like that. Like the probability. Well, all right, I put it to you like that. It's harder to find a tall corner like 6'3", 6'4",
Right,
that's actually fluid in their movement. Because a lot of tall corner, they can't deal with like a quicker receiver, so they
right,
start grabbing. You see
right,
what I'm saying?
right,
Like
Mhm.
if you grab a little bit, all right, that's cool. That's how you play corner. Like in all actuality, that's how you play corner.
right,
Like you, most. Well, I know I was taught when they make their move and they like, especially like on a go route, and we start going in phase.
right,
Grab the inside of his jersey.
right,
That right on the hip. Grab his jersey and tug on it a little
Mhm.
bit, and you
Yeah.
slow this step. You slow this
right.
step, but you sort of propel yourself forward, and that's how you stay in phase.
I mean,
Like that happened.
right, like Miss Pam said. I mean, I know he went to the 49ers, Miss Pam, but all those times we played Mike Evans over the years, I like, damn, this dude just do whatever he want to.
Yeah, but I
Yeah.
mean,
And
Mike Evans, he's a Hall of Famer. Hell, he was
Right,
doing that shit with everything.
right.
yeah.
I like,
He
damn.
See,
was doing that to everybody. It
I
didn't
like,
see,
matter.
I
see,
like
Winston,
shit.
the piggyback of what you were saying, basically like having a taller receiver to be able to stand in front of like them shifty type of receivers. Like,
Right,
say hypothetically speaking, like tomorrow, the Saints say, "Fuck it, we gonna put Tyson next to Olave. We gonna pair them up together." You get what
okay,
All
I'm
right.
saying?
right.
So it's like if I see that, you gotta get you a cornerback that, cause then my
Hold on.
mind gonna
Is he
change
saying
for
something?
real, huh?
Because if he is, I can't hear him.
Yeah,
Oh shit, he don't hear me.
Ron, is he saying something?
yeah. He don't hear you.
Uh,
Damn.
y'all keep talking.
Yeah, so I'm gonna keep going, and then when he come back, I'm gonna repeat it for real. Like,
You right.
so
You
like
is
if
I
New Orleans, they get a Tyson or
Right.
Makai Lemon. You get what I'm saying?
You got the
I'm gonna need a cornerback that can be able to, because
right.
Tyson is a good ass route runner. He
If
probably
you
one of the
look
best route runners out of that class for real.
if you look at the NFC Minnesota, Chicago, Green Bay, and who else in that division?
Well, I was looking more like at the South,
But
because
what I was saying is
yeah,
last year that division got a number one wide receivers.
yeah,
When Minnesota got a wide receiver, Green Bay got a wide receiver, Chicago got a wide receiver, Detroit got a wide receiver. So
well,
it
I,
was like,
I I don't think Green Bay don't really, because they still waiting on Golden to really, because Golden didn't really have that type good of a year last year, and
right,
Watson was a little off, and
right,
Romeo Dub, I think Dubs left for real. They probably had like they wide receiver room still up in the air.
right,
You still gotta wait on
right.
if
You
Golden's
got
still
weight
that
on
guy.
it. But my point is, when one team did one thing, everybody else did the same thing in that division
Yeah,
last year and the year before. You could go look at that division in the draft, what they did. Everybody got a wide receiver in that division last year. A top well, with that maybe first pick, they got a good wide receiver in that division.
for sure.
So
Hold on. And which division?
You hear me
on
now, Winston?
Chicago, Minnesota, the
Oh, NFC
Lions,
North.
yeah. If you if you look at that draft last year, they copied each other. Everybody got a wide receiver in that draft. I think with that first pick in that division last year.
Yeah, for
But I
sure.
mean, like when especially like the NFC North, like you already know you're going through a gauntlet just
Right,
within your division. So I have to build my team similar to your team
right,
and add my little wrinkles here and there. But like basis wise, them teams they should be pretty similar
right.
because
So
that's what your biggest dog fight is right there in the division. Go ahead.
if you look at last year in our division, we got Jalen Walker and we got James Pitts Jr. Carolina got two pass rushers. Tampa Bay got what his name, a wide receiver and pass rusher. New
Buddha.
Orleans
Booty.
got an offensive lineman and wide receiver last year, I think.
Yeah, they grabbed Shuck and they grabbed Banks Jr. for real. Cause
Right,
like, cause
Well, they
Winston,
got they got a lineman, they got a lineman, then they got the quarterback. Carolina got the wide receiver, and then they got
yeah,
a
a,
lineman. Oh, pass rusher.
a pass rusher.
yeah. Cause Winston, cause before you stepped out, right? I was saying like, cause like how you was breaking down the wide receiver, like the cornerbacks for real, like. Like if you depending on what kind of, because me, I'm looking at the division tomorrow, seeing what the Saints and the Panthers going to do. See if they take another wide receiver. Like if the Saints at that 8th spot, if they actually take Tyson, or if the Carolina Panthers would, I think they sent like 19 or something like that. If say like a Makai Lemon fall, or they might get KC. You get what I'm saying? So
Right.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like then my mind would shift from having one of them longer corners. Then I'd be like, shit, I might get an Avion Terrell for real, to sit in
Hell, to
front of
be
one of
honest,
them niggas.
like with the Saints, I wouldn't be surprised if they go get a corner.
Yeah, they need a
They need
corner.
they need a corner bad.
That
Ain't
nigga
nothing
everything.
next. Yeah, Alante left. All they got is Kool-Aid.
Yeah, and Kool Aid, all right, but Kool Aid ain't he's not him.
Mm-mm. Hell no.
Not right now, anyway. Like
Mm.
Kool Aid, he's a decent number two.
Yeah.
But like if Kool Aid's your number one, I mean, you can have hopes for the young man, and
Right.
I wish him well, but
He finna get
I,
bounced.
I yeah, like he could grow. Like Kool-Aid has the potential to grow.
Yeah.
It's just how long you willing to wait for
Right.
it. And like, what Kool-Aid was drafted what last year before last.
Same year as Penix.
Yeah, so he's going into his third year. So you don't really
Mhm.
have that much time to sit there and wait on him because Kool-Aid was a later round draft pick anyway. So he don't have a fifth year option. So you got
Nope.
this year and next year. So what you gonna do? Barbecue and mildew.
Right.
And that's
Do something.
That's why I'm like,
that's what
shit.
it
They
is.
please get a wide receiver. Please get Cornell T. Get that nigga. Get draft that motherfucker. I dare them with it. I
Yeah,
dare.
your offense could come together, but
Right.
your defense still gonna be your defense. And hell,
Right. Yeah.
I don't think they re-signed Cam Jordan yet.
I was
No.
just ready to say that. And
He's
So
don't
still
like you have
don't
so
under.
get
many question marks. Like
mhm.
you have you have so many question marks on that defense that
Yep.
it's funny. Like what are you gonna do with Cam Jordan? All right, so do you replace the what do you value more? Do you value the coverage or you value the pass rush, the
Mm.
trenches? What do you value more? Because that should be your first pick. Now, if you go in trenches and go get a pass rusher, that's in case Cam Jordan don't come back to you. All right, that's cool. That's cool.
Oh,
If you value the coverage and you think that you can find an actual lockdown corner, which is going to benefit the defense anyway, then go get yourself a corner. But
I
as is, you don't have neither one.
Cause
right.
they lost their leaders. Like they lost him.
Dang, Bird,
They
what's going on?
I
was was good. And they lost Demario Davis. And don't Demario Davis, he was key to that defense. You get what I'm saying? Even last year
Mm-hmm.
when they was kind of they went on a little winning streak at the end of the season. They, because most of everybody had them winning like 2 or 3 games last year. But
what?
Demario, they lost Alante. You get what I'm saying? And then shit, I don't know what they're gonna do with Caden Allen. Caden Allen's going, bro. Depending on how they do that shit, Caden Allen's gonna have a lot of work to do, bro,
Mm-hmm.
on that defense,
I
bro.
don't. I don't think Cam Jordan going back. That
Shit, he might. He might
He
like.
might.
I don't think he really want to leave, but at the same time. Like if I'm Cam, you're playing it right because what you really want to see it's sort of like the Cam Jordan I mean not Cam Jordan uh Miles Garrett situation.
what?
Yeah.
But Miles like, look, I need to see what direction y'all going in
But
to
the
see if
part.
I want to be a part of it because I don't want to go through another rebuild. It
Right.
doesn't make sense at this point. At this point in my career, we should be playing for championship.
Right.
We can't even get to the goddamn playoff.
But
Nigga broke the sack record, bro. Like,
if
Right,
come
like,
I'm
on.
if
and you
I'm
still can't
Cam
get to the playoff.
Jordan,
Come
if
on, bro.
I Cam Jordan, I would go to Kansas City.
For what?
For what? Because he to get help.
Yeah, understandable. But Kansas City got their own issue because in all actuality, well, Kansas City need a boatload of receivers.
Right.
Travis Kelce done got old.
Yeah.
Like, how much help? Like Kansas City is not the boogeyman that it used to be.
What?
Like, don't ain't nobody scared of Kansas City no more. Like, you're more scared of Denver in that division than what you is of Kansas City.
Yeah.
Like, even with Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah.
Because I know your shortcoming. Your shortcoming is you don't have no reliable receiver. Rasheed Rice is your best receiver, and
That's
he
it.
always got some shit going on.
Right.
Yup.
Travis Kelce,
He
he done
more
got
worried
old.
about his fiance than anything.
Like he done got old. You don't have a reliable run game. Um, let's keep on going down the list. You need to fix your offensive line because that's how Mahomes end up getting hurt because y'all can't protect the motherfucker. The defense ain't nowhere near what it used to be. You traded both of your cornerbacks, not your number one, but your number one and your number two to the
Right.
Rams. So
Facts.
like like
Facts.
If I'm Cam Jordan, I'm not really pressed over going to Kansas City.
Yeah,
I ain't gonna lie to you because y'all about to go like I put it to you like this: Kansas City is closer to a rebuild than they are to a Super Bowl,
Dang.
and
that's why. That's why they talk
that's just a
about.
fact.
That's why they talk about. Kyle Pitts might motherfucking they might look at Kyle Pitts. I'm not saying it's true or not, but you know that was out there, and then
Right.
shit. Winston, them motherfuckers still. I don't give a fuck about none of them penalties and shit. They still got to replace Jawan Taylor.
No, like in all
Shit.
actuality, if we went and drafted a offensive lineman to compete with Juwan, I would have no issue. But at the
Right.
same time, too, Storm Norton comes back, so that's where the real battle will be at. It will be the starting right tackle. Like, don't get me
For
wrong,
sure.
Juwan is a nice pass blocker. He is. He's good. Norton is too, and Norton don't get nowhere near the type of penalty that Taylor gets. So you may be able to cool on getting a tackle this draft, but next draft, yeah, it's a lot you're gonna have to get a tackle.
Right. You got to.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Like we drafted Jack Nelson last year, so that's something to keep an eye on too.
Wouldn't be shocked, especially you got Callahan, because like I told folks the last time, like when Kevin Stefanski and Bill Callahan first year together in Cleveland, took a old lineman, top 10 pick. You get what I'm saying? So
Right.
Hmm.
I always kept that in the back of my head just in case shit, motherfucker might fuck around and draft the old lineman with the 48 pick. Or you get what I'm saying? So
Right.
because it's just like don't get. To be honest, I'm not even gonna, bro. If you get that offensive line right, you get that right side together for real, and you got protection, you can thrive. You get what I'm saying? I ain't,
Right.
bro. Ain't nothing wrong having a good old line. Don't let nobody ever
Hell,
try to think having drafting an old line is some stupid shit.
hell no. Like
Whoever
you, if
whoever
you
said that.
for you to win a Super Bowl, you have to have your trenches together. There's
Right.
no getting around it. You have to build a team from the trenches out. Not you can't go flashy in and think
Fuck
that
no.
you're gonna win a Super Bowl. That's a dub. Hell, look at Cincinnati. When Cincinnati went to the Super Bowl, how did they end up losing? Because the offensive line was trash. That's literally that what fucked them up.
Right.
Mhm.
They couldn't give Burrow time to get the ball off. He was getting
Shit.
lit up there.
Shit. I remember one game Joe Burrow took 5 sacks.
Shit, that nigga when
Yeah,
they played Tennessee in that divisional round, that nigga got sacked like 6, 7 times. I think
Right.
Bud Dupree got on
So
that nigga ass that game.
so
They,
it like I would not be surprised if it take a offensive lineman. If
I
that
don't,
what
I
we
don't,
need, hey,
wouldn't be shot.
I don't think it's gonna happen this year. I think that we're gonna solidify that defensive line because you gotta remember like the defense last year wasn't bad by no stretch.
Mhm.
Our issue was when you didn't have
nothing.
Diallo back there,
Right.
teams ran on us, and you didn't have the size across the line to stop the run. That's how JD Bertrand sorry ass got exposed.
Uh,
Mm-hmm.
that
But if
49ers
you if
game.
yeah, the very first game his ass got in there, as soon as he got in there, what did they do? They ran the ball 5 times straight right at him. In a row. Boom, 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 boom,
Uh,
and got on down the field.
Cause Albers, he said that shit. Cause he was like, even in his interview, he was like, it was looking good at first, but then once you seen that San Francisco game and how McCaffrey was really just grooving, you kind of seen a little bit some of the flaws of the defense for real. Even shit that Jonathan Taylor game, that
Right.
nigga took off.
I was about to say that.
You
And we
feel
should
me?
have won that game.
Yeah,
Hey,
I'll tell that motherfucker ran to that pile and bounced outside and went
Right.
left
And
side.
I'm like,
boy, that
shit.
shit was
But
crazy.
here's the thing though, if you have Diablo with the speed that he had, he could have caught him to the sideline.
Yeah,
You can't you
facts.
right um Bertrand or what the name Ronnie Harrison.
Right.
Yeah,
The
money.
Yeah.
the safety that we had moved down the linebacker,
Yeah.
neither one of them got the speed to catch his ass to the sideline. So once that happened, and the receivers that ran the corners off down the field,
It was over.
this is what happened. Like hell, we should know this from firsthand experience. Go look at B. John two long run. He had an 81-yard run and he had a 93-yard run. Go look at it.
The
The
Monday
exact
night
same shit
game.
happened. He took it. We took it and ran the receiver, ran the corners off. B. John ran into the pile, got up out of the pile, hit the sideline, got loose on the head.
Mm-hmm.
He did it not once. He did it twice. The exact same shit. When we played the round, and he took it and ran it, he made dude missing the hole. He made dude missing the hole. Receivers out to the corners of the field. Then when the corners reacted, beat on already up full speed going on down the road. It ain't nothing you can do with a beat on the open field like that. And it's the same thing with Jonathan Taylor. Like when he's in open space, I'm sorry. Like I pray for you.
the the
You
odds is the
know,
odds is
look,
low, bro.
look, How
Them
how
bitches
how
low.
how to say it in the Hunger Games? May the odds forever be in your favor. Like that's
Oh
like
God.
you sitting attacking everything in open space, like you're a special person. I'm not gonna lie to you, because the probability is either he gonna juke the shit out you or he gonna run your ass over. Like that's just what it is. Like people don't realize how big Jonathan Taylor really is because he's so fast. But the motherfucker like 228. Like he's almost Tyler Algier size, moving as fast as he is, as shifty as he is. Like that's something different. Now B John put on weight. Like B John now like 222. He may have put on some more weight this offseason. But like when you have a special player like that, like man, you got a gang tackle that. I'm sorry, you got a gang
Got
tackle.
got to. Cause that I ain't gonna lie, that last game of the season, like even the Saints, they played B John good that last game. Like
Hmm?
they
Cause
played them good.
because they wasn't worried about nothing.
Hmm.
Am I really that worried about Kirk O'Chain? No. The motherfucker I got to worry about the 7 yards behind the line of scrimmage. If I can slow him down, I got a chance for everything else.
Hmm. That's why, cause I'm looking this year. Cause like Stefanski said, bro, it's nothing really like to use B John. They ain't really got to change too much from what Arthur Smith and Zach Robinson did with him for real. It's just I'm big on just trying to at least have. That's why I'm like shit, Garmy Bernard, because he can run the football. You can motion him and put him on different spots of the field, and because I just want us to confuse motherfuckers. This just our offense ain't look like it'll confuse nobody. Because if you got that wide receiver, you get what I'm saying. You got that wide receiver going back and forth. You don't know if he gonna get the end around. You don't like. You get what I'm saying. So that's why I like Gurmy for real. So it's just like you have
Like
Gurmy and B John. That's a nice little threat to have.
the more things that a defense have to respect, the more dynamic your offense can be.
Yeah.
Is that simple? What's going on, Miss B? How you doing? Y'all, Miss B, another content creator. If y'all ain't subscribed to her, subscribe. Run the like, the comment, the share. Get her back into the algorithm. She been in hibernation for a little bit, but she better come back with it.
She been ducked off.
She been done. She what they call it in her soft phase. So somebody put her on the shelf.
For sure.
Ain't that
But
wrong
yeah,
with that? No.
no cap. But yeah, man, like it's just I need. That's the only thing. That's the only smart thing with this offense. Cause it's just like, cause I think when people watch the draft, they just forget about what we got on the roster. If you get what I'm saying, like, so if like
Hmm.
they don't get this certain player, they think it's over. But it's like if you or if you get a certain wide receiver, like you add a Gurmy, at a Gary Bernard. Some folks gonna be like, "Why the fuck you getting? Why you?" I'm like, bro, you still got Drake, you still got B. John. You just need that player, cause you just need him to
You
shake it
need
up a little, shake up
compliment.
the compliment. That's all, complimenting pieces. That's all we need on that offense, bro. That's it.
Right, like sometimes, like I think a lot of fans fall in love with names more than fits.
Yeah,
Like,
I'm big on fit, bro.
yeah, I'm all about fit. Like, I would rather a unnamed player that fits what we're trying to do to be on the
Hmm.
team than to get the big name that's out of scheme.
Yeah.
Like hell, we just went through that shit with Rook Aurora. We literally just went through that because Rook
Mhm.
is a defensive tackle, and we try to make him a nose tackle, and then we wonder why it didn't work out and he was looking like shit. It's not that Rook is shit. It just he was playing out of scheme.
Yep.
That's what the issue is. Like that's like Cal Pitts. Cal Pitts.
Hmm.
Cal Pitts is developing to becoming a blocker. But you can't just sit there and trap Kyle Pitts in the trenches all game, every game. Like that's not his game. His game is go up the field. Like and then like you saw it last year. We won't really send Kyle Pitts up the field. But when you did send his ass up the field and you gave him opportunity, he was balling. He
Mm-hmm.
balled. But majority of Kyle Pitts um routes were he ran to the flats. He ran little shallow hooks. He ran little drags. It was something close to the line of scrimmage. But when you
Hmm.
allowed him to play into his game, which is just being an athletic mismatch, and you send him on the field, you got explosive play after explosive play after explosive play. Like
Yeah,
people
20-yard
forget,
catch. Yeah, for sure.
man. Like people forget. Cap Pitts only had 4 drops last year. In the entire season, he only dropped the ball 4 times.
Mm. I
That's
ain't gonna.
reliability.
One of them drops. I ain't gonna. One of them drops had me heated, bro. That Colts game. Because this why I said, Wes. This why I said, because you know that this was at the beginning of the game, bro. And Penix fumbled on that
Wow, what's
same
been going
drive.
on, but
Was good. Motherfucking Penix fumbled that same drive. And I'm like, bro, if Pitts would have just caught that bitch, we'd have been
Mm-hmm.
inside the 40 or like inside the 30. That shit would have never happened. But man,
hey
Pitts had
man,
a good year last year, man.
players fuck up, man. Players fuck up from
Right.
time to time.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. But you did Winston know exactly what I'm talking about. That's why he
Yeah,
said.
I know exactly. 'Cause I figured that what you was about to say. We was like, man, but one of them dropped. I was like, yeah, he about to go there.
I was like,
He about
shit.
to
I
go
was
there.
like,
Mm-hmm.
damn, Pitts. I was like, fuck. Cause bro, that Colts game was in the bag. I was like, man, out of all those games, that game was a one that or that Patriots game, but really that Colts game. I'm like, yo, we had that shit, bro. But
Yo, hey, peep this. Miss B said, y'all, my cousin is in the draft. His name is Zion. That's a pass rusher from Missouri, ain't it?
Missouri,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
oh shit.
Said he is projected as a first or second round pick. He is not going to the draft himself, but having a party at the Chateau Elon tomorrow night with the camera. Yeah, that's crazy. Cause like I be watching the Country
Damn.
Wayne skits, and like hey, we want for fun, man. I ain't even gonna hold you,
Oh yeah.
but but they just had like they had an event where some of the characters supposed to be getting married or whatever, and that's supposed to be where they plan on having the wedding. But like from what I've
Hmm.
seen, Chateau in London, that shit is beautiful.
Mm.
That shit is beautiful. What's going on, Ryan?
What's good, man? What lies y'all niggas up in here telling tonight?
What you
Wow.
Hey
mean? What
man,
you mean, man? What's
See,
up,
I
all
man?
no
all
What
the
see
good
nigga?
one.
see look see I see look See, I know when Zay and Winston agreeing, I know it's some lies being told in this thing here.
Nah, man,
Try to
we'll be
start shit.
cooler, man. We be cool.
Hey, hey man,
Try to
tell me,
start shit.
hey man, tell Miss B that I do have if she do go to the Birdcage channel, I do got a breakdown of her little cousin Zion Young or whatnot I did for Player Spotlight. So you might want to
That's what's
check that
happening.
out. But nah man,
Red
ain't
page.
too much. Just had to come by and show a little love, man.
Yes, sir.
Appreciate it. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Shit,
Always.
where your mind at for tomorrow? I just asked Winston how you feeling about tomorrow. What you think the game plan is?
Tomorrow is not my day of focus. Friday is my day of focus because I already know we're not gonna grab a first round pick. Just understand, we just have to see what's gonna be left over and which moves we're gonna make because this is a deep draft. Period. So at this point, focus on the trenches and then start worrying about everything else.
That's what I
Now,
said.
now, if they go best player available, depending on what position, I say you go corner or receiver if you go best player available. That's just me. Because again, we don't have a number two right now. And right now we need a number two corner right now. I love Kobe Bryant, but Kobe is a slot guy with the size and the speed and with him being raw. I say you draft a corner at that point. You get what I'm saying? Because eventually, think about it.
I don't think
Eventually,
I don't think Kobe can play in the onslaught. I
no,
don't,
he can.
he
Only
don't
reason,
to me he don't have the mental physicality to play in the slot. We going on King
well,
of Lions supporter. What's that?
I can't say that he doesn't have the mental toughness because you don't get to be a first team All American 3 years straight if you don't have it because they used
Yeah,
him as a starting corner, but they also used him in a lot of slot packages too. You get what I'm
true.
saying?
But
So
I'm saying like full time slot in the NFL. To me personally,
yeah,
like he will hit, but I don't think he's big enough to set the edge
you got
as
to keep.
necessary as a slot. Like he would have to put on weight, and he
Well,
already got straight line speed problem as is.
Well, only reason I was saying that was because you're talking about he showed that he could cover Mike Evans. He's shown that he can cover a speedy receiver. And if you have somebody who can control that slot and take some of the pressure off of Bates and Xavier Watts or whatnot, those two get to roam free a little bit more. That's the reason I was saying that. But I know where you're coming from with the weight. All he need is a couple of fried fish dinners. He'll be all right.
It still don't look like he, because I've been paying attention a little bit. It still don't look like he really put on a little muscle yet this off season though. Like I ain't, it don't really. He still looks skinny. But you know it's still what April. You get what I'm saying? Training camp
Yeah.
ain't until like 4 months later. But
And-
I don't know. But this is why I ain't mean to get all top because I know y'all talking about corners. But this is why I said like I was still watching them all because I was just telling Winston like say if New Orleans or Carolina, you get what I'm saying?
Mhm.
Tomorrow they select a wide receiver and they add another wide receiver to their room. Like if New Orleans they decide, all right, let's get Tyson, or Carolina they might say shit, let's get another receiver next to Tet. That's why I'm like shit. You might really gotta try to upgrade that cornerback room and see if you can get somebody that's quick enough to you know to stay in front of them guys for real. But I don't know. We gotta
Well,
see.
well, I did the HBCU breakdown, and I can tell you right now, I put out two corners or whatnot that can
Mhm.
definitely come in and they can start at that number two spot. I can promise you that. Gerard Washington out of South Carolina State, 6'1", 190 pounds. You're talking about a guy that runs a 4.340 who outran everybody at the East West Shrine Bowl. And he
Mhm.
was a shutdown corner and shut down some of the best wide receivers that are talked about. Even that boy that's from Missouri that Atlanta's looking at, he put the clamps
Mhm.
on him. And then another
Sure.
guy out of Benedict College. Now think about this. Everybody knows South Carolina State won the Celebration Bowl, but Coach DeBerry, who led them to the Celebration Bowl, was the coach at Benedict first. And Gerard came out of that system. There's a corner that's over there by the name of Jamal Sam. You're talking about a guy that's 6 feet tall, 190 pounds, right out of New Orleans, Louisiana, 4'4"
Mm-hmm.
guy, physical as hell. And truthfully, Winston, if you ever get a chance to look him up, they didn't put all his stuff out there, but he plays like Brent Grimes, like an exact carbon copy, bro. Ain't scared to hit you and can jump out the gym and can cover.
Shit. Yeah, I'm with it.
So my
I'm
my
with it.
thing is with the limited picks we got, dog, it's so many diamonds that's out here that you can get at certain positions. The
Yeah.
question is, are we gonna give cats a chance? Because, bruh, when you get them type of dudes that get highlighted by Steve Weish on NFL Network and he put that stuff out there and you got other people that's starting to kind of talk about it, it's telling you,
But did Ian when he was in Chicago, right? Was he looking at even when he was in Philadelphia and Baltimore? Did he? Cause didn't he have like a? Didn't he look at some HBCU schools
yeah.
at a couple times? But I don't think
Ian
he would.
did when he was in Baltimore. When he was in Baltimore, he did, and I could tell you up in Philly, he had one or two guys to walk that he offered walk-on spots, and they became special teams players, and then ended up
Yeah.
making a roster because of injuries. So again, it's a lot of talent out here. A lot of guys just look at the name on the jersey, and I keep telling folks, do not look at the name on the jersey. Look at what a guy can do.
Damn right.
Mm-hmm.
So
Because
One thing for
boy,
sure. One thing for sure. Two things for certain. Tape don't lie. I don't give a damn about the name on the jersey. Because hell, NIL push brands anyway.
mm-hmm,
So just because somebody got a big name doesn't mean they a great player. They're just marketable.
man.
Correction. But it's a lot of hidden talent that
mhm.
the good scouting team they can find.
But most
That's
people
what you
don't
want.
real. But Winston, most people don't realize, like Brian Jordan, who played for us, chose to play baseball, but he started playing football with us and was a hell of a safety before he chose baseball. And people don't know, a lot of people don't know that he played football at Richmond, pretty much right there in your city, bro. And cats don't really
That is in my
realize
city.
that's what I'm saying, right in your city. And
Yeah,
folks don't
I went on a visit to him.
think about it, Winston. A lot of people don't realize just in that city alone, at both of them schools that's in that city, it's a ton of talent at both of them schools, Virginia Union and freaking Richmond. But again, we're not looking for some reason. We're not getting those. We want to go to the West Coast or go to the Midwest where you're having guys that haven't been challenged. We know it float around in certain small schools around certain parts of the South. We
Yeah.
know it's a lot of guys that could play SEC ball or Big Ten ball, but they either don't have the grades or they done got in trouble.
Exactly.
So
Yeah,
hey, bro, I got a question,
look at
right?
Cam Newton. Cam Newton had to go to JUCO, and
Exactly.
Yeah.
then he went from JUCO to Auburn and won a Heisman, and then
Exactly.
became a league MVP, all because of his grades.
Mhm.
Hmm.
Come on now, it's talent.
And
It's talent out there. You just gotta go find it.
I'm telling you, what's up, Zay?
So yeah, I know y'all was chopping it up. Why you ain't never think to be a scout, man?
What if I told you that might be in the works?
Mm, I believe it. I believe it. I know you be tapped in because I see you be talking to you. I'm like, man, that man Rod getting on them damn doors. Cause I'm like, shit, we need you on them Falcons, man. We
Bruh,
need you.
I'm gonna tell you this. If I had a chance to do that, my thing is I wouldn't worry about the big schools because it's easy to do. Give me the
Right,
hard job. Let me look after the smaller schools. Let me get the diamonds that y'all want to overlook. I could
right.
do that all day.
Hmm. Cause I'm
Cause
like, man, you be breaking these players down, bro. I be watching your shit, bro. Like, I gotta salute you with that shit, bro. Cause ain't the folks not breaking down that you and Winston, bro. Like that's why I watch y'all. Cause at first I used to just watch football, but then like y'all break down the small details, whether like even in wide receiver and they route running, they vision, the running backs
bro,
vision. You get what I'm
it's
saying?
it's a wide receiver that was a baller. And Winston, I know you've heard of him out of Johnson C. Smith, a boy named DeAndre Proctor. That boy is a monster at receiver. Just you talking about a guy that's 6'2", around 215, 220, 4'5", 4'4" guy.
Mm-hmm.
Great hands, strong as a blocker, and literally he's tough in traffic. Like I'll put it this way. If
Mm-hmm.
I got to compare him to a wide receiver body wise, physically, he looks like Mohamed Sanu physically. But when you talk about just being tough and just being a guy that you just don't want to deal with, he reminds me a lot of Jimmy Smith,
From the
who used to play
Ravens.
for who used to play for the Jags.
Oh, okay, yeah, yeah,
Yeah, the difference is Jimmy had a little bit more speed than he did, but when you talk about the way he plays, it's exactly the same, bro.
yeah. Yeah, I've been looking at these, I've been looking at all these prospects for real, and just trying to, cause me, I started really watching college a little bit more this year for real, but cause I'm just trying to see who the Falcons really can
Yeah.
who they can swoop up, man, cause we just need, cause Drake is a side, I think he out wide receiver one, you get what I'm saying? So it's just
Hmm.
you just gotta get them complementary pieces around him to. And just to free up for B John, you get what I'm saying? I don't know what's gonna go on with Pitts and all that, but
Yeah.
we
And
gotta see, man. We gotta see.
and if we ever get a chance to, and Winston, so you remember Josh Jarrett that played at Georgia, right? The D lineman, and he transferred to University of Southern Cal. I guess Winston stepped away, but
Yeah, who that is?
so he played at Georgia, but you got to remember he came in like right after the national championship situation where he just couldn't
Yeah,
get on the field. But now he's a starter at USC, and you're talking about a guy that's about around 340, around 6'3". No, I'm sorry, 6'5", 6'6", around that. And you're talking about a guy that's almost damn near 350 pounds, and he's a true defensive tackle and is a
for sure.
problem. Like most people don't like a lot of cats, they focus on certain regions. I look at talent all over the board. And when you talk about him at USC, I got to give him the credit because he trimmed down a little bit, but he's still strong as a bull at that defensive tackle. He's not coming out this year. He could have,
Mm-hmm.
but he's gonna probably come out next year. So y'all keep an eye on him. Name is Josh Jarrett. He's a kid out of North Carolina.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Cause and
Hmm.
then I was looking at I was watching the Falcons the video yesterday that they dropped on their YouTube channel where they was basically, taking going inside of the scout room and everything. I didn't get a chance to really look into our new assistant GM. What's his name? Jeff Scott. Because I
Yeah,
seen he had like a Philly background, and then I
highly
think he was
intelligent brother. Trust me.
yeah. So I was like, okay. I was like, look, I want to see because we got him like in the middle of the the middle of the scouting and everything. So he just got right in the mix of everything. So I was trying to see what he was really about because I ain't really get to watch no interviews on him or nothing.
Well, let's just put it this way. He finds diamonds and he understands how to help manage the money situation too. Ian
Sure.
understands that he's the man in charge, but the one thing you're noticing about Ian has put a staff around him. So it's not just him and the head coach and everybody else above him. No, he got people that's going to be able to mitigate a lot of the work that he has to do, and it makes it a lot easier for him. Pay attention to that.
For sure.
That's what Howie Roseman has done, and Ozzie Newsome did the same thing. What's up, James?
What's good, James? My God. Cause I was just watching, cause even like when we had those remember like during the combine when we
Hmm.
winded up bringing the whole staff there, and I was watching like the Eric DeCosta interview, and he was just
Yeah.
basically bringing that up. Like that was one of the things that he just said. He was basically saying it don't make sense if how can you go up there for a combine and not bring your whole staff up there, and then he just broke down like because I seen a lot of things that he was saying that I see that Ian is trying to, that he's trying to do with the Falcons for real. So I'm just hoping it all come to fruition for real. Cause I think Ian gonna be good. It's just I'm just keeping my eye on Stefanski for real. I just want to see see what's up with Stefanski though. That's my only thing though.
James will tell you it's a defensive lineman that's coming out of Ole Miss that we talked about, and I scouted him, and
Mm-hmm.
I know James knows him very well. That man, Harris, defensive tackle, who showed out last year, and you got to remember he was sitting behind a couple of people last year. Um, when you talk about uh, JJ Pegues was one that we talked about we wanted last year but didn't get him, and
Yeah.
oh man, I always forget the other kid's name, but he was sitting behind him, and you're talking about a guy that's 6 foot, around 6'7", 330 pounds, that's nasty at a D tackle spot, and he can run.
He
Okay.
he right at yeah 6'7", 6'8".
Uh-huh.
Um, very
He coming next year or this year?
nah
No, he's
nah
out this year.
he's out this shit. One of the most athletic defensive tackles I ain't seen in a while.
Mm.
He could
I gotta
play
look into him.
inside and out. He could play inside and out. What I mean by inside, he can play in the 3 technique and he can put him all the way to the 5 technique.
For
Hmm.
sure.
Very
And
athletic.
and he
Very
had the
athletic
most
for his
batted
size.
and had the most batted passes down this year too. By the way,
Yeah.
So what like that's what they got him ranged up to like the third round or something like that?
third and second round, late second round, high third round.
Okay. Okay. So
You
y'all
put a
be on
mammy
that
with
shit.
him. Yeah, you put that mammy in the middle with Mason Smith. You got
Jesus.
some shit, bro. You got some shit, bro, to be
Hey,
real.
hey, Jane, just think about this. You got him in the middle and outside, and you got Jalen Walker and all that, and they don't have to worry about the middle of the pocket.
Mhm.
Cause I just want cause if we can be able to like get these mobile quarterbacks, cause I feel like that's just been a if we can be able to contain like the move, cause we played Lamar Jackson this year. I forgot us we got Mahomes, you get what I'm saying? So
You
I I just hope hopefully we can be able to not really tend to really struggle with the mobile quarterbacks like how we used to for real. Like
you
and
do
hope
realize that's what Jane. You do realize that's what Jalen Walker's specialty was when he was at Georgia. That's why they called him a Swiss Army knife.
yeah, cause he was they had him like on QB spies and all that. Cause
Hmm.
we ain't really use him like that as much this year for real. Cause you know Auburn's really just wanted him to be at that edge for real and just
No,
perfect the edge
it
or
wasn't
go in
perfecting the edge. It was him learning that playbook. That was why he didn't
for
really.
sure.
They couldn't do much with him. And now that he's been in the system for a year, and James can attest to this because James, like we say, James is specialty is up front in the trenches with the big boys, just like Winston. When you talk about it, Jalen Walker will eat if they give him a true zero tech. And you will actually get to see him move around and do much more, and Divine Diablo too.
For
If
sure.
they get a true zero tech,
Yeah.
Y'all don't think linebacker we would chase another linebacker this year? Or you think
No,
we
no, 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 no,
set?
no,
Oh,
no, 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 no,
we
no,
we
no. You
can
got no,
draft
no,
one,
no.
but it's gonna
You
be later on.
it's gonna be later on. You got three
Yeah.
linebackers already that running a 4-4.
'Cause you
Oh,
got
We
he
four.
getting what you huh?
You got four of them. You got
Yo,
Diablo, you got Walker, you
Diablo,
got Harris,
Walker,
and you got
Harris,
Tyndall
Contender,
and
yeah,
Tyndall.
10 and 10. I forgot about
All
10.
four of them running 4-4.
shit,
and
Somewhere
Christian
between
Miller.
a 4-4-2 and um huh?
Oh,
no,
I
You
I
was
saying
didn't
saying
say
Christian?
Christian Miller.
anything.
Somebody say Christian Miller. No, that's a defensive line.
That's a D
But
line.
Oh
the,
shit, I'm tripping. I'm
and
tripping. Yeah.
you got Troy Anderson, and they
Yeah.
all run somewhere between a 4-4-2 and a 4-4-7.
But the question is, are they going to use Trey Anderson on the edge? Because being a linebacker for him, I think is tough because he struggles with processing and being able to read and react. You get what I'm saying? I think he'd be a better edge because of the speed and the size that he has, in my opinion.
And I was sitting there thinking the same thing too. But also, if you put a true zero tech in front of him, you get a actual space eater in front
Hmm.
of him, but he doesn't have the process shedding the block and diagnosing. Just read see ball, hit ball.
Yeah.
He probably be better off. You know what I'm saying?
And,
At
and
least a steady rotational piece in the inside linebacker.
James, I got a question for you because you're right down there in Mississippi, and I know you keep up with them boys over there at Jackson State too.
Hmm.
So I got two players that I put out because I did a HBCU show on Monday. There's a kid by the name of Jeremiah Williams, defensive tackle,
Hmm.
6'4", 330, and strong
Hmm.
as a bull and tough. Can play the zero
Hmm.
tech, and he can also play the three. And then his teammate Reed Pulliam, who can play middle linebacker, and he can also play outside backer as well. And I did a breakdown on both of them cats. How realistic do you think it is for us to bring in, some guys like that as undrafted free agents that could possibly work their way up the depth chart and get playing time here if we were to go over there in your state in Mississippi and try to pull some of that talent out of JSU in?
And so the thing is, excuse me, by the way, I'm kind of in pain right now. I had a flare up
Damn.
Okay.
today. Yeah,
Oh
say
shit.
I'm good. I'm
For
good.
sure.
I'm good. So
For
I may
sure.
be long, I may be slow and long winded with this. Just to be honest with y'all, when you get a player from the SIP, you get somebody that's tough already. When you when you go over to JSU and you give them a chance and an opportunity, if they work hard enough and they learn the schematics of the scheme, they can work their way up easily.
Mhm.
Um, thing is, because really when it comes to college and everything like that, it doesn't really matter where you come from. Even though people try to put a prestige on that, it's just how hard you're willing to work in order to learn the playbook, learn the playbook, develop your skills, and willing to put in the work. And when you get players from Jackson State, they still have that prime. They still have Coach Deion Sanders type of mold when it comes to grinding over there at Jackson State. And the thing is, within the situation is, if Atlanta does that, I can see them possibly on the roster, or even giving them a chance to make the being on the practice squad as well.
Yeah.
Um, Within that situation. Because for the simple fact it is that those Jackson State players, as you see, they carried on that tradition of winning, and them boys know how to win. And you get two true defensive tackles from there and develop them. You got a diamond in the rough, to be
Well,
real.
one of them is Jeremiah Williams is a defensive tackle. Reed Pulliam is actually a linebacker. That's why I was putting those guys out because
Yeah,
both of those guys were two top players in the SWAC, along with my man Kelby Givens that's over at Southern who plays edge, and he demanded three. He demanded two or three people at all times.
yeah.
At
And
all
and the,
times.
and the thing was, that's how I was focusing more on the defensive tackle
Mm-hmm.
because I don't. If they do linebacker, I think it's gonna be more of a practice squad type of thing with the
Yeah.
linebacker situation. But they know they have a need at their 0 to 3 technique. So
Mm-hmm.
that's why I was focusing on more of the 0 to 3 technique because if you get that 6'4", 330 monster and you get him developed, yeah,
And
man, it's gonna be a boy. Look, let me stop.
hey Winston, just think about this, man, and see James talking like that, like he got a good piece of steak in front of him. I'm gonna give you this here. Think about this, y'all. That boy runs a 5'2" in his 40. When I
What's his
say
name?
Jeremiah Williams,
Oh, I bet.
and when you look at him, you talking like James was saying, is one thing you got to understand. It's not just the prime effect. My favorite player is Walter Payton, and you look at all the players that's done ever come out of Jackson State, like dog. They got a pride in the tradition at that school when you talk about football players. Don't matter what side of the ball. And we just talked about Jimmy Smith, who played for the Jaguars. He's a Jackson State alum. So when you
Mhm.
talk about those guys, the Silk boys, they tough. You talk about being able to be football players. They're not just specialists, they are football players. You put them anywhere, they'll play. And that's why I said I respect anything that come up out of the Silk, and I respect anything that come up out of Louisiana. I hate Grambling because they're a rival, because I love my Southern Jaguars, But that is another pipeline because they got some kids over there right now that actually could play. So we spend time talking about all the guys from the big schools, but the way I kind of geared the draft, Zay, I
Hmm.
geared the draft towards a lot of guys that are coming from HBCUs or FCS schools because
Yeah.
or guys that are playing D1 schools that you don't hear about, like Riley Malman. Riley Malman is an offensive tackle and he plays just like John Runyon. A little rough, a little rugged, that needs a little molding, but you can't coach 6'8" and over 320 pounds that can move from side to side like a ballerina. You can't coach that.
hmm and let me put some perspective on the SIP. About 20 years ago, it was hard for anybody. Well, I ain't gonna say hard, but you had to stand out on the film
Mm-hmm.
in order to be recruited how you recruited in the state of Mississippi.
Mm-hmm.
When it came to the mid 2000s, when well, I ain't gonna say the mid 2000s, I'm gonna say in the 2010s, when you had a DK Metcalf coming up in
Mm-hmm.
the AJ Brown and what's the old boy? DK Metcalf, Chris Jones, Jeffrey Simmons,
Yep.
um, um,
You can't forget about them boys in Mississippi State either. You got that boy Sweat that played over Josh Sweat that played over
it,
there. And
it was
man,
Montez Sweat. That was
yeah, Montez
Montez
Sweat,
Sweat.
my bad. Montez Sweat, Fletcher Cox came out of
House
Mississippi State
for
too.
state.
Hmm.
Yeah, Chris
Yeah.
Jones. Uh,
Mm-hmm.
you know the NFL when you see they see the toughness what's going on. That's why you're seeing a lot of schools now coming into the city trying to take everything they can. Like
Exactly.
for example, the number one receiver in the nation came from my alma mater named Tristan Keys.
Yep.
Um,
At Tennessee now.
yeah, at Tennessee. I had the pleasure of watching this 5 star when he was coming up as a junior, sophomore, junior, and senior. And they starting. He has a little brother that already has two offers from Texas A&M and Tennessee right now.
For
That's
sure.
finna come up. That's finna come up. And you got places like even Winston. I'm gonna be honest with you. Oregon in here strong.
Mm-hmm.
Oregon in here strong. Oregon sends people to the SIP in Alabama and Louisiana to snatch them out of there. They see these colleges now are seeing the gritness and the toughness that these players at the SIP, we call it getting it out the mud.
Yep.
We call it getting it out the mud. So the recruiting standpoint is they see that the players are here in Mississippi and they recruiting it at a high rate. I have a matter of fact, you talking about defensive tackle. It's a defensive tackle at my alma mater now. He's 6'4", he's 6'4", 330. Ryan.
Mm.
6'4", 330 had 18 sacks last year as a sophomore.
And I guarantee you he probably play offensive line too.
No, he don't. He don't. He plays strictly defensive line.
Okay.
It's we got a crop coming up. We got a crop. The 28 class is
Yeah.
gonna be special. We got a safety coming out. He got offer from Ole Miss, Mississippi State. And that defensive lineman, he probably got about 10, 12. He probably got like 12, 13 offers right now. And he's part of the 28 class. But let me digress. Because if you look at the simple fact it is a lot of the Hall of Famers that's in the Hall of Fame came from the
Yep.
SIP.
Yep.
Walter Payton,
My
Ray
idol.
Guy,
Mm-hmm. No,
Steve McNair.
Ray Guy's a Georgia guy that went to school at Southern Miss.
Miss. Yeah, I know that's
Yeah.
what I'm saying. But
Oh, you
he
talking about
was
going to school there? My bad. I thought you were talking about
going to
born and
well, yeah.
raised.
Yeah, going to school there, but because he was sipped through and through once he graduated because he put like
Mm-hmm.
he when he was living, I had a chance to meet him one time, and
Hmm.
when he was living, and he was Mississippi through and through. That's all he talked about, and he talked about the recruiting in the area at the time,
Mm-hmm.
and like a Steve McNair. I'm
Rest
gonna
in
get, I'm
peace.
gonna
Rest in
I'm
peace.
gonna give you another one, underrated one. Clinton Portis is from here.
Yep, born
Uh,
there and raised in Gainesville.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
I got one for you. I got one for you because I had him on my show. Bobby Bowden took him because he was supposed to go to Georgia, but he chose to go to Florida State. Kes McCorvey. A lot of
Yeah,
people forget that he was a Mississippi boy.
yeah.
Yeah,
Um,
y'all. Willie Brown, Hall of Fame corner.
a corner. Yeah.
Like that's who invented the bump and run.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of cats don't like, bruh. A lot of cats really don't understand that y'all done had some stuff to come out of that state. Robert Brazil, even though he's an Alabama guy, he like you
Mm-hmm.
say, he talk about his time at Jackson State. Him and Walter Payton were the first two teammates drafted out of the same school in the first round, and they both Hall
Mm-hmm.
of Famers. How go figure?
I ain't even mentioned Jerry Rice.
Hell, Jack,
Uh,
you forgot one, Jackie Slater. A lot of people forget
yep.
about him.
Mm.
Yeah, Jackie Slater. You know, and the thing is, and within the recognition is starting for it's finally being made because
Man,
at one point of time, Mississippi actually led with having players within the NFL. I'm not going to
yep.
say that now, but back in the day, he used to, if he ain't from the SIP, oh, we ain't,
It, it's
mm-mm.
only a couple of states that I can say that, but us true, like James, true college ball knowers or just like ball knowers all in general, we knew which states was prime. Mississippi was always slept on. Always slept
Mm-hmm.
on.
So what y'all think about that boy Trinidad coming up
Trinidad is a
coming up
good
next year?
Trinidad
Chamber.
moved. He came down from Michigan because you got to remember he played. He's a Michigan dude. Came down from Fair
Mm-hmm.
State and brought that shit to the Silk and balled
Mm-hmm.
the hell out. Got to give it to him.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Cause y'all think they still going, even though they lost Lane Clifton last year, y'all still feel like they still going.
they're gonna be tough. They still gonna be tough.
Fact.
They're gonna be tough. The Ole Miss is gonna be tough. Mississippi
Oh
State
man,
may be Mississippi State may even be tough as well. If that coach can develop over there, I forgot his name, but if he can develop over there at Mississippi State, because he
Yeah.
got a prime quarterback in Camario Taylor. I
yes
watched this
Lord,
boy in per. I watched this boy in person.
him
This
and his
boy,
brother.
him and his brother.
Whew.
They, bruh, they
Mm.
are. They was the truth. Even though they lost their state championship game, you seen that boy there can be the truth if he's developed right.
Georgia tried to recruit both of them, and the problem was they recruited the little brother too late because Camario wanted to come to Georgia, but he said if y'all not gonna take my little brother on the first offer like me, I'm not coming, and they stayed home. And James, this is something else that nobody don't talk about, and you can attest to this. It's
Hmm.
hard to get them boys to leave Mississippi. That's what people don't realize. Like a
I'm gonna
lot of them boys
say,
want to stay
For
home.
sure.
yeah, that's true. But now with the NIL and how the NIL is flowing in the set right now,
Hmm.
yeah, like Tristan Keys, not knocking it. He's worth a meal right now coming out of high school.
Yeah,
Um, so the NIL, it's not as hard as now, but they always if they don't pan out, they always transfer back in to the SIP if they wanted to.
and
Um,
respecting the Kobe Dean too. By the way, that's another Mississippi boy. We got
I
him.
watched him. I watched him in high school. He could have been a mean running back too. Do you know that, Ryan?
Yeah, James, we recruited him as a linebacker, but I found
Hmm.
out that when I looked at the tape that he played tailback, and they say he was really a better running back than he was a linebacker, and that said a
That's
lot.
true. That's true. That's true. I watched him in the state championship game. The state championship game was in my area that year, and I had the pleasure of watching the Kobe Dean. When I say it, I said when I seen that boy, I knew that boy was going to Georgia. I knew that boy was going to start because he was a monster on both sides of the ball. He
And
was a
how
monster.
And here's the scary part about him. The thing that gets overlooked, if he stays healthy, which I know he's gonna get on a different program and it's gonna help him out because he's just still trying to adjust to the league. His intelligence at that linebacker spot is second to none. That's the thing
Yeah,
that
that's true.
always gets overshadowed. Like he's highly intelligent.
That's true. He
And
very would.
I just hate the fact that he's had to go through all those injuries or whatnot. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
But I
that's
know
true.
that's part of the but we know that's part of the game though.
Mm-hmm.
But
Yeah.
y'all that Winston, there's one
Y'all
thing I can
dropped
say
the
about them
game, bro.
boys.
Y'all
Bro,
niggas dropped the game.
Zay, this is
Got
another thing.
to.
Like, I'm gonna give you this. One of my favorite corners that I watched in the league was Fred Smoot. That's another Mississippi boy. Played for the Skins
Mm-hmm.
and played for Mississippi State and came out on Hines Community College. I was supposed to
Yeah.
play at Hines, but just some stuff
Yeah.
happened and things changed up. So I'm Winston and Jane, when I say I'm familiar with the SIP, I'm real familiar with the SIP.
Cause you
Yeah,
play
boy.
safety, right?
Yep. Like
Yeah.
I'm gonna put it this way. I went to Hines Community College down there. I showed out, but they weren't trying to take. And the thing is, it's political. They don't like to take a lot of out of towners. They'll tell you that. I found that
Mm-hmm.
out when I went to go try out. And Dante Moncrief, before he went to Ole Miss, he was at Hines. And me and
Mm-hmm.
him was going at it. And it was like, damn, he could keep up with him. Like, yeah, like I deal with niggas from Florida all the time. This ain't shit to me. And I was talking shit. So, it's one of those things where you gotta look at it like Mississippi got some fucking athletes. Like when I say they got athletes, bro.
Yeah.
And I just think that they don't get the respect and the credit that they should get because if you look at it, look at how many Hall of Famers they had. And we forgot another running back, Jimmy Taylor, the only man to beat
Yeah.
Jim Brown in the rushing title. Because Jim got 8 out of the 9 years Jim was in the league, he won 8 rushing titles. And he only lost out once, and that was to Jimmy Taylor, who came out of LSU and Hines Community College. And that's a Mississippi boy.
Mm-hmm.
So, and a Hall of Famer. So when you sit back and you look at some of these cats, man, and you just shake your head like, dog, you got talent all over the place. And the question is, when are these scouts gonna start looking at these talented areas where you really got diamonds? When are we gonna start doing it? Is it gonna be
They
this
doing it.
regime?
Yeah, they doing it like they doing it now. They they
Oh,
they they traveling in the SIP like it's you know what I'm saying. Like I always see, I'm saying like when I look at the SIP now and how the SIP
mm-hmm.
set up, hey boy,
Jane, I just want the Falcons to, if this my thing.
Hmm.
HBCU talent, and I want to
hmm
get stuff out of Georgia. We've been getting stuff out of Alabama, and I want to get, and we've been getting stuff out of LSU. I want to start getting more stuff out of out of Mississippi because
hmm
the last true great player that we drafted out of Mississippi was Jarius Norwood, and injuries killed his career.
yeah,
Oh
Jerry's
yeah, that running
Norwood
back we had back in
and
the
and
day.
um and Jerry he came from the SIP.
That's right. Jared
Pierre,
did come from the SIP. P.L.
yeah, he
Jared.
came from yeah Pierre Jerry he came from the SIP.
When he Mississippi State.
Ole Miss, if I'm not mistaken, he made
Okay.
Ole Miss. If I'm not mistaken. Yeah, he came from the great school at that point in time called Sapanola. And Sapanola in the 2000s and early 2010s was a school to be reckoned with. They beat national teams before. Uh, they was they have they I think they up there with a school called West Point. And it's another school, Louisville.
Mm-hmm.
Now let me tell you about Louisville. Louisville is one of the smallest schools. I think they like 3A, 4A in the state of Mississippi. But they can beat 6A, 7A teams in the SIP, like powerhouse teams. Like they be neck and neck. That's how good they is up there at Louisville. They got a running back coming out now. He been playing since he was in the ninth grade. He gonna be a senior this year. That boy, that a monster. I watched him in person. He gonna be the next one of the next great running backs in the SEC.
So
Strap,
y'all watch these
strap,
players, right?
strap. You
Oh, good, good,
hold on.
good.
Strap. You got the alert too about Mike Vrabel. Y'all
Oh
see that?
damn, what?
What
Let me
happened?
see.
It said that Mike Vrabel has alerted the team that he will not be there for day 3 of the draft because he's going to go to cancel.
Damn.
Yeah, so him smashing goddamn Diana Reese Cena. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
I'm seeing it now.
Yeah,
Yeah.
cause he cheated. That nigga cheated on his wife, right? That nigga cheated on his wife and shit.
Diana Reese Cena was married too. See, that's
But
the issue. Diana, and Mike Vrabel are both married. She told her husband that she was going to a goddamn a woman, women's retreat, women vacation, girl days out type shit. Come to find out, she's in Arizona with Mike Vrabel. Now there were some girls in the picture, but Vrabel was there too. And if you go back and look at her interviews and stuff, like she was always pushing like certain players towards New England, New England, New England. Mind you, she also got a vote. She has a MVP vote. See, that's where the
she
issue's
voted
at.
for Drake May, right?
Yeah. Now,
Mm,
here's
shit.
another thing. All right. So she was working for the Athletic. The Athletic is owned by the New York Times. The Athletic had cleared her, and then the New York Times said, like, nah, that shit don't even add up. We're gonna do an investigation, and to sit there and save the scrutiny that her husband was about to go under, that's why she ended up resigning. And that's why you had Vrabel being quiet all day. Then he took and released a statement earlier today or yesterday. I think it was earlier today. Well, it might have been yesterday. Anyway, he released a statement and then now he's sitting there saying that, yeah, well, I'm not going to be at other jump day 3 of the draft because I'm going to go cancel. He said he had to, you know, apologize to a lot of people and this, that, and third, and the other. So, but yeah, a strap. It's very possible that he get suspended
Michael Irvin.
because
Did y'all see
the
that
the
podcast Up in Smoke when
coaches.
Michael Irvin talked about it?
Oh no, I ain't see it.
Hey,
What about
if
Steven
y'all get a
Jackson
chance,
and Matt Barnes?
yeah, him. It was him, Mad Max, Vernon Maxwell was on there with him, and Michael
Mm.
Irvin talked about it. He said, "Boy, I know what that feel like. I done had that long walk to the house and can't make no excuse for it, and can't come up with nothing quick enough for it." Like Irvin was rubbing the chair, looking like he was reminiscing of how bad it was. So,
Cause that nigga really going. I know that nigga going through it. I seen that press conference when he had to sit in front of the media. What? Cause I think they had their off season program for real. They started their program the Patriots, and he was up there talking about that shit. You can see that shit in his face. He know he fucked up. And like
Yeah,
Winston,
but
that
see,
Cannon,
dude
like,
sick.
but see,
uh,
the thing with a head coach in their contract, they got a code of conduct shit too, just
yep.
like a player do. So it's very possible that he fucking around and gets suspended for a couple of games.
Oh, so no, he
Depending
ain't get
depending how
fired.
far, yeah, depending. But I mean, he ain't gonna get fired. Hell,
Yeah,
Robert
he
Kraft
winning.
got hell, he winning, and the owner of the team is Robert Kraft that got caught getting goddamn toe jobs and the goddamn massage parlor. He's not gonna fire him.
Hey
Hell
yo,
no.
was it crazy?
He just said, "Welcome to the club, man. Have a seat with me. Let me tell you
Yeah,
what I'm
man.
doing this anyway."
No, yeah, he probably sitting there patting him on the, hey, brother. We all go through that. It's all right though.
And now
Go on,
Diana
go on, go on, get your counseling. Da 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 da. Come on back.
and now Diana Rossini's getting ready to get a
Cause you
podcast
see,
and get
like
paid because she
the
about to lose her
biggest. Oh
credentials.
shit. Run top. Good. No, keep going. Cause my audio went out.
Oh
And
no, can y'all hear
that's
me?
how they be doing that shit. They just
No,
start. They try to start their
and
own brand,
that's what I was saying.
just like Patrick Beverly for real. When he had his shit going on, that nigga Ron and fucking Jason Williams start fucking with them niggas. Straight just
Let's be
started his
real.
own shit.
Let's be real on this. Diana Rossini about to get a podcast, but the crazy part about the whole thing, she will never get credentials to do anything sports wise anymore after that because she literally just slit her own throat
Did
doing
she
what she did.
did she get caught up? Did she get caught up one more other time? If I'm not mistaken.
She had to resign.
Yeah,
They
I know
said
from this
they
situation, but I
What you
thought
saying?
she
they
had
Something happened
said
another
before?
issue with ESPN before.
Yep.
yeah, like it was alleged, well, it was thought
Yeah.
of that she may have been getting insider information from frivolous frivolous
That shit
actions.
crazy.
Can we just go ahead? Can we just go ahead and say it because we on the eye test?
Yeah,
Hey,
man, she was out there fucking for her information.
she was
Long
giving
story short,
she was giving up that pussy for that article for getting that first scoop. That's what that was.
Word.
so
Damn.
shit. Like
Shit.
that what was going on. But they've been saying this for years. And I'm talking about years
But it
with
ain't
Diana
just her.
Rousseau.
But it ain't just her.
That's
It's a
why
couple of them females that work. Like Sage Steele is another one who was on some stuff like that.
That shit
Hey,
crazy.
still
mm-hmm.
Hmm.
the young
Say
one.
say, no, say still with the curly hair. They used to be
Oh,
on
yeah, yeah, yeah,
other
yeah.
job.
Why
And
do
then
you
she
think she's not
disappeared.
on there no more?
Yeah, then she disappeared.
Bro, like, let's put it this way: the females that got ethic, like the people that's got ethics in the journalism world, they're the ones that are long standing. But then you have the ones who have careers. All that shit comes out, and they always get caught. It never fails.
Yeah, like Shawty they got fired because she spoke on the jump. And she was
Hmm.
like, Diana got what she deserved because we all knew, like all of insiders, we knew what was going on. Like you, she's had fights in what did it say, Applebee's parking lot with some women because they thought that she was fucking their husband who were coaches and stuff in the NFL.
Diana Rossini
And
must have
yeah,
some
like
crazy stuff or whatever to get all these
she,
dudes acting stupid for that. She ain't even that attractive to me.
like
Man, yeah, a little bobbing and weaving, man. May go a little crazy with it. I got the info for you.
Oh god.
I got the scoop. I got the inside.
uh,
Hey, hey Jane, what they say is always the crazy ones.
Uh,
no
Yeah,
bullshit.
yeah,
She
yeah.
might be one of them crazy ones.
Uh, yeah.
She friendly in them interviews, like watch them like some of them interviews that started resurfacing like when they was talking to each other about I guess the players and all that. You can just tell like they couldn't like they always kept when they was looking at each other, they'd look away like you just seen the guilt for real. Like you just knew something was going on between them two. Like that shit crazy.
Didn't she cover basketball at one point too?
Yeah, that's what I was talking about. Yeah,
Yeah.
Oh, I'm
yeah,
saying,
yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah, Diana
I
Rossini
think,
covered the NBA. That's where I remember her from.
yeah, yeah, but that was a grip ago, and
I
then she
Yeah,
know.
switched
that
over.
one.
I
That was
had to
some of them
think.
So,
accusations came from her basketball stuff.
No wonder. That's right. Oh, that's right. They were trying to
hmm
say she was trying to flirt with LeBron, and LeBron wasn't having it.
hmm
Hmm.
and
That's right.
then she moved over to full side of football.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
Making
like
more sense.
that's why I said like the accusations have been out there for years, and
Mm,
I mean years. This ain't like something that just happened the past 5 years. No, like we talking down the road type shit.
mm.
So I
Look at
mean,
that
yeah,
10 and
like
some change with the.
the best thing she can do is go open up a podcast and just
And,
monetize. Like that's about the best thing she can do.
Come fuck
and
with the eye test.
Girl, she come to
man,
our time.
man, you finna look, Zay. You finna get look, Zay. You finna get half us cased up when she trying to get information. Hell no.
Say
Look,
nah,
I,
I'm fucking with y'all. I'm
look,
fucking
look,
with y'all.
look. Wait a minute, Zay. Look, I got
What's
some
up?
plugs. I got some plugs or whatever for info. And that's how I be getting it. I ain't finna fuck up my plugs. Fucking with her ass.
Oh yeah, nah, hell nah.
Fuck that.
I ain't gonna let you go out like that, bro. You know I'm fucking around. know that bird cage, man. We can't fuck with that bird cage
Hey,
LLC, man.
hey, Winston. I ain't gonna
Uh huh.
lie to you. If she ever did try to come my way, I pass it to y'all because y'all insensitive. I be like, hey man, I got somebody over here that definitely ask some good questions and they do some great work.
All right. I'm gonna ask. Hey, look,
Yep.
Diana. Before we even welcome to the eye test. But let's get down to the nitty gritty. Did you fuck him? Did you fuck him?
Oh, bro.
You know what? That'll be an episode where I can see you, James. And damn, John Harris on here.
John in the chair looking at the screen like, what did you fuck him? Did you fuck him?
and then look, I can hear James now coming in there. She did.
See, the fact of the matter is,
Hey, James,
uh,
I think y'all can have a hell of an interview with Dan Rusini, boy.
Boy, look, well, that interview, I'll be saying some shit. She'll block me. Hey, man.
Y'all niggas crazy.
Nah, Zay, man, it's just what it is, bro. We all, like I
Hell
said,
yeah, of course.
we just all on that. Oh, speaking of that, oh, Winston. So May 7th, man, put this on your calendar. May 7th, I got Curtis Allen coming on to the Birdcage, y'all. That's the cat that won the Harlan Hill Award out of Virginia Union. I got him coming on. Just got the AOK from his head coach, and they passed me his stuff. So May 7th, I'm gonna have a Harlan Hill Award winner, which is pretty much the FCS Heisman Trophy winner, and he's the first to do it. He's the first to do it from an HBCU, by the way, and broke all the Danny Woodhead's records too.
Oh yeah, Danny Wood from New England and shit. I remember
Yeah,
that little nigga.
Curtis Allen had over 30 touchdowns and what was 2,409 yards this year on the ground.
Shit, Ryan, you gotta get Mike Smith back on that motherfucker.
I reach out to Coach Smith and see what's up. I just ain't bothered him because I know he been busy out here and he been enjoying retirement.
Yeah.
That man chilling. He enjoying fishing and he ain't thinking about football. He did. He said I had my time and he said I'm enjoying retirement.
Yeah, cause he ain't coach at the he ain't get another head coaching job and he left us, right?
He went to Tampa. He did. He coached the Bucks.
Before Raheem got there.
Mm-hmm.
Damn. I forgot you was up there, bitch.
Yep. And he chilling now, man. Think about it. That man got a Super Bowl ring for being an assistant coach with the Ravens. He's the winningest coach in Atlanta franchise history. Like, what else do we need to prove at this point?
Him, cause I remember you even told niggas about that I feel like cause I was looking into him too. This should have got another chance. That nigga Lovey Smith, yo. I don't know why Lovey Smith don't get another gig at it. I feel like that shit in Houston, that wasn't really they was trying to get that nigga to tank up that motherfucker.
And Lovey wasn't going for that. But let's just
Yeah.
say that.
that
Go ahead,
go ahead.
so Winston.
No, I would sit there and say that's why he not getting another chance because he went against the owner.
Yep.
The owner wanted to pick. He would rather win because it reflect better on the player, reward their hard work. That's what a good coach does.
Yep. And
And the,
here's the crazy part about that situation. Lovey isn't that much of a goodwill ambassador like you think. I'm not going to reveal what former Chicago Bears player that I had an encounter with, and we had that conversation off the record. I'll
Mhm.
just say this: Lovey Smith is grimy as hell. He can win
Damn.
games, but he was grimy, like he really was grimy as hell, and that was one of the reasons why the Bears got rid of him. It was, bruh. When I say that work environment it was a fucked up place, but a lot of people don't know it. It really was. But I still respect Lovey for what he did, and I think he can still be a good winning coach. But when you hear stuff like that from former players saying that about that dude, that make you think twice about, do you really want to bring that to Atlanta at this point
Oh shit.
with all the drama we done had?
Some shit. Mm.
No, that's right, Wallace. He was the DC there. He actually got offered the head. I'm sorry, Wallace. He got offered the head coaching job. He turned it down and became the DC there.
What the
shit.
chat talking about? They got that boy Antonio up in there. Antonio strapped up. Oh yeah, Wallace, he was on the show with us earlier. What's good, Wallace? Wait, how? Nah, that was somebody. Nah, that was the other guy that was on there. I thought that was him.
Now, I was trying to tell Wallace that he turned down the I mean, he took the defensive coordinator job because he turned down the head coaching job. They were trying to give him that job. So, no, you're right. On that part, you are. But the other part about it, nah, because he said that in the interview with us. He didn't want that. He didn't want that pressure because he dealt with enough of that in Atlanta.
Mm.
Uh, ain't nothing wrong with that. Shit, you done did what you could do. Fuck it. Like at that point, you already got a ring. You
Yeah,
got stats. You like your name is known. If you want to keep coaching as a head coach, go for it. If not, find something to make you happy. Go be happy.
man. I still think like in this situation with us, if and I'm not wishing this
What's
because
going on, man?
we needed to work out. How do y'all feel if Kevin Stefanski don't get this shit straight in 2 years, 3 years?
Let it ass go.
What direction would y'all want to go to?
Dep-
What they gonna get
depending on
Tomlin?
no
Tomlin ain't
Tom shit.
he
Tomlin,
done. He ain't coming back. He already said that. He
yeah,
enjoying
Tomlin
life.
going to the boot. He
Yeah.
on he
Damn.
on Sunday Night Football now.
Yeah.
But I
Tomlin
thought, but
and
I know he got that gig over there. But I thought he was just taking a year off. I ain't know bro was
man, his daughter is in college and he enjoying watching his daughter compete in college athletics. He ain't
Oh yeah,
worried about that.
she in Georgia for real.
Yeah.
Like Tomlin did everything. Hell, like you been coach for like 20 years.
At Tomlin
Never had a
never had
losing season. Never had a losing season. Like you done did everything. If you want to
bruh,
go back to coaching, that's
no
cool.
coach
Take time and recollect yourself.
no coach in the NFL has ever done what he did. No coach has never had he's the only coach in NFL history not to have a losing season. Let that marinate. Why would you want to go back and tarnish your record? You're a first ballot Hall of Famer.
Mm.
And you got a Super Bowl ring on you got a Super Bowl championship in your back pocket. So you're a first ballot Hall of Famer. Regardless of what everybody say about him consistently going to the playoffs and losing, he never had a losing season.
For sure. But what's your thing with stuff like not what's your thing like what makes you feel like Stefanski might not be the right coach for us though? Because me, I'm not gonna lie, that whole Cleveland shit, bro. I get the last 2 years, like you get what I'm saying, and I get the whole totality of the losing record and everything. But from what happened before he got there, and like I was telling Winston earlier, like all the shit that was going on, the drama, the Odell shit. You get what I'm saying? The leadership was fucked up there. And then he get there, basically it was with the same roster, Odell, Nick Chubb, Jarvis Landry, you had your defense and all that. And he was able to come in there, turning around in that one season, you get what I'm saying, that first year. And then he had the Deshaun Watson shit, the contract. And then the 23 season. You get what I'm saying? They make the playoffs where they had like 3, 4 quarterbacks with Deshaun. Who else was the quarterback? Was Brissett? Nah, Brissett wasn't there. It was PJ Walker.
Man,
You get what I'm saying?
he had 13 different quarterbacks the whole time he was there. 13. You can look that up.
Right.
And here's my thing. You walk from a fucked up situation and you're walking into a situation that's already still been a mess for years.
For
You're
sure.
literally like put it this way, being in a fucked up situation is a fucked up situation no matter how you look at it. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And he's walking into a fucked up situation that has to be cleaned up. Period.
Yeah. Cause it
So
looked like he, in my opinion, like cause he even said he was willing to take a OC job if nothing was going to like come up. You get what I'm saying? If it came down to it. And then like in my opinion, he never even really, even though Penix not his guy, Tua not his guy. That's why I'm a little concerned why it might not work because he never had a chance to really get his guy, which I mean at quarterback. You get what I'm saying? He like in another situation where it's
don't
like, all right, I
don't be
gotta.
surprised. Don't be surprised if Haynes King don't get pulled here in Atlanta. I know a lot of people don't want to hear
Yeah,
that.
for
And
sure.
James and Winston, I know y'all done heard that too already. It's a possibility that Haynes King could be his guy because he really likes Haynes King, by the way.
Georgia Tech, right?
Yep. Haynes just need to work on his accuracy. The toughness is not the problem. Him being a scrambler, him being able to make plays is not the issue because he's just got to get better with his accuracy, and that can be worked on.
Right.
But again, all I can say is don't be surprised if he don't try to bring Haynes King in here or bring a quarterback similar to that here.
But
If they
and then
don't
that's
go this year.
my
Here's
thing,
here's
right? Oh, good. Go ahead,
go ahead.
Wilson.
No,
No, go ahead.
go ahead. Zach.
And
I
that's
don't
my
think we
thing.
go
Like,
quarterback. I don't think we go quarterback though. But if we do,
yeah,
Haynes King will be that dude because they it's something about him that keeps popping up, and you're noticing that Falcon scouts are around that kid. Think about it.
because you take another quarterback. Now you sitting at see. I'm not saying he'd do it or not. We don't know. You get what I'm saying? You you going to basically be in a similar situation you was in Cleveland. Now you sitting with what? Tua, Mike, Trevor Simeon, and now you got Haynes King. So like that's why I'm like, if you do that, like why that's why I don't want him to get another quarterback. I hope he don't do it. Cause it's like how you gonna work, like how that's gonna work, bro. Like, you feel me? It just I don't know. It just seemed like you gonna be back in the Cleveland situation again.
Exactly. It's like here's my thing. All right, if we go draft a quarterback this year in the later round, fifth, fourth, fifth, sixth, right?
Hmm.
With the scenario that we already have, with the holes that we already have, what is the value in drafting that quarterback now? Because here's the question: when do you expect him to actually get on the field? Because if you don't think that he's going to be able to be in contention of being the starter next year, then you want to go draft another quarterback anyway. If Tua and Penix don't work out this year, or if Tua won too much money because he done bought out or whatever, or Penix wins the competition and he flames out, you're drafting a quarterback next year. Now there's no getting around it. You're drafting a quarterback.
Yeah. Cause
So
it's gonna be a high pick. That shit gonna be a high pick too.
exactly. So here's my thing. Now, what did I sit there and say about the GM? Because now you got a tarnish on your record because you done drafted a quarterback when we had these holes, and you took and used a pick to go get a quarterback when you got Penix there, you got Tua in here for free, and you got Trevor Simeon as the emergency quarterback. So if this player that you done drafted in the fourth, fifth, sixth round can't get on the field when that draft slot could have went to another player that could have either been a fringe starter or a starter or a special teamer.
Mhm. And then
How did
like
that
go ahead.
that's pretty much like what we did with the goddamn Kirk Cousins and Michael Penix scenario. Because if you were going to go draft Penix, you should have used that money on Kirk that we spent on Kirk Cousins in free agency and built a team up. If you were going to run with Kirk, then you should have used that draft pick and went got a player that was going to get on the field.
And then Winston is like, you take a quarterback in this draft, and then and say like you said, if it don't work out for Penix or Tua in 2026, and then where's like in a situation where you gonna have to draft a quarterback in 27, but then like, are you really gonna draft a quarterback in 27, or you gonna let Haynes King or whoever the quarterback is, you gonna like it's going you are you gonna play him in that next season? You get what I'm saying? Because they're gonna look at it like, why would you draft a quarterback in that draft in that 2027 draft, if you just drafted a quarterback last year, you're not gonna let him rock out. You get, I don't know. It would just start some
Exactly.
dysfunction for
It
real.
it doesn't make sense.
It
Like
don't make sense.
it
It really
it
don't.
wouldn't make sense because you basically you did the exact same shit they got the last regime fired. You took and went spent big money on a quarterback, and then you turn around with that first pick you took and went got a quarterback. Then you have quarterback issues, and y'all got fired because of this contract and the use of a first round pick on a quarterback. You couldn't decide on which one you wanted to run with. All right. So if you know for one, you only got 5 draft picks in the first place. So unless you make a move, trade somebody or trade back or whatever to accumulate more draft picks, if we go through this entire draft with only 5 draft picks, and you take and use one of those draft picks on a fucking quarterback, and the 2 quarterbacks that you have, and as in Pennis and Tua, if they don't work out, you're drafting another quarterback next year. Because if you drafting Haynes King that late, he's a developmental project. So you don't expect him to be ready to start next season anyway.
Yep. And that,
So
hey, Winston, why do you think I was saying that? You could get him late, and knowing those guys, they're already thinking about that because you got 2 quarterbacks that can't stay out of the hospital. You got another journeyman quarterback in Simeon, and then you'd have a rookie in Haynes King that would be here. But the thing is, he's a project, but once he's polished, he's gonna be a problem. But the
yeah,
question is, do
but
you want to
how
make
long?
him? That's what I'm saying. Do you want to make him a project for you to take on? And how long is your owner going to be patient with you with your job at that point?
Yeah, because that's
Exactly.
that's what I was saying, Rod. Like if you take a quarterback this draft, you get what I'm saying, and then like that 2027 class where you see his quarterbacks coming out in that draft, and Mike and Tua don't work out, would you are you going to just rock out with that quarterback that you took in this 2026 draft and pass on getting a quarterback in the 27 draft? But then like how do you know if if he's that guy? Like you get what I'm saying? Like for you to feel like it's good enough for you to just pass up on taking a quarterback in 27.
So here's the
See,
thing: you
like,
got
the,
assets next year. That's the big thing.
no, but
Mhm.
like for us to go draft a quarterback this year, there is a conversation that needs to happen between the head coach, the GM, Matt Ryan, Arthur Blank. Hey, Art, Matt, such and such, Ian, um, how stable is my job? In all actuality, do you want to build this the right way where we have multiple insurance policies? Do you want the more immediate effect? Like, what is my leash? And that's a conversation that has to happen before the draft starts. Because if you sit there, if Stefanski taking and push in to go get goddamn Haynes King, and we only have 5 draft picks, and he pushed him to go get Haynes King, and Haynes King can't get on the field or be effective on the field
hmm
anytime soon, his ass getting fired. And when
I
he
don't.
get fired, then Haynes King as Jonathan Martin will fuck around and get released very soon after,
And we still be
which
in
is
that same
the
situation with no quarterback.
once again.
Only reason
So
why I said only
that's the question.
Winston. The only reason why I said that was because of the fact that we got 3 guys that we know not going to be here next year. We already know this. You know what I'm saying? As much as I hate to say it, Penix really is at that point right now where he could possibly be gone.
Hmm.
And people and a lot of fans don't want to realize it. Just like right now, the Falcons taking calls for Kyle Pitts right now, but a lot of people don't want to hear that. Oh man, that's fake news. No, it's not. Adam
No, it's
Schefter,
not.
Adam Schefter
Yeah.
confirmed that. And remember, Winston,
He Ian just sat there and said it Monday
and
at the
here's the
press conference.
thing:
He sat there and said
me,
Kyle Pitts is just like any other player on this team. We take calls for every player that's on this team.
Yeah, it's just the offer. The offer gotta like. Don't get me wrong. Like
But but
I
we was called haters for saying that Ian Cunningham could possibly get rid of him. And a lot of people ain't want to hear that. And you Zay, you see, I've been lighting people ass up on X with that shit because
yeah, I've been seeing you on that
you damn
motherfucker.
right. Because I've been called everything but a child of God, but don't nobody want to hear the fact that Pitts is expendable at this point.
Yeah, ain't no like nobody say but Pitts is just like
B John, B
yeah,
John
B
like the
John.
B John, Chris Linson is and AJ is probably like the only six outside of like the actual like young player.
I think
They're
Drake
probably like
might
the only motherfuckers that's safe.
I think Drake is safe I think Drake is safe unless they offer like somebody offers something crazy for that dude.
Yeah, like 3 firsts or 2 firsts or some shit like that.
But no, you didn't get
You
that
ain't
much
getting
wrong.
two first one. You might
Yeah,
get a
you might
first.
get a first, a late first.
Exactly. You might get a late first and you might get like a second or third for him.
But but do you think they'll take that though?
Yes.
Yeah, why not?
If it do a late first round pick and a high second round pick, why wouldn't you take that for a Drake? And I'm a
I
Drake
would take
fan.
it, but I would take it, but I don't know. I don't know. Well, you know
Like
how they
Drake.
good.
All right, like I'm a huge Drake London fan. I love his game. Like I absolutely love his game. 'Cause he's the dog. But like Drake is in my opinion, Drake is more of a luxury than a necessity.
Hmm.
And I hate to put it like that, but that's just what it is. Like Drake London is great for the Falcons, but there are teams in this league. If Drake London go there, he's not gonna be the number one. Like that's a lot. He's not gonna be the number one. He can go to Cincinnati. He's not gonna be number one. He can go to Seattle. He's not gonna be the number one. He go to the Cowboys. He's not gonna be number one. He go to hell. If he go to goddamn New York, if he go to the Giants, he's not gonna be the number one over neighbors.
I think the only other
If he,
team that he'd be a number one would probably be the Raiders. And
yeah, like
I don't
New
even think
England,
he'd
he'd
be
be
the
a one
number
in New
one
England.
option there. I think Brock
like
Bowers gonna be the number one option always for them.
yeah,
Yeah.
like Tennessee. Tennessee, he can go to Tennessee and be the number one. He could.
He
Well,
can
no,
go
I
to
can't even
He
say
can
he
go to
go.
the Patriots and be a one.
Yeah. He can go to the Patriots and be a one. He can't go to the Jets because they got Garrett Wilson. He Minnesota, he's not gonna be a number one. Like he go to Chicago, they push his burden, so he's still not gonna be a number one there. Um, hell, Green, you know what? He can go to Green Bay and be a number one
Yeah,
because they don't really have a number one. They got a
because they
bunch of
don't
number
know
twos.
because they don't know what's up with Golden, because Golden he ain't really show enough last year to really feel like he was a one. And then they still got Watson over there, and I think Dubs he went to the Raiders for real. So
Hell, it, I'll be honest with you. He could go. He can go to Kansas City and be a number one. He would be number one over Rasheed Rice, but that would be a dynamic ass goddamn receiving core. Him and Rasheed Rice together, like they be nice. But the thing is, like I said, like if we can get a late first one, I can go get a legitimate number one wide receiver.
for sure.
I can do that. I can add on to this team. There's a myriad of different things. Hell, in all actuality, if he leaves, if we trade him and we keep Kyle Pitts, then you run your passing game through Kyle Pitts. He's showing you that he can shoulder that. He can show you not once but twice. He had 1,000 yards his rookie season, and he was an all on pro last year. He's showing you that he can shoulder the receiving game. That's where you would get Kyle Pitts in a situation where you expect him to put up numbers like Travis Kelsey
But
and
that's my
George
thing.
Kittle and
He
Brock
would
Bowers.
Pitts would need like a He would need a bigger role, and he would have to
Exactly.
be thrown as a number one. Because to be honest, even if we run it back with him this year on the franchise tag, you get what I'm saying, on the prove it deal, and we keep everybody. That's my only thing with him, Winston, is his fit. How is he gonna fit within this offense when you bring Drake back? Then you bring in Zacchaeus, Jahan Watson, you bring potentially bring in another wide receiver in the draft. You bring in some hand catchers for real, some route runners. With
Hmm.
and then you still got B John in the backfield, and you got Brian Robinson, and then you trying to tote the rock. So with like, how do you see his fit? Like, how could he really be the Kyle Pitts that folks want him to be if you got all these
Either
targets around the
what
place
you
already?
do is like if you moving off of hold on, can y'all hear me? I think my audio just went out when James dropped.
No, I hear you. I hear you.
Hold
James
on.
James just dropped out for real. It's, yeah, man. That's the only thing I be. That's my only thing with Pitts. Like, I feel like he really gotta be in a situation where he really the number one. I just don't think we use him like a number one for him to be able to. I guess to be the guy that he was at Florida, 12 touchdowns, all that. You get what I'm saying? But it's just
See,
I don't know.
in that scenario, you would just like if you're gonna make Cal Pitt, if you want Cal Pitt to put up the number like Travis Kelce do, then you put like you with the receiving core that we already have, you go get a possession receiver. You elevate Dotson to one, you go get a possession receiver for the number two, and you run your passing game through Pitt. That's how you
Mm,
compliment him. You go get like a Muhammad Sanu type. That's how you compliment Pitts.
yeah.
But when you have a Drake London, you're gonna feature him more. And especially with Zach got lost in featuring London so much that he forgot about Pitts until he needed Pitts.
Mm,
When a good coordinator or a capable coordinator would have been able to figure out, well, hell, I only really got two receiving options anyway, because Mooney ass ain't doing shit. So I only have two receiving options. I can just draw this up, and they can both go for like 100 yards a game, and just let
but
B. John go to work.
but and then that's my question. Like, when we drafted Drake London, right? I love Drake London. When you had Kyle Pitts, he came out the season that he came off of 1,000 yards, played with Matt Ryan. Why, like, to put a receiver that'll more fit with him, in my opinion? Why didn't you get like more of a wide receiver that's really more of a more route running type wide receiver, like you said, a possession wide receiver, than Drake London? You grab another big body. Like, why would you grab another kind of like a big body receiver to pair with him when they games? I'm not gonna say they games kind of similar, but they both just big body receivers. Like, why would you draft another tall ass receiver instead of just getting somebody that can just separate, like you said, Jahan Dodson, because Jahan Dodson was in that same draft, but you weren't gonna take Jahan at 8. You get what I'm saying? Like, why you ain't go for like a Garrett Wilson, or you get what I'm saying, the more fit that would
No,
complement Pitt's game?
because we had idiots
but
in the
see,
front office.
I think I
Yo,
think that
this
they
nigga, bro.
I think they took. Hold on, is Ryan talking?
Yeah. Did you hear?
Oh shit! Hell no, I can't hear him. All right, keep talking. Let me go out and come again.
All right, bet.
As I
But
said,
Rob,
we had idiots in the front office, as I said before.
but yeah, right, like, you get what I'm saying? Like, why would you pair him with another? Why would you pair a tight end that can basically play the receiver and then throw in another receiver that's big as shit? You get what I'm saying? Like, Drake, he can separate, but he not really one of the top separators. You get what I'm saying? Why didn't you get somebody that'll more blend in Like you get what I'm
Oh,
saying? Like somebody similar like Calvin Ridley, like a receiver like that.
Because Arthur Smith's offense isn't designed for explosive plays. It was designed for possession and ball control. That's why.
true. And then also you gotta look at it.
Shit
Who was your
ridiculous.
who were your quarterbacks there? You got Mariota. You had Taylor Heineke. You had Desmond Ritter. You know what all three of their flaws is? When they miss half. They ain't gonna dirt the ball in front of you. They gonna overthrow you. So you put a bigger body out there with a chance of, well, we may be able to have an effective passing game. And all actuality, that's probably why they wouldn't get it. Plus, goddamn, Arthur Smith want to play on ball control anyway.
But
And the defense was there. So offensively, why it is better for you to play ball control and keep the defense off the field as much as possible, so you don't give up points. And the best way to help you do that is you have a possession receiver like Drake London that can go high point on football. Like when Drake was coming out, he was the best 50-50 ball receiver that was in that draft.
for sure.
And
It was
Mariota so
just
high, Ritter so high, and goddamn Heineken so high. All the motherfuckers high.
but that's my thing though. Like if you if you're gonna draft a receiver that can get them 50-50 balls, them high point catches and all that, and then you bring in a quarterback that's not really good with working with them kind of receivers, even though like I get it, Arthur Smith, he not really the best at drawing up shit for wide receivers. Me, the way how I looked at him, it's just like he really just like this tight ends. Like he didn't even really try to get nobody to really compliment Drake like that. Cause you know he bring in another big body receiver in 23. You bring in Matt Hollins. So now you got three big ass receivers. You got Drake, Matt Hollins, and Pitts, and then you just grab Scotty Miller. And then who else was another receiver we had that year? And then mind you, we ain't even use Scotty Miller like that. Then you let Zacchaeus walk. Because Zacchaeus, that was one of our safety blanket receivers for real.
Hmm.
So it's just like, why not? I don't know. I don't want to keep asking the same damn question. It just don't make it kind of just ain't make sense. The pick ain't really make too much sense to me. And I love Drake, but I just felt like what this team needed, I don't think Drake should have been that guy for us. Like if you had Mariota, you should have gave him some route runners, some niggas that can get the ball, niggas that can catch, that can get open quick for real, rather than somebody
Yeah,
that
but Mariota ain't that accurate. So you got a wide receiver that can get open, but you if you design the if you design the offense for that type of receiver, he's gonna be quicker than he's gonna be quicker than Mariota is accurate.
yeah,
So you're trying to utilize somebody like that in like shorter areas. All right. So when that ball sail, especially like you got his ass run across the middle, that ball sail, that's an interception to the safety or the linebacker.
mm,
Like, but if you got Drake London big ass running across the middle and that ball sail a little bit, hey, well, either he can go up and go get it, or he can sit there and tip it and get it offline from the defenders who would have had it an interception.
yeah. It was just confusing, like, cause you don't, cause I like I keep saying, bro. Some of them picks was just like a little questionable because I feel like we could have been
Yeah,
way better.
a lot of them damn picks were questionable.
Cause even like the day like the title of the show, like I'm watching the my fault. I was getting ranch out the bottle. I was eating some food, trying to put the ranch on the food. Hope they didn't hear that shit. But like watching what Terry Fontenot said about the whole quarterback situation and how he was going about that 2024 draft with he basically said, all right, he knew Drake May, no, he knew Caleb Williams and Jaden Daniels was the top two quarterbacks coming out that draft. But Drake May, you wasn't really sure. You didn't know if the Patriots was gonna take him or not. And so Terry, he said that he actually tried to make an attempt to trade up, but since it didn't work out, he wound up signing Kirk Cousins. And then as that process went on, they did more research. They took the they went all the way out Washington to look at Penix and everything, evaluate him to see if he's really a franchise quarterback. You get what I'm saying? See him throw the ball in the rain and all that shit. You feel me? And they was like, all right, he actually the guy. He actually the quarterback. He can be a franchise quarterback. And it just what he said, it didn't sell me enough to make me feel like it was justifiable to pick him over like over an edge rusher that year. You get what I'm saying? I just felt like you just went out there and just grabbed a quarterback because you really felt like you needed him when you already had Kirk in play for real. But I don't know, Winston. That shit was just he ain't really say too much, bro, to make me feel like why he should have made that pick for real.
Well,
'Cause
I put it to you like this. Go back and look at the Arthur Smith era draft pick. Go see how many of them still in the league.
Oh yeah, hell no. Don Hall, fucking he gone.
Adio
Richie,
Gadiji gone. Richie Grant gone.
yeah, because
Majority of them motherfuckers,
Grant was on the
huh?
Niners.
What? Majority of them motherfuckers gone. Like legit, majority of they draft pick. Like I will say this, say like their first round picks, they did well.
Right.
Sometimes second round they hit, but like after that, shit gets shaky. Like shaky. What's going on, Rick?
What's up, man?
What's that?
My
What's that?
God, my nigga. But it's like even the only nigga that I really had faith in that we drafted in them later rounds, and he's still getting a contract and shit now. But he with the Ravens now, nigga Jalen Hawkins. I was like,
Yeah,
oh
no bullshit.
huh?
I said, yeah, no bullshit. But Jalen was nice though.
Yeah, I
Jalen was
like
alright.
Jalen.
He was underrated. But
Yeah.
Jalen was nice. The motherfucker,
Hmm.
he had heart. The motherfucker, he can go get turnovers and stuff. Like he was a smart player. He was a little small for my liking for a safety, but
Yeah, he was small.
he he, he, he was a decent player. No bullshit. Hell, he was alright when he went to the Steelers. When he went to the Steelers, he was nice.
Hmm. I want to see what he can do in Baltimore. I've been paying attention to Jalen Hawkins. I ain't gonna lie, cause that's one nigga. I'm like, shit. If he just had the right DC, and bro, that's another thing. Motherfucking Terry said he he brought up just having all them different DCs.
Defensive coordinator.
Yeah, in 5 years. Cause what we had Dean Pease, Ryan Nielsen. Was it Dean
Yeah,
Pease?
we had four different coordinators in 5 years.
Mhm.
Yeah, Dean Pease, Jimmy Lake, Ryan Nielsen, and Jeff Albert.
Yep. Cause he was basically saying like they brought up. I got to rewatch that shit back. Cause he said something about
Hey,
making.
shit, you want to listen to it now?
Hell yeah, we can listen to that shit, man.
Hey,
Hell
hey,
yeah.
Red, you heard Terry Fontenot interview with Inner Circle? I said you heard Terry Fontenot interview with Inner Circle.
Oh
All
shit, Red ain't hear that. I know Red gonna have some shit to say about that, yo. Bet.
right. I tell you what. This is what I'm gonna do. Let's talk a little bit. Talk a little bit more, so I can
Yeah.
smoke me a cig, and then I'm gonna crank the junk. I got it. I got it pulled up. I'm gonna crank it up, and then we'll
Mm-hmm.
break it down real quick. The shit. The interview, like It was like almost an hour. It was like 58 minutes or so.
Mm-hmm.
But like when you sit there and like listen to what Terry be sitting there saying and shit, like the motherfucker know he got sense. He got plenty of sense.
Yep. Even when he
And
talked
he
about that
low.
Drew, even when he talked about the quarterbacks giving them a chance, like that Drew Brees shit, he was like Drew Brees, he gonna break it down. He gonna break it down. He gonna break that shit
Yeah.
down.
He low key talked about the James Pierce situation too.
You caught
And it
that
was sort
too?
of yeah, and he was sitting there like he basically like he was sort of overruled in the draft from James Pierce. Like
Yeah.
because like he don't specifically sit there and say it, but he
Yep.
sit there and say that uh when at the beginning of like the scouting meetings or whatever, they go over like players' character concerns or whatever, and
Yep.
then he was like sometimes like well it depends on like the coaching staff that you got to play. Some coaching staff be like you know what we can deal with it. Other coaching staffs be like nah I don't want no parts of it. And then he was like then you get into those meetings and you
Put him on
talking
that
about the
pitch.
character concern or whatever, and then you put in the tape and they see the talent and the talent jump off, and then they're like, "Well, hold on, what you say? No, character concerns were?"
Yep.
And then he basically said, "Well, talent overrules the other jump in certain scenario." But you talking about the James Pierce situation? Like
Basically. Yep.
we gonna listen to it in a hot second. I got it queued up.
Winston, that shit was crazy because that's him and Aaron
Mm-hmm.
Donald was sitting there talking about that shit. I was like, man, come on, bro.
Because Aaron was like, yeah, with certain players they got character situations where you can pair them up with a good vet and
Yep.
it'll help them out. And
And
then some players like,
that shit sound like Leonard Floyd.
mm-hmm,
Shit crazy, bro.
oh bullshit, like the, y'all about to hit, y'all about to hit it, y'all. Cause like I will sit there and say that Cherry is very shrewd. He's very shrewd. Like you have to actually listen to what he's saying to catch everything that he's saying. Cause like he give insights, but he don't give like direct comments.
Yeah, you got
Like you gotta read
tip
between
one
the line to
for
catch everything that he's sitting there saying. But
yeah, for real.
like for for that interview, hey man, I wouldn't have been mad if Terry came back for another year. I wouldn't have been mad at him. And to be
Because I
honest,
ain't,
I thought Terry should have came back this year anyway. Because when he finally had control of the draft, we had our best two drafts in shit. I don't know how long.
mm, just never know.
But, yeah, it was some behind the scenes shit. He sort of alludes to it, but he don't go in depth about it. Like you
Yeah,
just
but
gotta read between the lines.
uh, if you're a Falcons fan and you know what the fuck going on, you know
You'll
what
pick
the
up on
fuck he talking about.
yeah you'll pick up on it. You'll pick up on what he's saying. But like he's also he showed his smarts. You know, if other teams are looking at him, as a possible candidate in the future, he showed his smarts. But like if you follow the Falcons and stay abreast to everything that's going on, you'll pick up like little shit that he's sitting there saying. It's slick. It's real slick.
Fuck your
You just
shit.
gotta catch it. Yeah, you just gotta catch what he's saying.
Uh,
Like y'all think Raheem car salesman? Listen to Terry. Listen to
real
Terry.
stuff.
That motherfucker slick. He's slick with his mouth.
Cause you used to catch me with that best player available shit and all that, man. You used to get me with that shit.
Uh,
I ain't gonna lie. We used to get
But
with
it,
that dumbass shit.
but he broke down that philosophy too though in the interview.
Mm-hmm.
Then he talk about like the Xavier Watson scenario where we drafted him. He said that like
Mm-hmm.
almost at the beginning of the interview.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's how I found the interview. That clip for real. It was a clip I saw because
yeah, the little
I'm
short.
already because I'm already subscribed to the podcast. I just had to go up there because I was already watching when Matt Ryan was on there, but I still be watching here and there depending on what guests they get on there. Like if they have another like GM on there, I'm gonna listen to it for real. Shit, crazy. Yo, that's crazy. You caught that, Winston. I caught that James Pierce shit, bro. When I was watching it, I was like, yo, he talking about JPJ, bro. That nigga,
Show shit.
that nigga talking about JPJ.
that
Oh bullshit,
nigga was smooth as shit with the jump. But
man.
yeah, let me cut these headphones off. Y'all tell me y'all can hear.
All right, but I got you.
All right, can y'all hear me?
Hell
Can
yeah,
y'all
I hear
hear me?
you. Yeah,
All
I hear you.
right, all right. Let's get into the.
Klein here on the Inner Circle podcast, and this week with the NFL draft upon us,
Can
we
y'all hear?
break down what it takes to
Hell
get
yeah, that
ready
shit
for this
clear.
monumental moment. We are doing it with Terry Fontenot. Terry spent more than 20 years at various NFL teams in various roles, starting with the New Orleans Saints back in 2003. He was a scout for the Saints, worked his way up where he was a director of pro scouting, an assistant general manager, vice president of pro personnel, and then in 2021 was named the general manager most recently of the Atlanta Falcons. Terry goes through the process of teams may or may not looking at mock drafts from respected NFL insiders and how this may or may not influence their draft boards. Terry also tells a great story of one player who did not have a great combine, fell down in the NFL draft, but turned out to be a major impact player. What happened there? What was the inside story of that? Terry will break it down. He also discusses what makes a great scout and different paths to becoming a general manager. Terry played college ball at Tulane, so obviously he has the inside knowledge of what it takes to be a player. My daughter, I was telling Terry, never played the game, obviously, but she wants to become a general manager. How can women, how can men out there who never played the game but are interested in it realize their NFL dreams and become general managers? All this and more, but we begin our conversation by asking Terry what was more fun and more painful at the same time, me asking him questions at the local ABC station here in Atlanta, getting ready for Falcons draft, or dealing with Todd when it came to negotiating with Grady Jarrett or Matt Ryan. Hope you enjoyed this edition of the Inner Circle podcast. So, definitely dealing with Aaron Donald, and I still remember like it was yesterday, week 2, and this is I'm in New Orleans, and we have a really good team going into the season. It's 2019. And Aaron, you remember this game? Yeah, Drew Brees. Drew Brees. And the way Drew explained it, he said it's like you're dropping back, and it's like if you throw as hard as you can, and at the point of impact, your hand hits a brick wall. Yeah, I remember. And so now Drew's out the game. We lose 9-27, and Drew's out for a month and a half. You know, the real good players can ruin a play. The elite players can ruin a game. The Aaron Donalds can ruin a season. And look, it's challenging dealing with everything else, but I would say I'd put Aaron Donald at number one, the most challenging thing to deal with. Not too bad, man. Not too shabby. Not too shabby, man. Yes. So dealing with Todd was cake, or dealing with my questions was easy. Is that what you're trying to tell us? You know what? This is Todd. So I love Todd. He's obviously one of the best in the business. Clearly, his superpower is he can like instantly turn it on and off, man. Like I still remember one day we were talking about, and maybe we are talking about a Grady extension. This is a couple years ago, and I remember I was pulling up to my daughter's gymnastics meet or something, and I'm talking to him, and I said something to tick him off, and he went visceral like instantly, and he's just going. But the craziest part about it was he was with like the kids getting ice cream. And because at some point I heard him say vanilla or chocolate. And I'm like, how do you do that? So, and I remember hanging up and I'm like, I don't know how he did that, but that's who I want representing me. That's what you think about. But he has a superpower. He can go from 0 to 1,000 and right back. Kind of, you know how Bijan can like just instantly hit that top speed and go right back down and throttle down and stop. Todd can do that.
We had some good. We never had issues. We always
didn't.
were. But we had a great relationship. Like he listened to my viewpoint. I listened to his viewpoint. We actually had to deal with a lot of stuff. I mean, Matt Ryan being traded was a big deal.
Yeah.
And that whole process and how to handle that and moving the roster bonus to figure out what was the best way to do it for both teams. Grady Jarrett, quote unquote, offering an extension. I was like, Terry, that's a pay cut. But that whole conversation.
He remembers the exact conversation.
Yeah, he's like, we're gonna do an extension, and I was like, doing the math in my head. I was like, I think that's a pay cut, Terry. But we did have some difficult things with two very tenured players, but it was always professional, always good, always a trusted source, good friend, and always respected him. Thought he did a great job, so enjoyed it. I'm not saying we always agreed, we definitely didn't, but he definitely took the time to hear my perspective, which I always think is good because you can think one thing and I can think one thing, but hearing the other person can affect that and change it. So don't be so stubborn. Just at least hear the other side versus like, I don't care. I'm dying on that hill no matter what. So that was always good.
I agree. And what I appreciate about Todd is there were never, some people play a game with this. They play the negotiating game and they read their negotiating books one-on-one and they're going to start at a certain place and they're going to try to, but there was never that with Todd. There were real conversations, honest conversations.
Hey man, who the hell is that knocking?
Oh, my bad, y'all. I'm cooking something. My bad.
Thinking you can't cook.
Conversations to where you could really say, okay, well, Todd, this is the challenge on this end. How would you handle this? And what do you think about this? And he's going to give you some real information. You always knew where you stood and you never had to try to figure out a game. There was real candid conversation. So like you said, there's sometimes that we're not going to agree with something, but you always knew where you stood and you were truly trying to figure it out in the right ways.
Yep, I appreciate that. I love having you on because I have a zillion questions. I just want to start off real quick, Zach, with one first quick question. So, like, you go to Combine, you got all the pro days. What are teams doing, and what are you doing, like April, right? Because most of the pro days are kind of over by then. Maybe they bleed in. And I know you still have visits going on and all that stuff. But when teams say, like, we're going into draft meetings, from all of April leading up, and our guys, do grades change much from, I don't know, at some point, are they sort of what they are, or is there still movement going on? But like, what goes on that whole month of April?
Yeah, good question. So that's when you get in those April meetings, and they're different, handled different in different meetings, in different buildings. But the process I've been a part to, and the process I really love is when you're in the December meetings and the February meetings, that's just the scouts. So that is the scouting staff, the area scouts, and you're going through all the information on the players, and it's all based off film, and it's just all based off football at that point. Because you think about it, you've got December, so you got the whole season in, and then when you get in the February meetings, that's right after the All-Star games. So it's all based off of football. So you love to set the board at that point because, again, you're based off football. You don't have confirmed measurables. You don't have, your coaches aren't involved yet. They haven't met with them yet. You're just doing it off football, and you set that, and you got to take a snapshot of it because now you get into the combine, you get the confirmed measurables, you have all your medical meetings, you get your coaches involved, and you go through their evaluations. You get the analytics department involved. So those April meetings, now you have all the information. But where you got to be careful is sometimes all that information, again, you look at a guy like Aaron Donald, and if you say, okay, well, you start looking at these different, this measurable or this or that, and he may start sliding down your board. But when you were just doing it based off football, he was way up here. So you got to make sure that you don't eliminate or you don't bring players down. Because again, that's the same thing you can get fooled because you got these workout warriors that in their underwear, they went out and did these unbelievable things. Yeah. And so you go back to the tape, and now you're starting to make excuses for players, and you're starting to, well, they're running this scheme, so maybe that's why he's behind, or, well, we're going to use him like this, and we're going to, but if he wasn't a good football player on tape, then you got to make sure you always think about those things in the right way. So those April meetings, you have all the intel, all the information, and you're going back through, but you can't adjust your board too much unless it's a medical or unless it's some character stuff that you uncovered. But you got to make sure that you're always still focusing on football. Yeah, that's what I wanted to ask. Like, you ever had a guy that was on film, you watched the football for on film, it looked good, emanating, but at the combine, maybe didn't run the right 40 that you thought he would run, or wasn't as fluent in his hip movements or something? Did they ever slide, even though you had him at the top of the board on film, but when it came to the shorts and t-shirt, he just didn't perform how you thought he would perform? Did he ever slide to a point where he probably would have been a first round pick, but I didn't like what he did at the combine, so maybe he might be a second round guy? Did that ever happen? Yeah, AD. Look, Xavier Watts. How do you get Xavier Watts in the third round? That shouldn't happen. This dude had more takeaways in college football than anybody else, and he did it on a consistent basis. He's still kind of new to the position because he played receiver initially, and then you move him to defense, and he's a dominant player, all-American safety that just takes the ball away. He's tough. He's instinctive. He's all those things. And now you get him in shorts, and nothing special about the workout. Nothing stands out about like the off season, all the measurables and all those things. Nothing stands out significantly. But when you go back to the tape, this is a first round talent at the safety position that has all the critical traits. But when all these other things happen, then people lose sight of that. And that's how you end up getting a player like that in the third round. Crazy. How hard, Terry, is it to not scout a helmet? Because
Now, what Terry just said and said is literally the premise of this show. Like, what does the tape tell you? That's why, like, I watched the combine. I watched combine because it's part of football, but I don't really put too much stock in the combine. Like, there's certain things I want to see. Like, all right, you a wide receiver, how many time? Like, what's your 40 time? Or something of that nature. You're a defensive lineman. How many reps can you get on 225? But the combine, like, it's a workout. There's not really much I can you. It's not much I'm gonna sit there and figure out about you at the combine. The combine is really more about confirmation. What I thought from me sitting there watching your tape, does it translate in this workout? That's it. And he said Xavier Watt didn't have a great combine, but the tape showed that he was a first round talent, which I always thought. And then he slid. We get him in the third. And then you got the leading rookie interception getter. That's what I say. Go by the tape. What do you see? That's never gonna fail you. Always go by the tape.
Because when you watch him at USC, I mean, not you at Notre
No
Dame,
damn.
no way you, like you said, bro, it's just, I'm watching games like that combine. Only thing about it, are you basically competing with all the niggas in your draft class, even though it's not really no, you still competing in the drills and all that, but you not in no defensive formation. You ain't rushing the quarterback. You get what I'm saying? You not making no plays. Like, so, hey man, I'ma just let that shit cook up, man. I'm gonna let because that shit gonna get spicy the more you watch it for real.
All right, here we go. And we got to take pauses periodically, for copyright reasons. So bear with
Sure.
us.
Because if I'm coming in, I'm looking at the guys in the Power 5 conferences. I'm thinking in the lower conferences, they're not playing any competition. Of course, this guy should be a stud defensive tackle or a wide receiver. Put him against Ohio State or Georgia or Indiana competition, he gets smoked. How hard is that process?
So it's, where it's really shifting big time, because you do know, if you get a player from a certain school, what you expect from that player, and you want to draft out of the power conferences. You want to do that. Where it's really significantly changing is now with the changing landscape of college and even high school with the transfer portal. That's significant because now even more so you're focusing on those schools, because the small school guys they're not gonna stay there. Like when I was in college, we had at Tulane, we had Muwaldi Moore, and I remember the Muwaldi's second game of his freshman year, he ran for over 100 yards against LSU. And Nick Saban, after the game, kind of sent a message to because Muwaldi grew up in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, and Nick Saban said something. He was the head coach at LSU at the time, all of a sudden. He said, we got this guy right in our backyard running all over us. What are we doing? And so Muwaldi would have got paid to transfer. Obviously, when you look at the Jahmyr Gibbs, that end goes from Georgia Tech to Alabama. So I'm saying all that to say those guys aren't going to stay at those smaller schools. In some cases, they do, but for the most part, they're going to end up at those bigger schools. So we're going to get less players from the smaller schools. Like you got to really drill down on the bigger schools, because even if a player's not playing as much, they're all pretty much going to be there. And that's where you want to focus your time, because it's significant in terms of the difference of the competition.
Right now we're in like that mock draft season, right? I mean, the mock drafts every day by anybody who has, a finger and a thumb that can type, but how much do teams pay attention to the mock drafts? Because truthfully, some of those mock drafts, at least from reputable sources that you like and trust, or are somewhat connected, some of that is information they're getting. But then again, there's so much. This is the time of misinformation also. Mm-hmm. So are they intentionally telling this guy something because then it goes out there? Do you pay attention whatsoever, or do you completely dismiss it, or you have to acknowledge them? How does that go?
Yeah, you have to acknowledge them. What you do your best to do is you want to have your sources and try to get that intel in those ways, because like you said, there is a lot of misinformation out there. All you're trying to do is you're trying to figure out if your guy's going to be there or not. Especially when you're picking in the top 10, you got your stat and you know where you stand. Look, we knew we were taking Drake London, and we expect him to be there. When you look at the mocks, he's going to be there, and you expect him because he didn't run the 40. So, but you still want to gather intel, but be careful, because you don't want to say too much, even to an agent, because they might want him to go somewhere else, or they might share that information and say, look, if he gets to Atlanta, they're taking him. And so you got to be really, really careful in terms of, you don't want to give too much, you want to gather it. But that's what you're trying to figure out, if your guy's going to be there or not. Look, we knew we were taking Bijan, and we knew we were taking him at that point. You expect him to be there because he's a running back. But who knows? Who knows if Philly's going to pivot and say, hey, we're going to match him up with Jalen Hurts. Nicole Lynn, she represents Jalen as well. And so who knows if they're going to get that done, and they've already talked about it. So you want to be guarded. As much as I respect Nicole, I would never tell her that if he's there, we're going to take him, because you just don't know. Like you don't know if information's going to get out there in some kind of way. So you look at those things to try to figure out if your guy's going to be there. Make sure you have it stacked the right way, but you got to guard your information as much as you can.
How much during this April, when you do have guys, I know you're in meetings, but they have a lot of these 30 visits. And, a lot of times for me, when I get guys that get drafted, it's shocking to me how many times a guy gets drafted that he literally had no visit with. He may have had an informal, but he didn't even have a formal. Like basically the team showed no attention to him whatsoever. And I think sometimes I don't know, but I think sometimes that's intentional. They know there's not a lot of question marks. They don't want to send any signals whatsoever that they like this guy for the reasons you were just talking about. So someone doesn't go trade in front of them to go grab the guy. And you guys are all secretive, aren't you? Like when you go to a pro day, don't go to a pro day. Like, do we send the GM there? That sends a red flag. We're interested in something. If we send that position coach, the coordinator, obviously if it's super high up, like you're going to do your things, but there's some of that poker playing that goes on also. But the interview process during the 30 visit, like how important are those? And are they more to check a box for some guys, and then for others that you truly do have questions, it's relevant and really important?
Yeah, different reasons, and you do have to, because you can start reading patterns, and you have a book on every GM, every regime, every head coach, every team, and you know that, okay, this is why they bring players in on 30 visits, and this is what this is going to mean. So you look at those indicators. What most teams do is it's different reasons, whether you're bringing a player in that wasn't at the combine to get medical, or and again, you want to be careful with that, because a team you can be identifying a guy that you want to get on day 2 or 3, but you're bringing in a guy that you have more character information that you want to dig into. You can do these Zooms, but when you're talking about some players, I think those visits are really cool, because when you're in the GM seat or the head coach's seat, you're going to get a different person. You're going to get the absolute best of that player. But what I used to love, so I started in this business in 2004, and so I'm a scouting assistant in New Orleans, and so I'm the one driving these players around and sitting with them at the physicals, and I'm doing all that stuff. So I've been in situations. I remember some players that I bring them to the head coach, I bring them to the GM. They've got a certain tenor about themselves, and they're handling themselves the right way. And as soon as we get in the car, they completely flip it. And they're bad human beings. They're treating me like crap. They're on the phone talking about crazy stuff, and you can see it. Like, I'm like, oh my goodness. And
Bad agents did not teach them, no matter what, and know who's around, especially the guy picking you up at the airport or driving you from the hotel. Everyone is talking.
Todd, you would be shocked. You would be shocked at some of the things you get. And still to this day, I always sit down with the scouting assistants and go through it and go through the people that they're with, and you can see the ones that are really consistent with how they handle themselves, and you can see the ones that are the complete opposite of that. So it's very unique. So I always still valued bringing those guys in on the 30 visits, but you have to handle it a certain way, Todd. You have to sprinkle in some players that you may not have interest in. You got to do it for the different reasons. And sometimes if you have a guy that he checks all the boxes, it's real clean. We've done Zooms with him. We met him in Indy. We're good. Like, we don't need to bring him in again. So you can be in those types of situations, but having those guys, there's something to having people in person. And I was telling somebody the other day, AJ Hawk, I still remember when we brought him in. This was '06, and we had the second overall pick when I'm in New Orleans. And initially, Reggie was going number 1. So you're picking between, I want to say it was like AJ Hawk, DeBrickashaw Ferguson, Mario Williams. These are your guys that you're working through. So I remember bringing in AJ and picking him up, and he's working out. It's like he wake up at 5 a.m. to work out, and we had to pick him up at 7, but he's making sure he gets his workouts in. And so, like, it's cool the things that you can learn about players when you get them in person. And so I think that's still really valuable to do.
And not having that time limit, what is it, in the 18 minutes or something? That's not enough time necessarily to really get to know someone.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It's such a quick. You got to go in with a specific plan and know exactly what you're trying to do. Are we just focusing on the mental, or are we just trying to answer some questions? You got to know exactly what you want to do. What I do think, though, Todd, I know y'all probably read the Malcolm Gladwell book, Blank, about, there's an instinct. And sometimes when you see somebody right away and you can feel something right away, so there's that part of it, like the apples to apples. If I'm going to meet with, say, 10 corners, 10 of the top corners back to back, and kind of seeing how the different ones handle it, and sometimes it's challenging for them. I don't know how they do it. And it's horrible, because some of these players, it's 11 o'clock at night and you're meeting with a player that's been in physicals all day, and now he's got to wake up at 5 a.m. But seeing the guys that handle it really well and seeing the guys that don't handle it really well can be a difference maker, just that kind of blink reaction.
Interesting.
Business has everything. So how important was, I guess, the personality as these guys, right? You got the talent, but bringing these guys in the character part, because obviously me as a player, I understood the importance of guys having all the talent in the world, but being shitheads and being the
All right. So
Crazy.
pay attention to this part right here, because this is where they low key talk about JPJ. But this is like beginning of it. So pay attention to what Terry Fontenot said then said, and what AD said then say, and the host. Read between the lines.
fabrics of the locker room that can fuck up everything you're trying to build. So how important was
that bring it right, the right talent, but the right character guys in the locker room.
To add to that, you mentioned analytical earlier. Teams are now doing, I mean, S2, AIQ. There's all these different, was it the Hughes or whatever? There's like 4 different or 5 different personality tests teams are all using and trying to get. So I don't think the average person understands how much deep of a dive teams are doing. How much do those tests come into play?
Yes.
But not just the personality, just from an interview perspective, like Aaron's talking about, but how much do you guys look into the actual tests and the results of, I don't know what they all show or whatever, but how does that all come into play too?
Man, it's so detailed. That's the most important thing, because the easy part is evaluating the player. When you just evaluate the player, because you evaluate the tape. Again, you're going to get your analytics involved in the evaluation process in terms of looking at the measurables, which correlating to success with the measurables. Is this player an exception? What's this specific test that makes, hey, the 3-cone at safety, or what tests mean more at the position? So you got your analytics department, you got the coaches fitting them into the scheme, and how are we going to use them? So coming up with the vision of the player, I would say that's the easy part. The more challenging part is figuring out the character, because these are human beings. There are a lot of variables, and there's so much pressure. You're putting them in different elements, and so that's the really, really challenging part. And there's so many levels. So the first step, but basically, if you picture, you've got a file on each player, and it's like a book. So you've got a book on Aaron Donald, and it starts when he gets in college, and every piece of information you get from the sources, and you're going to gather all that intel. So it starts with the area scouts, boots on the ground. They're in the schools. They're talking to everybody that they can, from the pro liaison, the coaches, the people that clean up at the facility, the people in the training room, academic services. You're talking to everybody that you can to gather as much information as you can and know who that player is. And the good scout don't just gather information and say, okay, here you go, here's all the stuff we got. The good scouts are going to figure it out. Hey, he loves ball. And I can tell you why. I can go through all this stuff and kind of tell you, but I'm not just going to say what this person says or that person says. He does love ball. This is the challenge you're going to have. They basically gather everything and give you the information. So it starts with the area scouts, and then you get into the off season. We have 2 different services in Atlanta and New Orleans. We have 2 different services that go through the background checks. And so all the legal stuff, not just looking at that player, but looking at his circle, his parents, his close friends, his siblings, his cousins, whoever's in that close circle, you do a deep dive on them as well to know who he's surrounding himself with. So you have 2 separate background checks. Again, you're having teams that do want to do these tests where there's AIQ or these different tests, and you're trying to figure these things out. Like all those, you're trying to figure it out. Then you get to spend the time with them and sit down with them and go through that. So there's so many levels to figuring out the character, where you have to be consistent. And this is just being real, like whether you're talking about a player or whether you're talking about character, the teams that do the best job, they have a set prototype. They have, okay, this is the type of player that we're looking for. These are the measurables we want. This is the skill set that we want. This is the way he plays the game. You have a set standard with what you're looking for, and you don't keep changing it based off of who you have in your building. Look, we've all been a victim to it. In Atlanta, we had 4 different defensive coordinators over a 5-year span. And so that can make it challenging, because you'll have certain players that fit. This particular coach, Nate Landman, might be the prototype Mike linebacker. This particular coach, Divine Diablo, might be the prototype linebacker. So it's shit every time you have a different group in. The teams that do the best are consistent with what they're bringing in, and they adjust their scheme or whatever it is where you need to. It's the same thing, AD, with the character. You have to have your set standard of what you're bringing in, and not change based off who's in your building. Because if you have a certain staff, they might say, okay, well, we can handle this or we can handle that. And a certain staff may not be able to handle it, or may not want to handle it or deal with it. You have to be consistent with what you're looking for, so you're not chasing your tail, so you're not reinventing the wheel every year, whether you're talking about character or whether you're talking about the actual play on the field. Make sure you have a consistent set of measurements, consistent standards, and you stay true and stay disciplined to that.
I mean, you think I always you
Now, my pause this real quick. Can you say something? Um, I don't know if people caught it because I know a lot of fans were sitting there, they were low key in their feeling because Nate Landman, left and went to the round and he was balling out. But he sat there and said, all right, the great program, they know the type of players that they want, regardless of the staff. But it fluctuates when you have a bunch of moving parts. Like what else happened to some of the DCs in the past 5 years. So
Yep.
what he said there and said was this DC Landman could have been viewed as the prototypical middle linebacker for this DC. But when you have this DC, Divine Diablo is the prototypical middle linebacker. So low key, if you peeped it, low key took him through Albrecht under the bus for letting Landman go. He said the type of linebacker that basically what he said was the type of linebacker that Albrecht want is a Divine Diablo type and Chris Harris. That's the type of linebacker that he want. Troy Anderson and stuff. Landman didn't fit that mold. And I'm guessing because, to be honest, Landman's a little bit slower. And if you want to be honest about that, Caden Ellis is slower too. So it makes sense that we let Caden Ellis walk too. So, but
Yeah, cause
he
that shit crazy. Cause like, cause that was one thing I caught when I was watching it too. Cause I'm like, shit. Cause Lamb, he what? Didn't he lead the He led the Rams and tackles last year, right? For their team, right?
yeah. Hey, he was leading the league in for a minute.
Yeah. And then
Like
like,
Lambert balled out. Lambert got an extension halfway through the damn season.
yeah. And Lamb, he cause I think the thing with him and Diablo, the difference between them, I think Diablo probably might be better in coverage
True.
than Lamb. You get what I'm saying? But Lamb was punching fumbles out. Lamb was getting interceptions. What, that 23 season? He had like he was he was
Yeah,
he was
like three.
decent. But
He had two or three. Some shit like that.
mhm, he
But see,
was
like,
cool.
like the thing is, like Divine Diablo, he was a safety in college.
Right. In
That's why
Virginia,
his cover. That's why his coverage skill is so much better, and he's faster because he was a safety. He just put on a little bit more weight, and they made him a linebacker. See, the Raiders made him a linebacker. He was a safety when he was playing for Clemson.
mhm,
Lamon is, you know, that downhill thumper, and I mean, it makes sense what he said because if you look at our line, especially our off-ball linebacker core, they're all speedy linebackers that can play sideline to sideline. Like it makes sense. It makes sense now that Landman is gone, and it makes sense now that Caden Ellington went back to to the Aints. Like it makes sense.
yeah,
So let's get a little bit further into it because he brushed on the character part, but he's gonna go more in depth. You're gonna pick up on it when he say what he say.
get the guys that talent trumps sometimes, right? Because sometimes guys just fit a square peg in a round hole. You kind of turn a blind eye. You want to see the guy in a certain light, and that happens, right? I mean, and everyone makes those types of mistakes. I also think it's funny, like we talk about the deep dive on analytics and personalities. It's every year I always have families call me and be like, the school is asking me, some investigator reached out to the high school to get their reports, about their grades and like their I don't know if they have files when you're in high school, if you got in a fight, whatever.
Suspended all that, yeah.
Oh yeah, and people are always shocked by that. I'm not shocked by it, but families every year are just like, wow. And I'm like, there's nothing you need to worry about. I mean, I think
Can't hide anything these days, man.
if you don't give permission, I think it's a bigger red flag. So I think you have
I always
to do
tell
it.
guys, Todd, like, it starts like right now, like, and then with whether it's social media or what you're posting or whatever you're doing.
Sure.
We're gonna have all that. We're gonna have the things that you posted when you were 13 years old.
There's nothing you guys are asking
You
that
can't-
you don't already know the answer to. You
Yeah,
just
ain't no
listen
hide.
what they're gonna say.
Ain't no hide.
Absolutely. And it's funny, Todd, because you just said it. Like there's a sliding scale. We know this. So when we go through these meetings, picture we're in the April meetings, and then you start off with the character, right? So the scout is going to go through the character information, get everyone up to speed because you have the coaches in there that haven't been through that process. Again, different teams do it differently, but so you go through and you're reading the character, and sometimes the coach might be hearing that doesn't know it yet, and he's like, what are we talking about? And this is the stuff, this is the character stuff, and then you put on that tape, and then they might have kind of like started doing something else, and they start seeing what's happening on the tape, and they say, read the character again. Now, how bad was it? Now, tell me what
Maybe
you
we
did
can
again.
work with it a little bit. We can probably work with it a little bit.
Fix him. I can fix him. Yeah. He's like, I can teach character. I can't teach him how to get to that quarterback.
Making 3 sacks a game, man. Maybe we could probably put a good veteran with him. That's it. We'd be good.
Exactly. Exactly right. That's what they do, Aaron. They do that. They'll get we'll get an older vet here. He'll train him. We'll teach him how to be a pro. Like that's what I said. Fit a square peg in a round hole. And everyone's
But
guilty.
sometimes if you don't want it, you don't want it. Cause I've been playing with guys that had all the talent in the world, but didn't have the work ethic and didn't want to put the extra work in and time to even, you know what I'm saying? So I'm like, if you don't want it, you don't want it. It's going to eventually show in the league, but you're gonna get singled out for sure.
And you got to balance it out. Where you
So just now he was talking about JPJ, and he's either sitting there saying that they drafted JPJ because of Raheem, or they drafted him because of Auburn. It's one of the two. It could have been both of them. But he basically sitting there saying that what we knew about the character issues, and then cut on the tape, and his talent just jumped off the tape. So the coaches said that they figured they can, you know, rein him in, and that's why you immediately heard Aaron Donald said right after, hey, I can teach you how to be a pro, but I can't teach you how to get 3 sacks in a game. See what I'm saying? So Fondo is trying to distance himself from the whole JPJ scenario. That's what I say. Like you gotta pay attention to what he's saying because he's real slick. His mouth is real slick, but he's low key trying to distance himself from the JPJ pick.
Yeah, because he know that was his pick. That was his pick, and that was the thing with him coming out of college. Just that whole character thing for real. But and then like they was basically saying, talking to his family, because they was it was out there that they met up with his family, and you get what I'm saying, to get as much of a deep research on him as they can as possible before they actually made that pick. Because remember, like, niggas was willing to take him at 15 for real, but
Mhm.
Jalen Walker wanted up falling for real. But then James Pierce was still there at 27 or 20, whatever we picked James Pierce at, and then shit, nigga said, all right, let's trade up and get him. We can fix him for real. I mean, they did everything they could. I mean, he was good. You get what I'm saying? In training camp, you ain't really hear nothing from him. He got in a fight with Bergeron and I think Jake Matthews and shit. But other than that, it really wasn't too much with him until the off season happened for real. But it's crazy, bro. You can just tell you're talking about JPJ, and he couldn't say too much, but he talking a little bit more now than what he was before, because he not with us no more, so he can kind of get a little deeper with the process with the picks and all that, the B John pick, Penix pick, and contracts and all that. But that shit
And
crazy.
Yeah, he's trying to distance himself away from the pick because if he realistic, well, it doesn't matter. Like if he go and interview for another job,
Mm-hmm.
if it ain't the first question, it's gonna be the second question. What made you decide to go pick James Pierce Jr. knowing, and we all know that he had character issues when he was coming out. What went into that decision making? And that's what he's literally sitting there doing on his podcast. He's sitting there separating himself away from it. Well, you had character issues, and we went over the character issues first, and then you put the tape in, and then the coaches, they was like, well, you know what was those issues? Like we can work on that. We can work with that. Da, 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 da. Like he's separating himself from the pick. That's why I say like you gotta pay attention to what he's saying because he's saying a lot without saying much of anything. You just gotta peep it.
You can tell because he's speaking real confident. Cause he really took over that whole interview, bro. You can tell he
Mm-hmm.
really trying to audition himself for another if another GM position come up in 2026. I mean 27 for real. So I wouldn't be surprised. And then that other guy on there, I don't know what his name, but he a former GM himself for real. So
Yeah.
yeah,
Tom. Damn, I can't think of his last name, but Tom was here. Tom was
yeah.
here in Atlanta with Fontenot.
Because I heard they was sitting there talking about like earlier in that interview, they was talking about Grady Jarrett, and he basically, trying to give him an extension and everything, and then that shit kind of made me look into why they cut Grady Jarrett because he basically said when Terry Fontenot tried to give him an offer of that extension, shit, he kind of lowballed the nigga. You
Mm-hmm.
get what I'm saying? So when you hear that shit, and
And dude told him that. Dude told him that he was like bro, like that. That's a pay cut. That ain't an extension. That's a pay cut.
that's a damn pay cut. You get what I'm saying? So it's just it's crazy hearing all, but it not because it had me thinking like, damn, I see why we got rid of Grady for real. Cause he wasn't finna pay him that money that Chicago paid him for real. And I
No,
ain't gonna
no.
lie, I don't blame him for real. But this shit crazy. Cause he was doing interviews like this throughout the whole like I seen the last couple months because he was on that radio station for real. But I was going watch it, but they was trying to make me pay a subscription to watch that shit. I'm like, bro, I'm not finna pay no money to watch no Terry Fontenot interview, bro. Like, fuck all that. You feel me, Winston? Like, bro, I be like, fuck, no, I'm not paying that shit, bro. Like,
I'll find a cliff note somewhere. Fuck that
yeah,
damn.
like I was trying to find a website. I was trying to download, see if that shit was on Apple Podcasts or some shit. So I watched that bitch for free. I was not finna pay no $12.99 just to watch one interview for real. Like that shit stupid, bro. Like, Winston, you come on, bro. You not finna pay that shit, bro.
And I'm about to pay no $12.99 for one interview.
Fuck no. And there was another interview, because, bro, there's a couple interviews that I be wanting, because I always try to tap into every interview, because I be trying, I don't know, yo. I just be wanting to, I'm interested in this shit for real. Like, this my team, so I be wanting to know what's going on. Like, they had the Matt Ryan interview when he was talking about Alex Van Pelt, and I was trying to watch it, but they all like subscription. I'm not paying that, bro. Like, I'm not paying for that shit, man.
I don't blame. I don't blame you at all.
Feel
I,
me? Fuck
I,
that.
somebody say something about something. I'll figure it out sooner or later.
Yep.
So let's get back in the zone. We got about like 25 minutes.
That.
You really what I always try to do is, my purpose in life is I truly want to help people grow, and no different than when I was growing up through it. You always want to help get the most out of everybody, and so like there's some of these things that you read and about players and about what they went through in life. And there's times that, and I know, Aaron, you've been around guys, obviously Todd, you've been around a million players that just come from a bad situation. And the fact that they made it out and the fact that they're in the situation that they're in, like, you want to help them. You want to help this. They might not have life skills, but man, you look at how they came up. So you want to help them as much as you can. You have some that are just bad human beings you should just stay away from. But you go through that whole process to figure that out and to truly say, hey, is this someone that's made some mistakes, but has a good head on their shoulders and we can help them truly grow? Or is this someone that we should absolutely stay away from? That's why you go through the whole process, get all the detailed information, because they're not all equal. And again, Todd, I'm sure, and AD, I'm sure y'all have seen some that, man, I see where this guy started out, but man, it's special. And both of y'all probably had impacts on certain people's lives. And I know for a fact that you do, Todd, you've had impact on people's lives and you've completely changed the landscape of where they are. And so, like, you want to do those things when you can. It's just that weighing process.
Sure. Terry, you mentioned it all starts with the area scouts. What makes a great area scout? And Baltimore Ravens general manager Eric DeCosta had a great thing recently where he said there was a time, years ago, where they would hand out cash rewards to the scouts if they were able to identify, and the team would later find this player and sign them as an undrafted free agent, and then that player makes the team, they would hand out some cash. So did you ever do anything like that? And when it goes to the very beginning of the league, getting into it, what makes a great scout?
Back in the day, I think a lot of people did that. But Zach, where you got to be careful is when these scouts, like, they're hustlers now. And so when they find out they can make some money, about it, kind of starts stacking the deck a little bit. And all of a sudden this player's a little bit better than, because you think about it, that backboard, those undrafted free agents, you didn't look at all those guys. Like, you can't, if you have 200 players on your front board, then you're focused on that. You got to make sure you get that done. And with the coaches, so you can have some backboard guys that only one area scout looked at or two area scouts. So you really got to trust them in those cases. So they start selling these guys, and you talk about chaos. When you get to the end of the draft, it's like the floor of Wall Street and on the trade floor. And you got scouts, because you're trying to sign like 15 or 20 guys, so
The worst.
it's
When I started and I had guys and they weren't getting, I used to say to myself, I don't care if a guy's projected fourth. I'm not doing it because he can slide. That is the most miserable process. And then you're dealing with friends, and I feel bad. Like, I want him to get the guy, but like, he's not the right fit. And I'm like, dude, you had 3 7th rounders. You didn't take my guy. I'm not going to give him to you as a free agent. If he wasn't good enough for you to draft of one of your 3 7th rounders, I'm not doing it. But I hate that. But keep going. It's chaos. I agree. It's complete chaos.
You usually have your cap guy is standing in front of a grease board, and he's writing out, you got your number, the money that you have, and then you got somebody running in and saying, I gave this guy this much, and I gave this guy this much, and you're kind of adding and subtracting, and then you're over budget. So now you're reneging on something that you gave somebody too much.
That's when you call and you say, tell Terry to get some of his personal cash. I need more money for my guy. I don't care what that little grease board guy's saying over there. Go back and get money from Terry directly.
It is an absolute mess. It's a mess. But what makes a scout really special, like we said, these are the 3 main components with a scout is you gather information, you have to present the information, and evaluating the player. Presenting the information is writing reports, obviously, and then the verbal communication on it. And so those are the 3 main components. And when you have a really good scout, first of all, you trust them with the information. So, like I said, they're not just giving you a lot of stuff and saying this source said this or this source said that. They're not reporters. You need to tell us what you feel about the player based off everything you gather. So they can gather everything and then come up with where they stand on the player. So they're detailed. They're obsessed with it. They never stop. They're constantly, again, the scouts that just get all their stuff done and turn it in and go walk away and start working on the next year. That's not what you want. You want guys that are so obsessed with it and they're constantly working. They're obsessed with the hunt. They're always trying to find a player. They're digging in every city. You want people that are truly obsessed with the process. And then you have to have guys that are convicted. They're going to be convicted and they have the confidence and to be able to tell you, this is what I see this player being. Look, it's a low hit rate. First round's about 50, and it dips after that. Once you get into the fifth, sixth, and seventh round, it's just like getting an undrafted free agent. It's hard for these guys to make it. That's what a lot of people don't realize. But when you have a scout that is truly convicted, they're going to take a side. You don't want guys that are going to straddle the fence or speak in ambiguous terms. You want guys that are going to truly take a side. So that's what makes scouts really special.
In the hit rate, why is evaluating quarterbacks the hardest thing in all sports?
Man, it's again that hit rate. Zach, you say if you're taking quarterback in the top 5, it's 50-50. It's so low. And I would say number one, you got to strike at the right time. So you have to make sure that you're getting a quarterback when you're striking and you're putting that quarterback in position to be successful. Yes. So your team is built for him to be successful, because if not, if you can't protect him, you don't have a run game. You're always playing from behind. Now he's developing bad habits. He's taking a lot of hits. And so you have to make sure.
Hey, Zay, you people you just said about Penix.
Yeah, hell yeah. Talking about that's one thing I peeped earlier too when he was talking about that shit. Like, I forgot about that part in the interview, bro. That shit ridiculous, bro. 'Cause, like, building the bad habits and start fucking man. That yo,
But
that
he
shit
but he
crazy.
but he told the truth though.
Yeah.
He said if you can't protect them, which we couldn't, like I said, that's it before the season started. You're not Penix not gonna have the season y'all think he gonna have because we can't protect him. When McGarrett and Norton went down, that was a wrap. And that's why you started seeing him dirt the ball. He started goddamn patting the ball. You saw him goddamn won't utilize the middle of the field like he was doing his first 3 games and stuff. Like you
Yeah.
could see it because he we won't protect him.
You can just tell in his play, it just ain't look like he was really fully comfortable with the old line. Like, I don't care what nobody say. It just didn't look like he had full trust in it. And you can tell that shit just be on his mind. But him being a team player and him not being, he not gonna throw his niggas under the bus. You get what I'm saying? But he know in the back of his mind that right side ain't really.
Yeah, right
I
side
don't
wasn't
know.
hitting on shit.
He probably was thinking that the whole time, and then next thing you know, it led up to his injury for real. Like, that shit crazy. Niggas start making passes that I ain't never really seen him make for real. Like, it just, uh. But it's like, Ty, why the fuck you ain't get no goddamn pass protector, bruh? Like,
It was too late at that point. Everyone much shit you could have did.
that shit
And
crazy,
plus,
bro.
you had just got down traded with the first round pick, so
Yeah.
you didn't even have that. So you can't trade away. Well, you could, because you can trade away picks up to 3 years out.
Mhm.
But if you took and traded away the first round pick for JPJ, and then you turn around and trade away another first round pick for a starting right tackle, you think the motherfucker getting crucified now because of the JPJ scenario going on. Imagine how goddamn the fan base would be on his ass if he trade away this one and goddamn the 2027 first round pick.
That shit would have been ridiculous, bro. Like,
Like,
'cause especially
like,
him, he probably wasn't gonna give up no more picks, especially knowing like this my fifth year, fifth year. My job could be potentially on the line. You get what I'm saying? Like, this shit could be over at this year if I don't get this shit right. So I don't want to risk giving up no more picks because that shit gonna make me even look even more bad. Cause he probably wouldn't even have a chance of even getting another GM job if he winded up just cause niggas gonna be like, man, you just loose as shit with the picks. You don't even know what you doing with them bitches. You just trade for
like,
anybody.
you just out here wilding.
Yeah.
Like, nah,
Real
bro,
shit.
we ain't gonna do that.
Fuck no. You don't even care about draft picks. Then it's like, nigga, you just trying to make up for previous seasons and you making mistakes and then you trying to use these picks. Like, you don't really give a fuck about them that much. don't really value picks. They gonna think you're not responsible with draft picks.
Yeah. Like you, if he had taken and traded away that 2027 pick for for a starting caliber right tackle, win, lose, draw, it would not fucking matter. Goddamn, sooner or later they would have ran Terry ass out of goddamn Atlanta. Like there would have been no getting around it. Unless like we took and won a Super Bowl either like last year or this year or some shit. That's the only like that would be like the only justification that would have smooth thing over.
Hmm. That shit would have been a damn miracle if he would have. That nigga jaw had been saved. He'd have been probably GM for life.
Oh hell yeah. And if he had made those moves and we took and won the Super Bowl, that fucker would get a statue outside the band. Right beside the Falcon.
Oh yeah,
It'd be
they
the
would have called
Falcon and
Joe
Fontenot.
they would have called that nigga the greatest GM in Falcons history. Just off that two
Yeah,
two good drafts for real.
yeah. Wallace said, and there was nobody else out there to get when McGarry went down. Like fact, like they won't really know where to go. And like we took him, we brought in Jarrell, but Jarrell couldn't get right. And then Norton goes down what 2-3 days after McGarry. Like you fucked at that point. That's how you end up with a practice squad guard as a starting right tackle, blindside protector for a left-handed quarterback. That's how you end up with a losing season. It's very simple. That's how that works.
Shit, wicked man. That shit fucking crazy. Come on, bro.
But Terry, like on some real shit though, like Terry low key airing that shit out. He's low key airing it out. You just gotta
Yeah.
pick up on what he's saying. But he he
That's why I
flaming
feel
shit
the
up.
way how I feel sitting here, even just watching it back, because there's some shit I miss. Because sometimes you'll watch certain interviews and shit, and then you'll run it back a little later, and then you'll miss certain parts, and you be like,
Mhm.
damn, like what the fuck? Because you're not gonna remember what every word that was said in a 58-minute video for real. But I forgot about that part when he was sitting there talking about the quarterback shit and him not being protected. Like I forgot all about that shit. I forgot I was watching that shit earlier.
Yeah, damn. Yeah, good old Terry. Terry low key talking shit.
Yeah.
And he done went on Matt Ryan John to do it. God almighty.
Yeah, I looked at that shit too. I'm like, damn, they put that nigga on where Matt Ryan was at, bro. Cause Matt Ryan got them niggas out of there.
Yeah, that's the wild shit. But at the same time, I respect Matt doing this for Terry because in all actuality, this interview right here might fuck around and get him another job in the league.
Real shit. He better thank Matt Ryan for that shit. Fuck you talking about
Uh,
that Matt Ryan podcast, nigga.
he,
Fuck you
he
talking
better
about.
send that man some Omaha steaks or something.
Oh god. And it's crazy when you sitting there watching that shit, bro. He really got all four of them jerseys sitting there on the wall, bro.
Yeah, you seen
Like,
that? You peeped that jump?
yeah, like he is standing on that shit, bro. He's standing on all them picks, bro. He don't give a fuck what nobody saying. He got B. John Drake, Mike, and Pitts college jerseys on that fucking wall, bro. He's standing on that shit. I gotta respect it though, but I gotta respect it. Cause that's his, you feel me? That was his first time being the GM. They the first four niggas he picked for real in the first round. So I
Yeah.
can't
But
I
they
can't
great
blame him.
in all actuality, they great picks. Like the Pitts pick is controversial, but
Right.
the man he's an all pro. So
Yeah.
like it can't be that controversial. People make a more man out of molehill with that. But B John is B John, Drake is Drake. Like yeah, I would sit there and make sure y'all see this shit too when I'm talking for an hour.
Yeah. He
Yeah,
really
don't
flexed
forget
on that
I was
shit.
the guy that got these people in the league.
Mhm.
What the shit? Let's get back in this jump. We got about
Get it.
uh, we got about like 20 minutes.
Bet.
you're putting them in position to be successful. And then number two, and this is just the world we live in right now, it's that we don't give players time to truly develop. You look at Drew Brees didn't hit right away. Drew Brees had some rough seasons, and yet he had time, and it really hit. In that, I think it was year 3 or 4. Once they had drafted Phillip Rivers, that's when he took off. But before that, he's rotating with Doug Flutie. They're pulling him out of games. That he had a lot of, and he openly talks about that. So, but he had time to truly develop. Peyton Manning threw a lot of picks his first year, and so like truly giving these players time to develop and putting them in position to be successful. And you see confidence. Absolutely. Not the guy, Baker Mayfield, Sam Darnold, Smith. Those guys could have been out of the league. A couple teams later, now they get put in a good situation, in a good environment, a good culture with the right, the right supporting cast in the right situation, and they're really good quarterbacks right now. So it's one of the hard. It's the hardest thing, like you said, to evaluate in pro sports. But you got to give them time to truly develop and make sure you're putting them in a good situation for them.
Because you can't win in this league without a quarterback. You need a quarterback. That's the piece to the puzzle. You need a quarterback. If you don't got a quarterback, it don't matter how much talent you got on the team, it's gonna be hard to win, man. It's gonna be
nothing else matters. Yeah. Nothing else matters, because think about it. Like you can feel it. Like when you have, even on defense, like it's frustrating for those guys when they keep 3 and out, turnover, all this, and the offense is just doing nothing. Like those guys, like obviously it's not like you're never going to stop playing hard, but you can feel it suck out. But when you have that guy, and when you know, and that belief, that inject, you talk about a force multiplier, it injects a different belief in everyone. Like it's just a different situation. Again, I was blessed to be in New Orleans through Drew Brees' 15 years there, and you always knew you had a chance to win.
As long as he was at that quarterback position.
You always knew you had a chance to win, unless you got Aaron Donald in the middle winning quick and knocking the hell out of your quarterback. That was the kryptonite. But you always knew you had a chance. And look, if you don't have one, nothing else matters. I don't care how many good players you draft or sign. I don't care what your scheme is. I don't care what it is. If you don't have one, you don't have a chance.
So this year, the draft they made a change with the time limit in the first round. Does it matter? Is it going to make a difference to teams? Is there a lot of just wasted time? Obviously, if there's trades and things like that, it speeds things up. But does it also kind of crunch the decision making at all, or is that extra? I think it's 2 less minutes, right?
Yep, from 10 to 8.
Yeah, how impactful or what?
But do y'all really need? Was it 4 minutes on the clock before? That's too much time, man.
10. First round.
In the first 10.
Which I need 2 minutes. Don't y'all kind of have y'all who y'all gonna pick already and got that board already established?
Yeah, I think I don't know. They kind of wait around. They talk. They kind of confirm it, but then also, never know if the phone's going to ring, right? Maybe they want it. Maybe there's a trade opportunity, and so those things start to happen. If it starts to get
let
going,
Mel
like,
Kiper Jr. pontificate for 10 minutes.
Please.
Y'all want? Let's just say it.
Listen, I've been in the green room. That 10 minutes seems like it's 17 hours. It's the most miserable 10 minutes ever. Trust me, I'm with you. But what do you think, Terry? Does it matter?
I remember when I was in New Orleans real early, Tom Benson used to want to turn the pick in late because he just liked the TV time. You're talking about Saints for this whole period of time. But you do have your stack, right? So you have it stacked, and you have it exactly how it's going to come off. Mm-hmm. And so it's not like those TV shows where you're actually, like, it's funny when guys are, like, watching tape on the clock and all that stuff. That's not real.
Please.
It's
tape on the clock. If you're watching tape on the clock, that's your last draft.
Right, no doubt. You know exactly who you're picking. But to your point, yes, you take the time to really see. There could be a trade. Maybe you're discussing trading back. If you have 4 players in your stack that are very even players, and you feel good about either one of those players, and then you can move down 2 or 3 spots and pick up a 4th round pick or whatever it is, then that's where the discussion comes in. And you do want to kind of let it go a little bit so you can see if people call. And so, like, that's where the discussion comes in, weighing those things out. But you know who you're going to take. So yes, I have heard somebody said that they felt like there were more pre-draft phone calls, like, because it's kind of normal to have conversations with most of the other 31 teams going into the draft to kind of give them your expectation. If you say, hey, look, we're probably going to be looking to trade out depending on who's there. Let's just talk about the parameters to go from 10 to 22. What would it be? What would make sense? Sometimes you have those calls. Didn't spend a lot of time doing that because you got to be careful, because it's like you're doing all this and it may not. Hey, look, let's talk on the clock and figure out if we have something. But I did hear someone say that they felt like there was more of those conversations because you're going to have a tighter window to work in. So, hey, let's work through this right now so we don't waste time on the clock. But it's plenty of time.
Best available versus need is a big conversation people have.
Yep.
I get it. Everyone's like, no, you always just take the best player available. No way. Because you need, like, how does the best player available just happen to be the position that you need?
Exactly.
Every time, no matter where you're at. Like, I mean, there's no way. Like, it doesn't. I don't see how that works. And what is the whole thing with the best player availability? Unless it's some drastic difference or whatever.
Yeah,
you know, like,
and
we don't really need this guy, and he's picked. You know, he's third on our board. We're at 22, and he's still on our board. Like, yeah, we're gonna go with best player available, and you know, he's a great player. But how does that? That's just confusing to me.
Yeah, that's what it comes down to right there, Todd. It's you're taking the best. You want to take the best player, and yet it's about not reaching too far down for need. So, but you're going to have these guys in categories. So, and the way your board is stacked, it's stacked according to that. So if you have a center that you see as an elite, say an elite center, and you have defensive end or one of these premium positions that's a player, he's going to be stacked ahead of that center just naturally because of the position and because of so like you're going to have those premium positions are going to be higher. Like I say, a quarterback, if you're just in the solid category, you're a first round pick, where another position could be a third round pick graded in that category. So you're stacking based off those things. But when you get on the clock, definitely in the early rounds, you're going to have multiple players in that category to where you can pick the position you need in most cases. What you don't want to do is, again, if you already have a running back, again, we already had Tyler, and Tyler had rushed for over 1,000 yards, and we got Bijan, and we believe he's a difference maker, and we may need a guard or whatever it is. And if you have a less guard and you got Bijan, then you're taking the best player, you know. And so it's about how it stacks, and usually you're going to have a category of players. And at the end of the day, you want to take impactful players. You know, you want to if you're in the front yard and you're picking your team when you're little and you're about to go play football, you're going to pick the biggest, most athletic dudes. Now you need somebody that can throw the football, obviously, so you're going to pick a quarterback too, but you're going to take the best athletes. And that's what it comes down to. Who's going to impact your team the most?
When y'all picked up Kirk Cousins, gave him that big contract.
Yep.
The quarterback y'all picked up, was that y'all whole mindset to get that quarterback the whole time, or was it a guy that just failed you? Was like, we got to take him.
So that's a great question. And so, like, going all the way through it, AD, so you think about it, we go into this offseason and we got to take a quarterback, right? Like, we got to, yes, we're at the point we feel like we have a run game, we got some tools, we got some guys on defense. You have, okay, now it's time to have a quarterback, because just like you said, if you don't have a quarterback, nothing else matters.
Yeah.
You got to have a quarterback. So going to the offseason, that is priority one, to get a quarterback. So we're working through the draft, and so at that time we're at pick 8, and this was going to be a strong quarterback class. Obviously, 5 quarterbacks went the first round. Be a strong quarterback class, but they can go back to back to back. Which you knew right away. You knew Caleb was the top guy. You knew that Jaden Daniels was really the number 2 guy, and then you're still gathering more information on Drake. He hadn't played quite as much as those other guys. There's still information to gather, but he's probably the consensus third guy. And then you got the other 3. You got Mike, you got JJ, and obviously Denver's quarterback Bo. So you got these other guys that you just gathering information on, working through the process. We liked Mike coming out of the season, but there's questions. You got to go through the process. Where's the medical report going to be once we get off till in Indy? So you have all these questions, so you don't quite know where you stand. So what we did initially, AD, is we said, man, let's get in this top 3. Let's do what we got to do, because like I said, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what else. We got to get one of these quarterbacks that we feel good about. And so let's try to get up here. So we were working our tail off to try to trade up. And early on. When the quarterback trades happen, they happen earlier. They happen in March, early March, and whenever you're trying to trade. So we worked through that process. I was a pest at the combine, really working through that, trying to get a trade done. Once we couldn't get a trade done, then we knew, okay, we don't really know if we're going to get a quarterback at 8 that we feel good about, because we're still
secure something now.
Now we got to pivot, because you can't just not get one. So we got to pivot. And so now we're going to go get Kirk Cousins. And so knowing that, okay, we're getting Kirk Cousins, and this is going to be down the road. Kirk's going to get us through a time period, and down the road we'll get a quarterback. But then, AD, as we continue to go through the process, you get the medical information back, you feel good. We do workouts, because we're still going through. You don't just stop the process.
Still doing your homework. Yeah.
We keep gathering all this information, and as we got closer to it, that's when it was determined that, okay, we believe this guy can be a franchise quarterback. We believe that we had high belief in him. And so now as you get, and again, we're getting close to the draft, but now when we know, okay, we could do this, and the mindset is okay, now we're going to have it handled for right now. We'll have it handled for the future too. The most important position in pro sports.
Yeah.
You're not going to, if you have that kind of belief and conviction, and then you don't take him, and he goes somewhere else, and then now a few years down the road, he's lighting it up somewhere else, and we passed him up because. So that's how it came together and why it happened, because you have this plan. You start off with a blueprint, but there are multiple pivot points in that blueprint. So we had a major pivot point, just kind of figuring it out as we went.
Yeah, because you have to.
All right. So Fontenot said that he tried to trade up.
Yup. That's what I tried to break down earlier. That shit crazy.
Yeah, so he tried to trade up in the Penix draft to get a quarterback. And he said that he already saw that, Caleb gonna be 1, Jaden gonna be 2. So I'm thinking the target was Bo Nix.
Oh, word?
Yeah, because he said the way the draft he said the way that the draft was already shaken out, like by that time they already knew, Caleb was gonna be 1, and Jaden was gonna be 2. So I'm thinking, and he said he was trying to trade up. He said he was working overtime, sitting there trying to trade up this and the third. So I don't think, to be honest, I don't think we had enough capital to sit there and trade up to go to number 1
Well, no. You would had to
or
you would
or
had
2.
to you would have to make a Carolina Chicago type of trade to get all the way up there.
Like Miller Mills was at it. Like that's what I'm saying. Like I think he would try to trade up to go get Bo Nix, and he couldn't find a trade partner, so he said he pivoted, and that's how we ended up with Kirk Cousins.
Because when they got
And, or it could, while it could have been Drake or Nix, either or. Like it's possible, but I know he wasn't trying to go to 1 or 2, because you pretty much would have mortgaged the damn future trying to get it all the way up there. So at that point,
Can
especially
y'all hear
with
me?
hell
yeah,
yeah.
yeah, you there.
Oh, okay. I want. I couldn't sure if y'all could hear me on my other device.
Was you talking?
No. I ain't mean to interrupt. I'm just trying to see if y'all could hear me.
Oh, no. I was gonna say, like, if you was, we didn't get to hear none of it. But
I forgot what I was trying to say earlier. I had to log out and come back in. I
yeah,
forgot. I don't forgot what the fuck what he was talking about.
you right, Wallace. You right. It was Drake May. Um,
Man, this nigga been talking this long. It was a lengthy interview, one.
Yeah, that shit
58.
like 58 minutes.
Sure had a lot. Nigga don't had a lot to say since they don't got fired. I don't
Yo,
remember him.
this
I,
nigga
I don't
red.
remember him talking. I don't remember him talking this damn much, and the entire time his ass was here. I didn't even know what his voice sounded like. God damn, I've been listening to this nigga this damn for about a few minutes now. Like, damn, will you shut the fuck up?
Uh, that man that sat there through damn near the whole damn
All this
organization.
damn, all this
Yeah.
talking. You should have been telling us this info when you were here, or giving these type of interviews when you were here. And now you doing all the talking when you gone.
Mm.
Damn, Tear. It seemed like you had a lot on your mind.
No, I meant to say Drake may pound it,
Oh,
but
that who you were going after.
that's what I'm thinking
Yeah.
because
I wish he had got him.
like you can get the three, you can get the three a whole lot easier than getting the two or one. A whole hell of a lot easier. Um,
Nobody wouldn't budge. I don't blame 'em. Them quarterbacks was all three of them quarterbacks gonna be nice. Shit.
Yeah, them
well,
niggas want to try and move out them spots. But
No,
then it's crazy cause
I wouldn't either.
yeah,
Shit.
cause Red is crazy cause he said like at the he couldn't bump up for real. That's when he winded up signing Kirk Cousins for real. And then when he signed Kirk Cousins, and then they were still waiting on that medical report of Michael Penix for real when he was in Indiana and in Washington for real. And I guess once they looked at the medical report and everything, they was like, all right, we can work with that. And he
Ah,
up
you
front,
can't
yeah,
you can't work with it.
that shit crazy, bro. That shit crazy.
You shouldn't have signed Kurt. You need a medical report from him and his Achilles, and you got the wrong report from Phoenix.
Cause I don't know what the like. Cause
Nigga signed two hurt quarterbacks and one psychopath before he left. Thanks a lot, Terry. You don't gave us injuries and criminals.
that bro, that shit. Like I ain't gonna go
Hey
too
man,
crazy
you
on the
can't do
nigga.
better than that, man. Nigga that giving us goddamn damaged goods and crooked motherfuckers, boy. On the way out.
yeah,
Bro,
that's what I think. Like they were trying to trade over the Patriot, and the Patriots won't go budge off of it. But then he said, so he pivoted and go to went got Kirk Cousins, and then when more and more information is released or whatever, and you sort of shake out how the draft can go, you're like, well, all right, think this guy can be a franchise quarterback. That's how we end up.
Man, you
Picking.
probably if you do it over again, you probably should have just if you give him okay. If you gonna sign Kurt, then just go all in on Kurt before you go draft another quarterback. Because I'm saying if you're gonna sign Kurt and then sign a backup for Kurt. Both of them make both of them solid. I mean, somebody like a Jacoby Brissett or somebody like that probably was available. But just think about had you not wasted a draft pick on Phoenix and maybe signed somebody else. I mean, drafted somebody else. I don't know who it would have been. I don't know what other good player was around, but
yeah,
I don't know. Maybe at least we wouldn't be fucked up both of them. You see what I'm saying? Now we at least now we know. Okay, well, we don't have a young guy, but okay, Kurt gone, so we know we gotta look for a quarterback. We could have just picked up Tua for the bridge and then just kept it pushing. But to bring Kurt and Penix in here, I would hope if he had to do it over again, he would do something different.
Well,
yeah.
like
Cause
you,
it looked like that
you
trade up,
want
like that trade back. He couldn't like. I don't know. Winston, do you feel like if like like he said that trading up, it ain't work out for real like how it should have. You think if he should have just said, all right, we just gonna sign Kurt. If we couldn't move up, then just fuck it. We just not gonna get a quarterback in this draft for real. You think he should
Yeah,
have just
that what I'm saying. That's what he should have
that
did. He should
that
have said,
that
"I'm
should have been
signing
the
Kurt. I'm a sign a backup, and we're gonna go for another position. I ain't gonna go for a quarterback in the draft. We're going for another position."
but also too though, like
Mhm.
and you said to explain it. Like he said that the plan is always to draft best player available if it can, or you go get your need, but you don't overreach for your need. So that resorts back to you getting the best player available. That's how we ended up with you said that's how we ended up with Bijan. And then that's how we ended up with Pennant. It's
I,
like we
I
already
ain't
had
agree with
Tyler.
that.
We already had Tyler. We had other holes, but the positional value, what was on the board at that point for the holes that we had weren't. It would have been a reach to go get the knees there instead of just getting Bijan, who is a generational player. So you drafted Bijan.
I don't know. I still wouldn't have did it. I still would have went Carter since I had Tyler.
That shit, bro.
I would have went, especially I'm sitting right there. I don't give a damn about them car accidents. But I was like, man, this is Jalen fucking Carter. My man back in my backyard of Georgia. Like you say, what you say? I'm gonna go sign. They say you go sign somebody. Get a vet up in here and mentor him or something. I'm gonna go get me what you hire a babysitter. I'm gonna sign a babysitter for Jalen Carter. But I can't. I just can't let that talent get by me. That's the type of guy I am. That guy
Hey,
like that
Red.
fall to me, I'm getting them. Fuck
Hey,
Bijan.
you know what's crazy, Red? We kind of actually did have a babysitter in that year. We had Calais.
That's what I'm saying. That's another guy. I would have bought him back. I don't know why the fuck they ain't bring Calais back. This nigga had 6 sacks with his old grandpa ass. I would have
Nah,
been like,
that was the same season when we brought in Calais. Cause B John came in that same year. We got when we signed Calais for real.
oh, for real? Okay, well
Yeah.
then, see, I would have had my babysitter. And Calais would have been a perfect mentor for Jalen Carter. See that he screwed up that one. That would piss me off about Terry, dog. I know. I mean, Bijan a good player now going forward. I mean, we got him, but man, shoot, dog, you just coming out Tyler coming out that 1,000 yard. That was an unexpected 1,000 yard season from a fifth round pick, and he held the record. That was a record for us for a rookie. And you betray him and betray Georgia by going to get some fucking Longhorn
Hell,
motherfucker.
if the draft shake out the way I think it's gonna shake out, Tyler is gonna be in the same position, just in a different destination.
When Arizona.
Oh yeah, I
Like
heard them talking about they were gonna get a Buddy from
getting
Notre
love,
Dame.
getting love. And he damn sure
Yeah.
ain't gonna start over him. Like that's a dub. He's not gonna
He
start
ain't
over there.
star. I didn't think he was starring. Period. That's why for 12 million he should have came back with us, man. Cause we still. I'd rather have Tyler than Brian Robinson. That's just me.
I don't know. I don't know. Don't get me wrong. Like Tyler, nice, love Tyler, but Brian Robinson offered more.
Ah,
Brian
see, he
Robinson
better.
has
He better.
he
I'm gonna be on his ass every damn carry. I'm gonna be like, boy,
they
that's all you got. I'm gonna be riding his
they
ass.
about the same size. Brian Robinson is faster. He got better hands. Like he offers more.
Yeah, I actually like D Rob. I ain't gonna lie. I actually like
Okay,
him.
you like that nigga? You like that nigga?
Yeah,
Like,
yeah. I'm gonna keep it a buck. I actually, Rick. Yeah, I fuck with him. I ain't gonna
all
lie. I
right,
like
all
D Rob.
right, y'all two vouching for him. I fuck with him.
It's a 1 year, but it's a 1 year deal. You get what I'm saying? So it ain't like we,
You better
even
keep your
though.
mouth shut now, cause we coming to a place, nigga. We get a nigga shot every week. You already don't got shot once. You better
Yo,
keep your mouth
come
shut.
on, nah, man. We can't think
Hey,
like
come
that,
on
man.
now.
Come on,
All
man.
right. Bad joke, bad joke.
This nigga red. What the fuck? But yeah, man. It's just I like B Rob, yo. He shit.
He
He
was
look
cool.
decent.
He fucking with Kyle's system. So you come out of Kyle's system, you got to be worth something.
Yeah, he need an old line because I was telling niggas on the other podcast about Brian Robinson. I was basically saying like in Washington they ain't really have when he was really the running back one. He ain't really had no O line like that in my opinion. I don't think they O line was really the best because when they had Sam Howell and Dotson was over there too. Sam Howell, that nigga was the most sacked quarterback in the league in 2023, bro. Like
Right, like
he was getting
you didn't
smacked up
have an
over
O
that bitch.
line and you didn't have a quarterback. There's only but
Yeah,
so much you're gonna do as a running back. Like
yeah.
that's just how that go. There's only but so much you gonna do as a running back because I know you the only thing I gotta worry about. I ain't gotta
Yeah.
worry about the receivers because they can't get the ball to him.
B Rod, he'll be solid with us because one thing about it, really, the Falcons really don't even. We really never fuck with trash running backs. Even the motherfucker that trash before we fuck with them, they do all right when they come to us. So, all right, B Rod, I give him a chance.
Yeah,
Yeah.
especially Red. It's only a little 1 year deal, and then you gotta think Stefanski, Callahan. Then we just gotta see how Callahan lead the running back room because they said he gonna play a big role in the run game this year. So you gotta see.
Oh, I know he is because I know Stefanski gonna run that ball.
Yeah, so it's just what I'm saying. Just gotta see how it play out for real.
I I mean, Ian like him so shit. Cause Ian had me dealing, so
We just
I
trying.
fuck with Ian. Ian, man, he don't impress me, but this short time he been here.
And you just gotta see how it play out. You get what I'm saying? It's the first. It's his first off season. He just trying to clean up for all the shit that was happening.
I
For the
tell you
last.
what, whatever don't work out, gonna be first thing out the damn door. He gonna push your ass out so damn fast. So I ain't even worried about it. But the one thing I know, if it ain't working out, you gonna be gone. I ain't gonna have to look at you much longer.
But Ian, I'm really looking at him next year for real. Like, cause when you had more draft picks, um,
You
you
got
got
to
more.
me, you got to give a new GM 2 or 3 years.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So it's just I ain't gonna go too crazy on him yet. We ain't even play a game yet. You get what I'm saying? We
I
ain't
know,
even.
yeah, I know.
Yeah.
He might come in and suck. I be cussing his ass out by the time the season
Yeah,
start.
I already know, man. You gonna crash out. I already know, but
Yeah, we losing. And then his ass out here, damn, signing every damn body in their mama. Like, damn, nigga, all these trash motherfuckers you signed.
so I like what he doing so far. I mean, I ain't gonna lie, ain't really much of nothing I can really say for real. It's just you get
I'm
niggas on
surprised
one
he
year.
traded Root, though. That shocked me. I thought that shit was fake news when I saw it.
Yeah, I thought that was a fake Adam Schefter page when I seen that shit. I'm like,
Yeah, that's what I said. I was looking everywhere. I was like, man, I gotta make sure this the real shit before I put it. I was finna post it on our chat, and I was like, I can't put this on the chat unless it's real. I just couldn't believe it because like, Rook, did we just draft this nigga?
that shit was crazy. Them Jacksonville fans, they love the shit out of him, bro. They been posting that nigga since they traded for that nigga, bro. They been posting his ass all last week. They been doing the post, pronouncing his name, all kind of shit. I'm like,
Yeah,
God,
you put Root with the guys they already got.
yeah.
Jacksonville team on the come up. We might meet them in the Super Bowl soon if we get there.
The
If we get to the Super
Jacksonville,
Bowl in the next 2 or 3 years, it might be
yeah.
Jacksonville we playing.
Cause Jacksonville, they ain't really have like when I looked up everything, they weren't really a bad team against the run for real. It was just they needed another rusher down there in that middle. I feel like he going fit over there for real. I feel like he gonna do his thing over there in Jacksonville.
Yeah,
They
because
just gave they
Jacksonville
just
gonna
gave
let him
Javon
play.
Walker a bag.
Jacksonville gonna let him sit there and play the position that he's supposed to be playing.
Right.
Like we was sitting there trying to make him a damn nose tackle. He's not a nose tackle. He's the road. All right, Root. The role that Root's supposed to play is the same role that Dawless is playing.
Now what going on with him? Is he how is health him looking at?
Ain't nothing wrong with Dawless.
I thought he got hurt.
Man, all he did was hyperextend his knee.
Okay, that's right. Okay, I thought it was worse than that. My bad.
No, no.
Yeah, cause he back. Cause I seen him doing the when they posted the little off season workouts and shit. He was there lifting weights, doing the shit with the pressure ball and all that. So he was
Oh, okay,
good for
cool.
real.
My bad. I don't know why I thought he was hurt. I thought he was serious injured. Okay, my bad. Fuck it.
No, no,
Nah, nah.
I was scared that it was.
Yeah, cause he got
If
caught it
you look
up.
at it, it looked like he tore his ACL. But then it was
Yeah.
like, nah, he just hyperextended his shit. Like, all right, bet. That shit take a couple weeks. Like he was probably fine by the time the goddamn Super Bowl came around.
Oh, okay. Well, then, fuck, I don't know what the fuck I'm damn worried about.
Oh yeah, but yeah, we should be. We gonna see how this shit play out for real.
No,
I'm just waiting on.
I actually think we solid, man. I actually think that we. I put it like this. I don't think we ain't no trash team. We solid. I ain't saying we the best team, but I don't think we ain't the worst, and we ain't trash. We gonna be damn solid. How many games? Don't ask me that. Don't ask me to make no predictions, man. Just I know we gonna be solid. That's all I can say right now. I know we ain't gonna be the worst team unless we just say fuck it. We tanking for that damn draft pick. That's the only way we'd be the worst team, and that'd be intentionally. But other than that, we solid, man. We got too many solid players, too many above average players to be trash now. But we
It's
got
just
to fix our quarterback position. That's when that's stable, everything, even the shit that ain't even working on your team, that they just could cover up for everything. Matt Ryan covered up a lot of flaws during his tenure.
Mm-hmm.
yeah, cause that's my
So
thing
they
with
be-
these niggas for real. It's just, bro. It's just a close games. Like that's really how I look at this team, bro. It's just losing close games, bro. Cause
Oh
like
yeah,
I'm not gonna lose.
that what happened when you got trash quarterbacks. You lose, you lose close games.
Like, but last year you really can look at it. It's really more like the special teams was really not holding they end of the bargain for real, giving up field position in them end of the games. Cause like I was bringing up that Colts game. Penix got us down the field. Algier got that game that go ahead touchdown for real. Special teams just gave up a big play, and then what? We gave up a 3rd and 17 to Daniel Jones for real. So that game was won, even though that weren't Penix's best looking game. But shit, he still got us.
He played good enough for us to win.
Yeah, you get what I'm
Wait,
saying?
which game? Which
The
game you
Colts,
talking about?
The
the Colts
Colts.
game.
Oh, boy, you talking about, damn, what's that running back? That nigga ate us alive. He
Yeah,
killed us in
that's
that
what I'm
game.
saying. That's what I'm saying. That shit really went. Even that
Bitch.
49ers game, what you can watch back that 49ers game. People be saying Penix
Now
got
we
some
had
shit.
that game. We should have won that one.
Yeah, but it's like you look at that shit, all them penalties on that old line, illegal man downfield, motherfucking
Yeah. Shit like
weak
that go,
ass
that gonna kill you
penalties.
right there.
That shit was deeper than Penix last year. I stand on that shit because you really watch them games, bro. That shit went all on Mike, yo. I swear to God, it went all on Mike, bro.
Hell no.
It
No,
wasn't.
it ain't never all on one person. It ain't all on Mike. He had some bad. He made some bad plays. He had some bad moments, but the whole entire season, us failing, no, it ain't all of them because he had
Yeah,
some good. He had some good moments too. That Buffalo game, that was probably the big game in his career right there.
yeah. Even the motherfucking Tampa game, first game of the season, shit.
Yeah,
Cadell Hodge, if this nigga looked up when Penix threw the ball to him, he would have caught the
he
touchdown.
he had some good moments, but I don't think that was to me, you're not making him a complete quarterback. He was limited, and limited quarterbacks to me ain't gonna get us where we got to go. You got to be able to do everything we need you to do under the center, not under the center, shotgun, fucking uh pocket passer, goddamn moving on the fly. I'm just saying, you got to be we need a 5-star quarterback for what we got, or at least somebody can just. I'm trying to think what's the word I'm looking for. Somebody that can do it all, do everything we need him to do. Now, Kirk Cousins, he can play. Kirk Cousins can do it all, but he old right now. If Kirk Cousins was early 30s, then he probably would be what we need right now if he
Yeah.
was in the early 30s. But I'm saying you got to
And we
have some.
just ways removed from that.
It's just you gotta avoid getting out of 3rd and long situations, bro. Like you get what I'm saying on
Well,
2nd
I
down.
don't mind third and long. We got people that can make plays. I mean, as long as they got
Nah, but
third and 18 or shit like that, like 3rd and 9, 3rd and 10,
yeah,
3rd and 12. Fuck it, get out there and make a play.
it's
Nah,
just
we got too much talent to be sitting at 3rd and 8 and 3rd and 9
you,
and all
you
that shit.
feel
Like
me?
we got too much talent. If we have those type of play, our offense got off schedule. We the guy behind the chain. So who fucked up? So
Yeah,
one of y'all motherfucker fucked up. So which one is it?
I don't know why teams like to get in third down. Tell what I tell you, to me, you need to be your second down play need to be your magic play. Fuck the third
Right.
down. To me, my magic play coming on second down, and then if I miss it, okay, well damn, we got one more play then. But damn, that one I say my magic, my good shit coming on my first and second down. I ain't holding my good play just for third down. Cause like you say, like Winston said. To me, I don't even like getting in third down. Why I gotta get in third down? Fuck it. Give me some good. Your first two plays should be good. Third
Yeah, but
down is when you just fucked up the first two. I mean, but you like you say, you shouldn't be in it all the time. Not with the talent we got.
no, like
Hell no.
Bijan should get damn 6 or 7 yards. That's what I'm saying. With a talent like Bijan, man, we should really know. That's what I'm saying. I need offense squad. Whatever his name, turnover Tommy. Nigga, you better come in. You better come in with some innovative shit. I don't give a damn what you did in Cleveland. You got talent now. You no excuses, man. I don't want that boring shit that James, whatever James was fearing, you better have changed. You better come in with some new shit. Cause if
You
not,
just got. I I kind of like Tommy. I don't know why, bro, but I just don't. Folks might think he really terrible, but if you
he
give
is.
him
He
this,
played terrible.
but if you give him this, man, you give him this coaching staff, bro, surround him with Alex Van Pelt that got experience under being a play caller under Stefanski. He probably had the most success under Kevin Stefanski as a play caller. And even when Kevin Stefanski caught COVID, he was able to call plays in a playoff game, get you a playoff win. Alex Van Pelt had success with other different quarterbacks, helping them develop footwork, the mechanics, and everything. And then you
See,
got a
that's what I'm
pass.
saying. I wish Van Pelt. Why you didn't let Van Pelt be the OC?
I don't know, but Van Pelt not a bad quarterback coach either. You get what
I
I'm
know.
saying?
He could have done both of it. He can do both, can't
But
you?
you, but then like you gotta think like game planning. It take everybody. It take the running back coach, quarterback coach, pass game coordinator. It take all them to come together as a collective whole to come up with a whole game plan. Even throughout games, shit, a running back coach might even slide and call a play for the running back to you get what I'm saying to score that touchdown or get that first down or draw up that screen play that might catch niggas off guard. So that's why I'm like it's a
Yeah,
whole
but we
collective.
gotta know who to look at though when the offense ain't vibing. We can't be like, well, we're gonna look at everybody. Everybody in the room,
Yeah, true.
collaborate.
Yeah, hell yeah. Of course. Yeah, that shit for sure gonna
I'm gonna be
fall on
looking at
Tom because
Tommy.
yeah,
Tommy
because
is the
he the
nigga I'm gonna be looking at.
yeah, because he the main play caller. But I'm just giving it a chance because it's just way more experience for real. Like, don't get me wrong. If it fuck up, it fuck up. Like, I ain't making no excuses, but it should be. Cause it's not so much you gotta tweak to this offense, bro. It's not so much, bro. You just gotta be able to just hold the ball, just maintain the ball, take care of the time of possession. Like you get what I'm saying? If you just be able to take advantage of that small shit, you can win these football games. Like,
If Tua healthy and upright, he'll make it happen a little. He capable. He capable of making it happen.
yeah. So it's
He got,
just
but as long as he healthy though, healthy and not concussed. As long as we can protect him, then he can. He
yeah,
got with the weapons we got, he can do something.
yeah. That's why I'm like shit. In this draft, fuck it. If you take an old lineman with your first pick, I'm not tripping, bro. Just you want to really protect Mike and give Mike a chance and give him a shot to see if he really your guy and give him more receivers that can catch the ball, just like they did with Caleb Williams. They gave him Roma Doomsday, gave him Luther Burden, DJ Moore, Lama Days of Kids, gave him these tight ends. You gave him weapons so he can be able to thrive and have success and take this team to the playoffs for real. So it's just that's why I feel like Ian, he taking that. It seemed like he taking that same philosophy and bringing it here, but Penix still got to win the job. Like me, I still believe in Penix, bro. He can spin that football. If you get him, if he really lock in with AVP and Alex Van Pelt, and they really connect together, and he win this job, he can do this shit for real. Yes, he got to stay healthy. Like I know that, but it's just give him a
I mean,
chance this year.
that's the same with fucking Tua. No, but
Yeah,
I said like I don't I don't see how people sit there and be like, you know, like basically like off the rip just penciling Tua in as a starter and shit. Oh, well, Penix can't stay healthy. Hell, Tua can't stay healthy either. That the most healthy quarterback on the goddamn roster, is goddamn Trevor Simeon. You want to keep it a
I'm
bang.
saying. And then
So now,
Winston, bro.
which one has more upside? And it's Penix.
Uh, Especially he still got, even though they both learn in the system. You get what I'm saying? They both learn in the system, and they both what's the word? What I was about to say? They both learn in the system, but Penix still working his way getting back. But Tua, he working with completely different players than Penix. Penix still got Drake. Penix still got B. John. You get what I'm saying? But it's like it's not that Dolphins offense with all that speed and all that. Like we don't got them kind of receivers here, bro. You get what I'm saying? Like Tua really gotta like depending like he gotta slow his game down a little bit because he's not gonna be able to get that bitch all quick like he got Tyreek Hill or Waddle or H in the backfield or John New Smith. Like you don't got that, and you don't got Mike McDaniel. You get what I'm saying? So we gotta see if he can even fit into this shit for real. So I don't know. I'm gonna see with Tua. I ain't really been talking about that nigga that much because I never really was a fan of his game for real. Like I always felt like he was like yeah he had some efficient seasons, but me I'm big on shit. This nigga couldn't really take him as far as I felt like that Dolphins team should have been because they was too talented, bro. If you really had a quarterback a better quarterback, like one of the elite quarterbacks in the game, you put Joe Burrow, Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, you put any of them niggas on that damn team, they would have had way more success than Tua. They would have been had way more a longer playoff run with that offense. Like, and that's just how I feel. So that's why I'm like, okay, we gonna see. So so I'm like, Penix can still win this job, bro. It's just like I don't know why niggas think like I get it. He only played 15 games. I get that shit, but I still feel like Penix still a better decision maker than him. I don't Penix don't just throw up no dumbass shit in the air. Other than that Panthers game, I ain't really see him throw no stupid shit in the air. You get what I'm saying? Like he
Penix
really
got a Penix got a 3-to-1 touchdown to interception ratio.
come
Like
on,
he doesn't turn the ball over.
come on. Like I'm really watching, like I keep saying, even them 49ers game, I'm watching them games real close. Cause a lot of niggas they just look at the stats. They want him to throw up 300 yards. Da, da, da. It's like, it's not about that shit all the time, bro. It's just like you playing clean football.
Look,
Don't get me wrong, he done missed some shit. Even like that first three games, that Washington game, but then it's like, why the fuck the coaching staff didn't have him working with the ones? Why the fuck he working with the second unit? But then at the same time, shit, you ain't think Kirk Cousins was going to go on a stinker like that with a whole month without throwing a touchdown, 9 interceptions? Like you ain't know that shit was going to happen. So, hey man, like I just don't think Penix that bad. People just look at he left-handed, that feet, like that footwork. The only thing I look at that feet, yeah, he gotta tighten that feet up a little, like just some more for real. But that boy talented, bro. Just
if
gotta
Penix,
give him some
if
time.
Penix come back and play well, that's good. That's good for us. You ain't put two at the back up. There's really no money that's costing us. So, like you
Right.
say, man, still on this rookie contract. So bring him back for another year. And at least
Man,
it's have some stability right there. So it suits us well that he plays well. That way we don't have to go looking again next year. We can go
exactly.
into the off season with a little. Okay, we know Phoenix is the guy. As long as he's healthy, he's our guy. And then we can damn spend time worrying about other shit instead of who the fucking quarterback is.
Man,
And
cause it's just I'm getting sick and tired of switching up quarterbacks, bro. Like, and I
I'm
get it,
sure
like,
everybody is.
you get what I'm
it,
saying? Like, oh go ahead, Winston.
it it would it will behoove us as a franchise if Penix wins the quarterback position and plays well this year. 'Cause that way you don't have to use a first round pick on a quarterback because you can take it now. You can use that first round pick and go get you a left or right tackle.
Yeah.
You can go get so many other things that you need instead of having to restart over at the quarterback position. If Tua wins out, and let's say he ball out, all right,
Mm-hmm.
but Tua only his money from Miami is only for this year. So if he balls out, he's getting a contract next offseason, whether it's here or somewhere else. So you can either bring Tua back and give him a big boy contract, or you let him go, and then you got to go draft a quarterback and hope that you hit on him.
Yeah, that's another thing. You
Or-
gotta hope that motherfucker you get the right nigga.
Exactly. Or yeah, and hell, if two, let's say Tua wins out, and and he ball out, and we don't want to pay a monster contract to him or whatever. Well, he's not coming back on no 1 year vet minimum. That's a dub. Like you're gonna give him at least like 44 million at least.
Mm.
All right. So
Yeah.
let's say we don't want to kick that. All right. Well, if he played well, and we're going to go draft a quarterback, that first round pick is going to be a later round. Um, it could be later in the first round. So, what quality of quarterback are you really going to get at that draft position?
Mm. Mm, mm, mm.
Like, or let's say that Tua wins out and he played like shit. All right. Well, look at the talent. You got talent. The talent that we got, regardless, we'll probably at least get about eight wins. All right. Well, 8 wins this year took it shook out to what, the 13th pick. So again, what quality of quarterback are you getting right there?
Mm.
Because at this point you're in desperation mode. Like you need a sure thing at quarterback. So you're gonna have to trade up higher into the first round. Now Penix went out and he go plays well. And hey, you know what? We can rock with him. He's gonna be our franchise guy. Bet. Well, he's after this year, he'll be going into his fourth year. So you have that. You can exercise the fifth year option. So after this season alone, well, including this season, you have potentially 3 years where you can control Pennant under the rookie contract. And that fifth year option will be an average of the top five quarterback um salaries. If you allow him to even play on the fifth year. Because if we get to that point, you're probably gonna go ahead and send him anyway. Like
Mm.
it's better for the Falcons if Penix win this quarterback competition.
Yeah. And then my thing with that, like Penix, like he would have to ball out in that 27 season too. Just so you don't want to hear that bullshit where he have a down year in 27 and then folks gonna be looking back like, oh, why the fuck y'all ain't take a quarterback in that 26 draft, blah blah blah. And y'all stuck with Penix and didn't take a quarterback in that draft now just because you know how that shit get. But and I
Hmm.
just and I just looked up some shit. So as you was talking, and that 2023 year Tua had when he had his career year in 24 where he led the lead in passing, that was a motherfucking contract year. So that season was a contract year, and he wound up getting paid what in around July 2024. So that's the only thing. Shit, he balled out when he had money on the line, just like this year. He trying to get another contract, whether it's a 2 year somewhere. He probably could turn it up. I don't know, but. This competition gonna be something. It's gonna be something. I had to look that up because I was like, was 2023 the year? Was that his contract year? And why he played so damn good? And I looked, yeah, that was his contract year. Real shit. Once I had to look, I started, I'm trying to tell you, ever since I've been watching this show, I've been researching everything. And this Google got that AI shit. That shit give you the websites, all that shit. I'm like, damn.
He got that contract here.
That was a motherfucking
You ain't
contract.
slick,
Yeah.
motherfucker.
Not slick at all.
Shit. Let's let me play the rest of this damn interview. We ain't got number 10 minutes.
All right,
Knock this out.
but
For the draft, so you have to address it. That makes sense.
It's really tough. It's really tough, and you try to. In a perfect world, you hit your needs in free agency. In a perfect world, and then so the draft, you can truly just bring in dynamic players. But again, in that particular situation, there's no way we could have come out that offseason without a quarterback. So, and even looking back at it, like we didn't get the result that we wanted. We felt good about the process and the intent because the quarterback position is so critical. We didn't get the result that we wanted or the desired result. But it's funny when you look at it now. Like I got a lot of belief in, and I know he's competing for position. Mike is, but man, I put my money on Tech Nine. Like when that dude goes dark and gets in a rhythm, he can really get after it. So like we'll see what happens there. And then Kirk may end up being the perfect bridge for Mendoza in Vegas. So rooting for both of them. Both of them might end up in really, really good situations. So the intent was right. The process was right. Just didn't get the results.
I want to ask you about a career path to becoming a general manager in the league, because a few weeks ago, out of the blue, I get a text from my 21-year-old daughter who says, I want to be a GM.
Wow.
And I respond, of what? And she says, an NFL team, mark my words.
That's awesome.
I'm looking into it, and Brandon Bean at Buffalo, he started out as a comms guy in the communications department for the Carolina Panthers. He's now at Buffalo. Omar Khan was a football ops guy for the Saints. Howie Roseman was an intern for salary cap for the Eagles. Joe Horitz, the Chargers, he was an accounting major at Auburn. None of these guys, as far as I could tell, played football back in the day. So for someone who had never played football, or someone like my daughter who wants to become a general manager of the NFL, what do you need to do?
First of all, tell her to aim higher. Tell her to own a team.
That's really cool, man. That's awesome. Now let me ask you a question. What is she doing right now?
She wants to go to law school, and she had an internship, and she fell in love with the cap process.
Mhm.
Wasn't really interested in representing athletes. Marketing is
Good
there.
kid.
See, learn from Todd. Stay away. But she wants to go to law school and follow some of the the trailblazers that have done it without playing football. But those are all men in a male-dominated business. She has reached out to people and made contacts throughout the league that are in NFL front offices that are female. But I'm not going to get in her way of her dreams. But I'm like, hey, I got a GM on the Inner Circle podcast. Let me pick his brain and see what he would recommend to her or other women out there that could see themselves in a sport that they love.
Yeah, like I said, that's really cool. Absolutely, they're going to be female GMs in the league. I would hope sooner rather than later. And it's not even close, because if you're smart, you're process driven, you have real passion for what you're doing and leadership, then they're going to have those opportunities. I was in the car the other day with one of my daughters, and she said, this is my 10-year-old daughter. And I was listening to like a Cynthia Freeland podcast. And she asked me, she said, hey, does she work in football? I said, yeah. She said, she's really smart. She knows what she's talking about. And so, like, it's just real. Like, there are definitely going to be some general managers. I always tell people what's most important is to figure out what you really want to do and what you're passionate about. Like for me personally, I was always passionate about the process of evaluating players and working with the coaches and the staff and figuring out what's the vision, what's the blueprint, how we're going to be this team, how we're going to build this championship team, and going through that process of doing that. I was absolutely obsessed with it, obsessed with the hunt. And so that's why I always love what I did. It's always tell people, whenever you want to just make sure you're obsessed with what you're doing and you become an absolute expert in that. Going to law school makes a lot of sense. Depending on what school she ends up at, look, there's a lot of colleges that are trying to figure out this NIL, this structuring contracts. They're trying to figure those things out. And really, the way some of the bigger schools are structured, it's very similar to NFL teams. So obviously, if she can get her foot in the door with an NFL team while she's in law school, she can do that. Like, and that would make sense. If not, jump in with a college, and you can really build. You could be in a situation where you could really build something and be a part of building that. That's what it's all about. Like being.
But is there a knock though, Terry, for like, hey, he never played the game. She never played the game. They don't know first step, quick hips, rotation. How could they evaluate and build a roster when they don't know what it takes to be the elite of the elites when you're scouting, you're developing because they never played the game? So what's your advice to somebody who has the passion, has the
Howie
hard
Roseman
work?
never played
No.
the game. He was a
What's
cap
that-
guy. He was a smart guy, cap guy, and he started studying. He got with the scouts, and they started teaching him how to watch film, and he started watching film, and then going on, pro day visits, and going and doing all that stuff, and going to games, and then he got better at it.
Absolutely. Sometimes, Todd, it's actually the other way, and that's in coaching and in scouting. Again, we're seeing female coaches that never played the game, and then you'll talk to certain players that say that person really helped them in different areas and whatever it was. And so, like, I think sometimes it can go the other way. Sometimes you can have someone that played the game for a long time or coached the game, and then once they get into the front office, they may not see it for whatever reason. It doesn't translate to them evaluating players and working along with a group. It doesn't always translate. You can have somebody that didn't play the game, but they are absolute football nerds. They're obsessed about everything, and you can end up trusting that scout more than you trust somebody that played it for a long time. So it's a talent, like sometimes you can have someone that play, again, AD, I'm sure you've been around these people that they're really good at playing football, but they can't tell anybody else how they do what they did, and they can't evaluate if another person can do it or not. It's like some guys are they have this natural instinct where they can play, but then anything else regarding it isn't as natural for them. So, and you want to make sure that you have people that you want to have differences of opinions, and you want to make sure. So if you build your scouting staff or your staff with nothing but former NFL players or nothing but college players, then you're not going to get that. You're going to get groupthink. You want people that can take it from a different perspective.
Yeah.
So, like the point, you've already had some that never played the game that are doing it. And I think you'll continue to have them. It's about being an expert in what you do and then surrounding yourself with the right people. I've heard Sean McVay said that, I think, right when he was kind of getting with the Rams, and he talked about how he's going to always surround himself with people that are smarter than him, which that's a really smart dude, but he's going to surround himself with people that are really good at what they do, and you're going to actually trust them. So it's the same thing with the GM. If she ends up, okay, now I'm a GM, I'm going to make sure my assistant GM played, or I'm going to make sure this person's an expert in this, and then you're going to truly trust and rely on those people.
And learn and grow, because you learn and grow like that.
I got one final question for you, Terry, because I know your time is very important. We appreciate you hanging out with us today on the Inner Circle podcast. I want to know how front office general manager Terry Fontenot would evaluate and put a grade on an all-district 1999 graduate at LaGrange High School. A 5'11" senior who went to Tulane, had a monster game, season best 8 tackles against Cincinnati. What kind of grade?
That's crazy. I don't know where you went to find that either.
That's Tulane safety, 5'11", 210 out of Lake Charles, Louisiana. How would Terry Fontenot, the GM, grade Terry Fontenot, the Tulane safety?
So when we would get in certain
UDFA.
So I'm telling you, and they would say they flex out a receiver or something, and then I go run out to cover them, and I start seeing everybody doing this and checking, and that's where they're going. So I was the guy that they tried to get isolated in space and went right after. That's who Terry Fontenot was. I love the game. I love to work at it and all that stuff. But young Terry Fontenot, I had these NFL dreams, but I definitely was not going to be a player in the NFL.
Terry, you're a stud, man. We appreciate you coming on. You're a class act. You're awesome when you're the Falcons GM. You've your track record and history is phenomenal. I know I appreciate our relationship and appreciate you coming on and sharing all this stuff. We could talk to you for hours. There's so much to talk about. There's so much that the average person just doesn't understand what goes on behind the scenes to get to what we're about to get to this week, which was the NFL draft. So thank you very much for
We
sure.
appreciate the time. I do got one
means-
more random question though.
Yeah.
2014, you was in New Orleans. If you remember, what was my scouting? What was y'all saying in the scouting report, and where was I at on the board with New Orleans? If you remember,
Look, you were high on the board, but you weren't high enough because you should have been at the absolute top of the board, like because of what you did. And it was kind of one of those things that when you just watch the tape, it's like he's unbelievable. But then when you get into everything and you start figuring out all the other stuff and you get into it, and okay, he's not with a 85 wingspan and 36-inch arms. You get into that, you kind of drifted down a little bit on most boards. You know, it's just what happened. And it was a big mistake, and you made sure everybody knew right away when you played him. It's like, why the heck didn't we trade him?
so that mean I was probably I was second or third round with you guys.
No, man.
I had to.
You were still high on the board.
Okay.
But you weren't high enough. You weren't high enough on any boards because of and I wouldn't say that like just it's real. And that's when you can get that position, because think about it, all the other positions, like if there's a corner, then that's elite. You can just throw away from them, right? If there's a defensive end that's elite, then you can just chip, give help on that side, and just go away from them. Figure it out. Move the pocket. You can do different things to adjust. You can always take, but if it's right in the middle, if it is right there, and the way you would ruin games. I mean, like if you would see when we were getting ready to play the Rams at the end of the week, the offensive coaches, the offensive line coaches, they were like, they looked like they had aged 30 years. They looked like crap. They hadn't slept. They looked terrible when they're getting to play AD, and that's just the reality of it.
That's love.
Because it's right there, and it's like, how are we going to handle it? And I remember Sean Payton saying, I want 4 hands on him every play. 4 hands. And when you would get a sack or get the quarterback out the spot, he's looking for the whoever it is that was in charge of getting 4 hands on you, and they got an issue. But 4 hands on AD every play, and we'll figure it out with everybody else.
I do remember one game. A quick story. I was playing against the Saints. I got a quick win. I think they tried to slide the protection to me or something, and I got a good hit on Drew Brees. Boom. Remember him come on, guys. We double teaming him every play. What the fuck? Why is he still hitting me?
4 hands.
He got mad at the O-line.
4 hands every play on AD.
That's love.
When you start the game plan meeting, it could be at the very beginning of it, and there's a lot of stuff to go through. But you start off, I want 4 hands on 99 every play, and then let's do everything else we got to do.
That's love.
Yeah, Matt told us in a playoff game against the Rams. They had it was the only time they went into halftime and said, F this. Our whole game plan for the entire week done. We got to figure something out. We need 8 hands on it, not 4.
Throw it out.
Yeah, that's good.
And the problem with guys like AD, like when you on the field, he really was he's this really nice guy and this really but he was an animal. When you see him playing on the field, when you see him on the field after dealing with him, he didn't. It was different.
Yeah.
He would never take his helmet off and go try to fight anyone. He's not that type of guy.
That's a little Looney Tune. To be able to put a helmet on or run through somebody's face, you gotta be a little crazy. You got a little crazy in your body.
Gotta be.
By the time he'd get to the locker room, he had like 12 missed calls from me by that time. Like, Aaron, no.
I really I appreciate you guys having me on. Obviously, high respect for every single one of you. All you lead in what you do, and appreciate y'all having me on, man. I'll jump on anytime y'all need.
Thanks, Terry.
Thanks for joining us, man. Appreciate
Thanks, guys.
And that's it.
Damn, Winston, we took Jake Matthews over Aaron Donald, man.
Yeah.
I just sat there and looked at the whole draft when him and Terry was talking. I was like, where the fuck was Aaron Donald drafted that draft? Dude, number 13 overall.
Mm-hmm.
Same draft as Odell Beckham, Mike Evans, Khalil Mack, Blake
That draft
Bortles,
was
Sam.
loaded.
Huh?
That 2014 draft, that shit was loaded. Cause that hell, we got Devontae Freeman in that draft too.
Motherfucking, that's my Jadeveon Clowney, motherfucking first overall that year. That shit crazy. It's always good hearing little stories like that. I always forget Terry Fontenot. He played safety back in the day for real when he was when he played for real.
Mm-hmm. Out of Tulane.
Oh yeah, sheesh.
I'm about to
No,
shut
you.
this joint down, man.
Yeah, I already knew you was about to wrap that shit up. I was just waiting for you to say it. I'm like, Winston ready to wrap that bitch up.
Yeah, man, it's 3:25, man. We
Well,
gotta get down shit. This the first out of what? At least three more shows. Might be four.
yeah, y'all better be busy as shit, dog.
Yeah, we doing all the draft. So y'all come on back. We doing the first round,
Yep,
second to third, four through seven. We doing the entire draft.
bet.
Um, but I might I might fuck around and go on earlier,
Mm-hmm.
depending on what happened with James Pierce sound in here.
Oh
I
shit.
might I might fuck around and go on early,
Bet.
like in the like early afternoon.
Yeah, like like 1, 2 o'clock.
One, two, three, something like that.
Bet for sure. Shit, I slide on that motherfucker. I remember I watched y'all other show for real. That motherfucker, that 2024 draft, that nigga Antonio jumped in the pool, yo. That shit was funny as shit.
Yeah, man. That was our first. Yeah, that was our first draft show.
Oh yeah, I seen it. I was like, Miss B was on there, Red was on there. I was watching that shit. I was like, damn, I wish I was on. I wish I was watching y'all shit around that time, but that draft happened for real.
We deep that jump.
Oh yeah, for
Me,
sure.
Sean, Antonio, James. Shit. Then everybody that usually come on.
Mhm. Yeah, I gotta be on that bitch this year. No cat. I'll be on that motherfucker tomorrow with the
Bet.
shit.
Bet.
See y'all tomorrow, man. Red. I holla at y'all boys, man. Good show today. Good breakdown. Good
I
conversation.
think I
All
think
right,
Red
Zay.
went to sleep.
No,
Oh
I'm here.
shit, Red, you sit up.
Yeah,
You
I've been listening. I just been on you. I've been looking at other shit. I just been doing my shit, man. Doing what I do. I've been listening to Terry. I told you, man. Terry got one of them damn irritating voices. He talks so much, it's like
Zay was
listening to one of my
dog.
ex girlfriends.
God dog. Hold,
But
hold on.
all right,
Wait,
Zay.
because when
Oh,
he
Zay
just
already
backed
on.
out, that shit done cut my damn audio out. Hold up.
But shit, I'm finna head up and dance, but I'll wait for you to come back.
Yo, can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got it. Shit, I got it. I'm finna head off too.
All
Shit, I
right.
gotta get up early anyway.
And, shit, let everybody know where they can find you at.
All right, y'all know I'm at Saturday mornings, 10:30, Red and Real Sports Show. Monday through Fridays, Facebook page. Wednesdays, I test. All right, y'all.
Man.
Appreciate y'all having me tonight. I'm gonna catch up with y'all, boy. Catch up with the eye test later. Eye test chat. Everybody, be cool. Later.
All right, but, but for us, catch us back tomorrow. Depending on what happened with the James Pierce jump, I might come on earlier. If not, we doing the first round. We doing Thursday draft, Friday draft, Saturday draft. Um, but outside that, catch us on our two Facebook pages, our Twitter page, and we got a thread account too. Um, and we be here every Wednesday, 10 p.m. Start off with Falcon Talk. Ain't no telling where the conversation will go, but you're gonna enjoy the ride along the way. Appreciate y'all rocking with us on the late night tip. Man, it's 3:30. Appreciate y'all, man. But yeah, come on back for the draft. Um, and let's go. Time to rise up. All right, y'all. Catch y'all tomorrow. Peace.